Usually, when other protagonists transmigrate into another world, they end up as princes or wealthy heirs. But this guy, well, his situation is different. And by different, I mean it's weird, folks. The moment he enters the game, our guy gets collared by the royal guards and dragged off to be a slave. Talk about a crazy start. All he can do all day is serve as cannon fodder, scouting the path for others, never knowing when some monster might ambush him and end his run. But luckily, thanks to some serious luck, he accidentally awakens a skill straight out of those Japanese anime, the ability to freeze time, paralyzing enemies and monsters for 60 seconds. Meanwhile, he can just spam spells and blast them with everything he's got, waiting for the moment they can move again. By then, he's already unleashed a full combo on their faces. Who could possibly beat that? In the middle of a life-or-death battle, at the deepest level of the Callum Labyrinth, Callum and his teammates are facing a terrifyingly powerful enemy after an intense, suffocating fight. Callum is exhausted and gasping for air, but his eyes are burning with determination. He knows the decisive moment has arrived and declares, "This ends now." Instantly, Callum channels all his magical power into the tip of his staff, and a blinding light erupts, blowing everything away and destroying the boss in a massive explosion. As the blinding light fades and the battle concludes, the computer screen displays a congratulations message thanking him for playing Labyrinth Abyss. Behind the screen, a young man cheers in excitement. He sighs in relief and tells himself, man oh man, the higher the difficulty, the more brutal it gets. He smiles, smugly proud of his smart decision, admitting that choosing the mage class as his main character really paid off. Just as he's considering making a video to share his strategy online, a notification chime suddenly grabs his attention. It's an invitation to take on the final challenge, the developer's difficulty. Developer's difficulty, huh, sounds tasty, let's do it. He immediately clicks accept to start his journey into the Labyrinth Abyss, and the system reveals a new special skill, the reversing hourglass, unlocked only after completing the mage challenge. Looking at the screen, he notices this strange skill he has never seen before. He curiously mutters, never seen this one before. Whatever, if I lose, I'll just restart, no big deal. He decides to keep his main character as a mage. He quickly dumps all 10 of his attribute points into intelligence and firmly hits the start button. Suddenly, a blinding blue light shoots out from the computer screen. The strange light is so powerful that it pierces through the apartment window, lighting up the night sky. In a daze, he hears urgent voices calling out to him. Hey, wake up! Before he can even gather his thoughts, a guard with a fierce face roughly grabs him and barks, "Wake up, you filthy criminal!" He stares blankly, wondering, is he talking to me? He laughs, thinking, must be a dream. What kind of criminal are you kidding? I've just been sitting here playing games. That nonchalant attitude instantly enrages the guard. He grinds his teeth and roars, "Oh, so you think this is funny, you lunatic?" He then lands a powerful kick that sends the boy flying, rolling across the dirt floor as the guard coldly turns and walks away. Not forgetting to throw back whatever, "Maybe it's better if you've lost your mind. You're going to die soon anyway." The stinging pain from the kick leaves him writhing and clutching his chest in total confusion. It's just a dream, so why does it hurt so much? The sensation is too real. Struggling to his feet, he looks around in shock and realizes he is standing in a long line of prisoners. On a high platform, an old, gray-haired mage loudly declares, "Everyone is given a basic staff. Those who have sinned are brought here to be transformed into labyrinth slaves. This is your only chance to change your fate. If you manage to survive and come back out, you can use the money earned in the labyrinth to buy your freedom. And if you wish, you can even enroll in our magic academy." Looking at the crude wooden staff in his hand and the iron collar locked around his neck, he trembles as the horrific truth sinks in. Labyrinth Magic Academy. Wait a minute. This is exactly like the Labyrinth Abyss game I was just playing. Callum is stunned to realize he has truly been transmigrated into the game inside the body of the mage character he just created. While he is still reeling, trying to understand what is happening, the guards urge the teams of prisoners to enter the labyrinth in order. Stepping into the dark dungeon, Callum tells himself he must grasp the situation quickly. He knows perfectly well that if this is truly the labyrinth from the game, the monsters hiding inside will be brutal. To prepare, he decides to check the skills of the people around him. Besides the elf girl Exnan, who is trembling behind him, his team includes a chubby man and a skinny guy. While the chubby man tries to calm everyone down, the skinny guy suddenly widens his eyes and laughs hysterically, rambling about a prophecy from the gods that they are all going to die in this place. Seeing his teammates begin to panic, Callum shouts loudly, trying to bring everyone back to their senses so they can find a way out together. But from the shadows, goblins with glowing blue eyes and bloodthirsty smiles slowly emerge. The two guys haven't even reacted before being speared and taken out. The brutal goblins leap down from the stone walls. One of them lunges straight at Callum with a sharp weapon in its hand. Facing the imminent blade, Callum feels completely helpless and can only cry out in despair. No way. At that very moment of life or death, a sharp system chime rings out. Emergency skill. The reversing hourglass automatically activated. Time frozen for 60 seconds. An hourglass-shaped magic circle appeared right in Callum's pupil, accompanied by a notification, "It's your turn, countdown starting from 59 seconds. Seeing everything around him suddenly freeze, Callum was bewildered. An hourglass. What is this? He looked at the monster hovering in midair and Aaron. Frozen in a state of panic, Callum quickly regained his composure. All right, I've only got 1 minute to think. Think, damn it, think. I immediately planned to raise his staff to block that sword strike, but the moment he moved his hand, a notification sound chimed again. His action points dropped by 1. Callum was shocked he'd barely moved and already lost an action point. Damn it. At this rate, I won't have enough points for dodging or defense. In his frustration, Callum instinctively let out a sigh, then suddenly realized something strange. Wait a minute. If I can't move, how did I just sigh? So I can still speak, huh? He checked again and saw his action points didn't drop when he breathed or spoke. He immediately figured it out. So talking counts as spellcasting too. He immediately focused his energy preparing to counterattack. The countdown ticked rapidly toward the final seconds. His remaining 3 action points quickly drained away as Callum began to chant. The system immediately chimed, action points depleted, time freeze ended. Callum shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fireball!" Flames instantly erupted from the tip of his wand, creating a direct hit that engulfed the charging goblin. The monster shrieked in agony as it was consumed by the crimson inferno. As it collapsed to the ground, he panted heavily, gripping his staff tightly, telling himself, that was too close. What did I do to deserve being killed off so pathetically like some nameless extra, looking at the skinny corpse lying cold on the ground? Callum quickly regained the sharp instincts of a veteran gamer. He felt confident that if this place really operated according to the rules of a game, no one could outplay him when it came to magic. But who knows how long it would take to find the exit, to prepare for the journey ahead. Callum decided to loot the skinny guy's body for gear. I told himself, first things first, gotta grab some loot, then find some reliable teammates. Picking up a wooden staff. He turned to the elf girl still sitting trembling on the ground and asked, "What kind of magic is in your staff?" Erin jumped, clutching her staff fearfully, and stammered that it was a stun bolt spell, but she had never used it before. Callum could only sigh helplessly. Well, better than nothing, right? He sternly reminded her, "You'll have to use it whether you've practiced or not. If a monster attacks, don't hesitate. Strike immediately." Receiving a trembling nod from Erin, Callum decisively turned and walked away. Anyway, let's find the exit. While walking through the dim corridor, he couldn't help but feel enraged at the person who had pushed him into this situation. Whether it's some divine developer or whatever else, seeing Callum leave, Erin hurriedly followed behind, earnestly begging to come along. A few years ago, a massive dungeon suddenly opened, releasing a wave of ferocious monsters that rampaged everywhere. As a result, countless adventurers and mages lost their lives. To train forces to conquer the dungeon, they ruthlessly threw slaves in there to filter out the survivors. Callum silently reminded himself to be extremely careful, as there was no guarantee that all his game knowledge was perfectly accurate in this real world. Cutting off his train of thought, the elf girl timidly spoke up. "Thank you for letting me come along. I'm Erin." He replied softly, "No problem, I'm Callum." Erin continued to chat to ease her fear. "Callum, you're so calm and quiet. On the slave ship, I saw you talking quite a lot with the others." This comment startled Callum. He realized the people here didn't know he was an isekai traveler, and he had to act more carefully to avoid revealing his identity. Erin then opened up about her past, being framed and enslaved for accidentally working at an illegal delivery point, in disguise. Callum listened in silence, understanding full well she was just trying to talk to mask her fear. He softly reminded her, "Erin, please be quiet." But before he could finish, a dry clicking sound echoed under his feet. Callum was stunned to realize he had just stepped on a pressure trap. The system immediately triggered his turn. With a countdown of 59 seconds, Callum quickly regained his cool to analyze the terrain. First-floor traps were usually arrow mechanisms in the stone walls. Luckily, there were no arrow holes on Aaron's side, but his side was full of danger. With no other choice, he had to spend action points to find a way out. Callum looked around, noticing the walls and ceiling had no arrow holes, meaning it was a floor trap. He quickly analyzed the floor traps on the first floor based on his gaming knowledge. The first was a spike trap that would shoot up from the ground and crush their feet. The second was an explosive nail trap with a wide blast radius that would surely leave them both heavily injured. The third type was poison gas or sleep gas, easily turning them into easy prey for monsters. Finally, the trapdoor trap that would send players falling straight to the second floor with no way to deal with it. When the hourglass countdown had only a few seconds left, Callum realized that even if he ruled out the spike trap, he wouldn't have enough time to prepare. In a dead end, he decided to stomp down hard to hold his position, draining all remaining action points. As soon as the time freeze ended, Callum immediately lunged forward, pushed Aaron away, and stepped firmly on the trap in her place. Aaron asked in a panic why he did that. Callum explained that she had stepped on a trap that would explode the moment she lifted her foot, so he had to take her place to resolve the situation. He quickly asked her if she remembered the wooden crate. Even though the two of them had just walked past earlier without getting a nod from Aaron, Callum asked her to go back and get that crate to act as a stand-in for his leg. Aaron immediately ran off to search for one. Callum told himself that just placing something heavy on it would disable the trap, a task that usually takes about 10 minutes, but 30 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of her. Callum started to get worried, blaming himself for being so foolish as to sacrifice for someone else and fearing she had run into trouble. Just as he was despairing, the sound of panting reached him from afar. Aaron came panting as she pushed the wooden crate over and apologized for keeping Callum waiting. Callum reassured her and told her to place the crate on the exact tile he was standing on once the distance was safe. Callum switched to his movement wand to magically slide the crate into his place. The moment the trap was triggered, a massive blast of fire suddenly erupted violently along the hallway. It made Aaron scream in terror, but luckily the fire trap was still within control. Callum calmly told Aaron to keep going, thinking to himself that this maze was filled with too many traps and monsters. He needed to be cautious, but he still had the advantage thanks to his 10 intelligence points and the hourglass skill. The thing he needed to test right now was the ability to manually activate the hourglass and whether casting spells consumed action points. Just then, two goblins leaped down from the ceiling to ambush them. Callum smiled confidently, thinking, perfect timing, and the system immediately activated Callum's turn via the hourglass. He quickly cast a fireball spell at the targets. After the first shot, his action bar was deducted by 1 point, and the system displayed a 5-second cooldown. Callum quickly realized the rule: each time he cast a spell, it would consume exactly 1 action point. He continuously unleashed more fireballs until he ran out. I exhausted his action points and ended his turn as the massive fireballs soared through the air, creating a terrifying explosion that completely reduced the goblins to ashes. Callum concluded that theoretically he could fire a maximum of 4 fireballs in a single turn, witnessing that destructive power. Aaron stood frozen in shock, assuming he possessed 2 extremely rare talents, super speed casting and silent casting. But immediately after, she bowed her head in self-doubt, blaming herself for being useless and repeatedly apologizing for only knowing how to cause trouble. Looking at Aaron's dejected figure, Callum silently judged that she indeed lacked the qualities of a warrior or a mage. But as an elf, she definitely had other advantages. He suddenly asked how far she could jump, and Aaron, caught off guard, recalled her time in the elven forest and said she could jump about 4 meters. This number made Callum immediately analyze that her agility stat must be at least 5 points or higher to utilize this advantage. Callum told her to wait a moment and brought over the bow he had recovered from the goblin earlier. Seeing the bow, Aaron's eyes lit up, and she happily admitted that she was much more comfortable using a bow. Because she had practiced in the elven forest, Callum immediately divided their tasks, telling Aaron to fall back and provide long-range support while he took the lead using his wands. Trusted with the task, Aaron was full of determination, promising to try her best to stall for time so Callum could freely cast spells, though she was still a bit confused about suddenly having to carry a pile of spare wands. Just then, Aaron's pointed ears twitched sharply. She panicked and warned Callum that someone was stealthily following them from the shadows, even though Callum strained his eyes looking into the dark hallway ahead and couldn't detect anything, but Aaron still insisted that there was definitely sound coming from over there. To verify, Callum told Aaron to close her eyes, then he picked up a few stones and threw them. When the clattering sound of the stones falling echoed, Callum asked her if she knew how many stones there were and where they landed. After a moment of focused listening, Aaron confidently replied, 3 stones fell 4 steps away. The perfectly accurate answer made Callum smile, realizing that Aaron possessed super hearing, an extremely useful skill in the game that helps with hearing and accurately judging the target's movement location. Callum quickly asked Aaron about the number of stalkers. She worriedly replied that there were about 4 people approaching very quickly. Callum judged that those who had survived this long would certainly not be easy to deal with, so he decided to tell Aaron to follow him to find a hiding spot in the shadows. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, and Callum and Aaron held their breath waiting. When the opponents got close, Callum suddenly rushed out to block their path. "Stop! Why are you following us?" The response was a ferocious bald man wearing spiked shoulder armor. He laughed sinisterly and crazily, declaring that their target wasn't Callum, but the elf girl beside him. "We aren't looking for you, we want that elf. Hand her over to us." The bald guy loudly set his conditions, saying that if Callum handed over Aaron, they would let him live. He arrogantly insisted that Callum's low-level magic couldn't pierce his large shield, and that Aaron's arrows were nothing more than harmless toothpicks. He threatened that if Callum tried to chant a spell, his head would be filled with arrows, so he better obey obediently. The leader even proposed forming a 5-man team and sharing the elf girl among them. The vile suggestion made Aaron tremble in fear, and she shakily called out Callum's name. The bald guy continued to entice him, claiming that going with the 4 of them would be much safer than staying with a weak elf, but Callum immediately and firmly refused. In his heart, he knew that with Aaron he could at least sleep peacefully, whereas with this bunch of deceitful people he couldn't even close his eyes in peace. Callum coldly pointed his wand forward, warning them to get out immediately if they didn't want to die. His firm words made Aaron feel incredibly relieved, while the bald guy's face darkened with rage. He gritted his teeth and asked if Callum was joking, but he only received Callum's fierce, glowing red eyes and the assertion that he was being completely serious. Knowing negotiation was impossible, the bald guy sighed with murderous intent and ordered his accomplices to charge in and kill Callum. As soon as the bandits swung their weapons and lunged forward, the familiar piercing system chime rang out, triggering the hourglass reversal skill, and entered the battle into Callum's turn. As time froze, Callum coldly looked at the bandit group and thought to himself that he had given them a chance to live, but they had chosen to seek their own deaths. I knew well that the enemy was underestimating his 2 wands. Seeing the large puddle of water at the opponent's feet, Callum decided to use the lightning spell, even though usually this spell could only shock one target. But the conductivity of the water would help him paralyze the entire enemy group. In the time-frozen state, Callum planned to disable their shields, then take them out one by one. He quickly used his action points to launch the first strike with a lightning bolt into the puddle, followed by a series of fireballs aimed straight at the bald guy. When your action points hit 0, your turn ends. The moment the recharge finished, a powerful surge of electricity blasted into the puddle, surging directly into the 4 bandits, causing them to scream in agony as the paralysis tore through their bodies. It forced the leader to lose his grip, his massive shield falling into the water. Before he could recover, the magic explosion flared up again, blinding the bald thug and making him howl. He ordered his lackeys to scatter, but the violent flames from the fireball quickly swallowed them up. Realizing the decisive moment had arrived, Callum immediately shouted, "Aaron, fire!" Aaron instantly drew her bow, aiming straight into the thick mist ahead, and released the string. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring their view, but Callum knew that no matter how thick the fog was, Aaron's acoustic sensing skills would still allow her to pinpoint the enemies exactly. He immediately ordered her to finish them off. However, at that moment, Callum's fireball spell hadn't finished cooling down yet. He quickly calculated Aaron had to take down at least 1, and the bald thug had already been hit by the fireball, so he wasn't a major threat for the moment. Clutching his wand tightly, Callum watched the cooldown timer impatiently, still 2 seconds left. He gritted his teeth, wondering why a normal 5-second cooldown felt so agonizingly slow. He planned to target the warrior as soon as the spell refreshed, but before Callum could even act, Aaron lowered her bow and calmly said, "I've taken them all down, Callum." Callum spun around, shocked. He was stunned because he clearly only heard 2 arrow shots. Looking through the clearing smoke, all 3 of the bald thug's lackeys lay dead in a pool of blood. With just 2 arrows, Aaron had precision killed all 3 enemies. Witnessing the terrifying marksmanship of the elf girl, Callum broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "Aaron, you're even scarier than I thought." Hearing this, Erin waved her hands in a panic, explaining that she was scared too. She had just tried her absolute best to make sure her shots hit. Just then, a painful rasping cough echoed from the rubble. The bald leader slowly regained consciousness after the shock. He spat out a mouthful of blood and realized in horror that he was still alive. Callum walked up coldly, looking at him with glowing red eyes. The bald thug trembled eyes wide with a mix of hatred and terror and rasped out, Who are you? You cast magic without chanting. How could a freak like you end up in a place like this?" Looking at Callum and Aaron standing tall before him, he let out a bitter, resentful scream about the unfairness of this world. Callum only replied coldly, "Unfair, that's rich. You brought this on yourselves by playing dirty in the dungeon." Callum's words only infuriated the bald thug further. He screamed in desperation, recounting how he was driven away in the past for lacking magical talent and then sold into slavery, bitterly saying that if he had even half the power of Callum, his life wouldn't have turned out this pathetic. With his dying breath, Callum just watched him silently with his red eyes. Immediately after, Erin walked over, trembling, bowing her head as she stammered an apology for killing the 3 bandits earlier. Callum gently reassured her that they were only safe because of her. He asked if this was the first time she had ever taken a human life with her bow. Erin nodded, admitting it wasn't just her first time targeting humans, but also the first time using magic against her own kind. Callum spoke firmly, reminding her that they had to do it to survive in this cruel world, to prepare for the next leg of their journey. Callum told Erin to help him search the bandits. While rummaging through the bodies, Callum wondered why he felt so strangely calm in the face of his own kind's death. If he were back in the real world, he would have broken down, but now everything felt like a game, not quite real enough to leave him in shock. Even though the smell of blood and burnt flesh was absolutely disgusting, he wondered if his psyche had hardened after that moment of almost dying at the hands of the goblins. Just then, Erin ran back excitedly, carrying a large backpack she had found. Looking at the bag filled with supplies like holy books, a frying pan, bread, and rope, Erin guessed these belonged to another adventurer they had robbed. Callum found an F-rank adventurer's card inside named Abison. The refined face on the card was completely different from those savage bandits. He concluded that Abison was the true owner of the backpack, and most likely he had been killed by the bandits or left to be eaten by monsters. Looking at the card, Callum bitterly realized that in this world there were countless ways to lose your life. He silently assessed that the bald thug actually had decent tactical sense. He just couldn't have anticipated Callum's time dilation ability and his knack for utilizing the terrain. If he didn't have his protective hourglass, Callum knew he would have died just like them. He reminded himself not to rely on luck or incomplete abilities. Callum decisively called Erin to continue their journey. He vowed to build a perfect, airtight strategy no margin for error was allowed, because this was his life. Even though he knew this was supposed to be a game, it had now become a brutal reality he had to overcome to survive. After 12 straight hours of hunting goblins in the dark dungeon, both Callum and Erin were exhausted. Realizing they had both reached their limits, Callum suggested they stop to rest. Hearing that, Erin beamed with relief. Beside a warm campfire in the stone corridor, Erin kindly handed Callum a piece of bread for a snack. She bowed sincerely, thanking him for saving her life twice today. Callum waved it off, telling her not to worry, and insisted that Erin was the one who deserved the credit for helping them both gather a large amount of magic stones. Erin hesitated, bringing up the bald thug's offer from earlier, wondering what would have happened if he had agreed to compromise. Callum immediately brushed it off. I insisted he would never abandon such a reliable teammate. Those words moved the elf girl to tears. To repay him, Erin volunteered to take the night watch so that Callum could sleep peacefully. Without fuss, Callum wrapped himself in a blanket and drifted off. The moment he entered a state of rest, the system sound suddenly chimed, announcing that he had leveled up from level 1 to level 3. Callum was stunned to realize that the level-up mechanism in this world only activates when the character sleeps. The system interface appeared, showing Callum had 2 attribute points available. Without allocating them yet, he calculated that he needed at least 13 intelligence points to break through the defenses of stronger monsters, so he decided to dump all his points into intelligence. Curious, Callum checked Erin's status board and saw she had also leveled up to level 3, noticing her agility stat had surged to 9 points. Callum couldn't help but admire her, admitting that Aaron was truly a genius of the elf tribe. He realized she had unlocked a special skill, acoustic localization, which helped her pinpoint enemies through sound. And it neutralized her blindness status. Just as he predicted, her agility stat had also increased once her rest period ended. Callum woke up and sighed softly, realizing he truly couldn't return to his old world. He called the elf girl over, telling her it was her turn to sleep. Aaron happily replied, "Yes, thank you, Callum." She dove into the warm blankets, sighing with relief after a long, exhausting day, and drifted off to sleep. Callum decided to test his new power. He tinkered with a large rock, and a sleepy Aaron asked what he was doing. Callum calmly replied, "Just checking if this spot works." He immediately drew his wand and cast a fireball. A massive burst of flames shot straight at the target, creating a violent explosion and completely destroying the thick stone shield. Callum nodded in satisfaction, as the fireball's power was much stronger than before. He told himself that this was the cruel reality, not a dream anymore. Aaron's eyes went wide in shock. "Whoa, it shattered the shield. I can't believe it." Callum firmly said, "Next we'll find the exit." But before he could finish, he saw Aaron had already rolled over and fallen fast asleep, utterly exhausted as the campfire died out. The two continued deep into the dark corridor. Aaron asked impatiently, "Callum, how much longer until we find the exit?" Callum mused. "Hard to say, the exit gates appear randomly. It's all down to luck." He thought to himself that with his terrible luck, they might have to grind for a whole week to find a way out. Just then, Callum suddenly stopped. Up ahead in the hallway, Callum spotted an exit gate with a glowing green exit sign. However, the path was being guarded by a group of fully equipped adventurers. Realizing they were professionals, Callum told himself to be extremely careful. As the two approached, the dwarf warrior Jeekan asked if they were the group of slaves from the Magic Academy. Callum calmly stepped forward to confirm. He silently assessed that the other side didn't seem hostile, but the situation was still quite awkward. Jeekan turned to ask the healer Emma about the time the academy sent the slaves in here. Emma said it was 10 in the morning yesterday. Calculating that it had been over a day and a half, Jeekan was impressed that the two had survived and made it all the way here. The dwarf nodded, praising Aaron for being smart enough to ditch magic and switch to a bow, which made her blush and feel embarrassed. Then Jeekan looked at the two wands in Callum's hands and asked if he was feeling very confident. Callum nonchalantly admitted it, seeing that the dwarf laughed heartily and asked straight out if he had a fire element wand to shoot fireballs. Callum firmly replied, "I do." The Beastkin member asked Jeekan impatiently what they should do, because they couldn't just sit around waiting here forever. He suggested recruiting Callum immediately since he seemed confident, but Emma was skeptical, believing that a slave mage couldn't possibly compare to Avison's level, and that he would only lead to disappointment. Jeekan sighed and admitted that. But in reality, they didn't have a better option. Hearing the name Avison, Callum was startled to realize that was the owner of the backpack he was wearing. He spoke up, asking if they had just lost a mage teammate. He received a nodding confirmation from the dwarf. Jeekan sorrowfully recounted their encounter with a black bee monster on the first floor, which left his teammate critically wounded. Emma immediately cut in, asserting that Avison wasn't dead yet, thanks to the soul preservation magic cast on her. They just needed a resurrection scroll from the outside to save her. But Jeekan helplessly reminded her that their group currently couldn't get out to retrieve it. Watching the adventurers argue in front of the locked gate, Callum quickly analyzed the situation. He realized they had found the exit, but the path was guarded by a boss, and they needed a fire element mage to deal with it. As the adventurers argued about what the monster inside was, Emma noted that if there were a priest, it definitely wasn't an undead. The dwarf Jeekan can also confidently assume that if it were a giant goblin, a fire knight, or a bronze goat, their group could easily handle it. But Emma worried about the case that it might be a flying boss. Standing nearby, Aaron nervously asked Callum what they should do now. Callum glanced at them and quickly analyzed that the adventurers would definitely target a marksman like Aaron, but they were in desperate need of a fire element mage. There was only one answer to this situation. He smiled confidently and stated firmly, "The boss guarding the gate is a venomous spider." His sudden remark left the three adventurers stunned. Emma asked in amazement, "How did you know that?" While the Beastkin Vartanen was full of doubt as to how a slave mage could know so much about a venomous spider, the dwarf Jeekan was also curious if he was really that familiar with this dungeon. Callum nonchalantly replied, "I just know a little bit," and began to explain in detail about the spider's traits, that it was a monster that constantly sprayed venom and spun webs. which completely covered the exit route. It moved extremely fast on the ceiling and possessed a slowing attack that bound its targets. One wrong move could mean death, and the only way to deal with it was to use a fire element mage. Callum further analyzed that they needed to use fire to burn away the spider webs to force it down to the ground, and only then could they finish it off with a precise strategy. He coldly asked them back why they needed him so badly. Callum's sharpness immediately convinced the adventurer party, and Emma excitedly agreed on the spot. Even the beastman Vartanen had to admit that regardless of his flaws, he was incredibly quick-witted. After a moment of deep thought, the dwarf Zekan decided to make an offer. "All right, the two of you will temporarily join us." But Callum's answer was extremely firm. His flat refusal left the adventurer party completely stunned in shock. Even Aaron was panicked, asking why he would pass up such a good opportunity to escape. Callum walked along calmly, thinking to himself that yes, if they defeated the boss, the escape portal would appear to help them get out, but the adventurer party had intentionally or accidentally overlooked one extremely important detail: that teleportation portal only allowed a maximum of 4 people to pass through. The 4 portals would gradually become unstable and change color from blue to yellow, then red, and finally disappear completely after 5 minutes. The limit for those who could escape was only 4. The adventurer party currently had 3 members, meaning they only had exactly 1 spot left. Callum coldly realized the cruel truth: they needed him, because he was a fire element mage, which meant they were implicitly asking him to abandon Aaron behind. Hearing this, Aaron was completely shocked by Callum's keen insight. The dwarf Zekan seemed very impressed, not expecting him to have figured it out. "Your name is Callum, right?" He apologized bluntly and stated that he had no intention of hiding anything. Zekan admitted it would be great to get both of them out, but all his group needed right now was just one single mage. He looked straight at Callum and made a cruel offer. "I really want to give you guys a chance to survive and get out of here. It's a shame, but could you leave your elf friend behind?" The offer hit like a lightning bolt, making Aaron tremble. She stammered his name in fear. Callum remained silent and didn't answer. Deep down, he told himself that this was an incredibly tempting offer that made him waver for a moment. But he quickly sobered up, realizing that if he got out of there but still couldn't escape his life of slavery, he would just be thrown back into this dungeon anyway. Gripping his wooden staff tightly, he wondered if this adventurer group would continue to team up with him after they got out. The answer was definitely no. In that case, he would just be paired with another group full of useless slaves and surely wouldn't be lucky enough to find someone with such excellent support skills like Aaron again. Callum's gaze hardened. He looked straight at the adventurer party and firmly declared, "Aaron is my teammate. I can never abandon her." Callum's decisive answer left all 3 members of Zekan's group and Aaron completely astonished. Giving it a confident smile, Callum proposed, "Instead, how about you hire me?" This statement caught Zekan completely off guard. "Ha, hire you? You mean you don't want to go through the escape portal but want to be paid?" Sensing the interest in the young man before him, the dwarf crossed his arms, agreed, and asked how much money he wanted. Callum calmly held up one finger and firmly stated the number: 10,000 gold coins. This sky-high price made the dwarf Zekan's veins pop from anger, while Aaron's jaw dropped in shock, frantically yelling, "Do you even know how much 10,000 gold coins is?" Callum knew his own value perfectly well at that moment. The magic stones and the backpack he had collected on the first floor would only fetch about 2,000 gold coins if sold, while the ransom to free himself and Aaron came to 3,000 gold coins each. With 10,000 gold coins, he could not only erase his slave status, but also have a surplus for the journey ahead. Across from him, internal arguments began to break out within the adventurer party. The beastman Vartanen thought they should just pay to end the challenge quickly, but the priestess Emma was worried about the cost, since the fee to hire her was already very expensive. When Vartanen joked that he would deduct that amount from Emma's share, she immediately flared up and the dwarf Zekan rolled his eyes and refused point blank. Observing their expressions, Callum inwardly judged that this group was already extremely exhausted and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Moreover, the core reason they were in such a rush was Avison. They had to bring the resurrection scroll back before the soul preservation spell wore off and his body decomposed. This meant they had no choice but to accept his terms. Seeing Zekan still hesitating, Vartanen also urged him on because right now they couldn't find any other fire element mage besides Callum. To increase trust and ensure the agreement, Callum proactively proposed taking a solemn oath before the priestess Emma in the name of Saint Nathaniel. Emma smiled and agreed, confirming that a covenant with a saint would never be broken. Seeing that the situation was immovable, the dwarf, Zekin gritted his teeth and haggled down to 9,000 gold coins, but Callum remained firm. He only dropped slightly to 9,500. Zekin continued to plead to go down to 9,300, but he was met only with Callum's steadfastness on the 9,500 gold coins figure. The dwarf was furious, screaming in frustration at the thought of paying such a massive amount of money to a slave mage after a lifetime of saving. But in the end, he had to hold his head in helplessness and accept the compromise. Zekin sullenly led the group toward the large escape portal. There, the priestess Emma began performing the ritual to establish the covenant in the name of Saint Nathaniel. She set the terms that Vartanen's group committed to hiring Callum and Aaron's team for 9,500 gold coins. The covenant would be complete when Vartanen's group passed safely through the escape portal and would immediately lose its effect if either party was destroyed. Immediately after the honorable covenant was established, the group headed out into the deeper dark areas of the dungeon. The surrounding space gradually became cold. On the cavern ceiling, there were tangled webs of white spider silk. Callum vigilantly observed his surroundings, then told himself, "It's too dark, I can't see anything. The boss must be hiding in those webs on the ceiling." Then, taking a few steps, he noticed the corner of the room and quickly identified the terrain. There were several neutral objects in that corner, barrels of gunpowder that could be utilized. Callum immediately spoke up, reminding everyone, "Be careful of those spider webs on the floor. If you step on them, it will be hard to get free. What's more important is that we have to find the boss's location." Hearing this, the dwarf Zekin showed impatience, his voice growling as he interrupted. "Hey, you just need to burn the webs on the ceiling, that's all. Stop acting like a hero," he started. But before he could finish, a bone-chilling sound erupted from the dark ceiling above. A barrage of razor-sharp webs rained down, aimed straight at the dwarf. Zekin barely managed to scream, "Arr!" before frantically swinging his massive axe to deflect them. The sudden parry swiped away the incoming webs. Zekin, desperate, shouted for Callum to hurry up and cast fire magic at the ceiling. The mage had to force that thing to the ground. By now, the giant venomous spider had finally revealed itself amidst the thick webbing on the ceiling, continuously spitting webs in a relentless assault. Facing the monster, Callum's gaze sharpened. He calculated quickly. It's attacking non-stop if it leaves itself that exposed. This fight will be a breeze. Opportunities like this won't last. I have to deal massive damage in one go. Instantly, the familiar system chime rang out, triggering a special skill. Activate Hourglass of your turn. Time for all things froze. In that brief moment, Callum swung his wand repeatedly, decisively, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Without needing time to chant for the fireballs, his 4 action points were rapidly drained until the system notified him, "Action points depleted. Turn ended." Time resumed. 4 massive fireballs blazed intensely, surging up toward the ceiling all at once. The terrifying heat incinerated all the webbing holding it in place, causing the monster to shriek in agony as it plummeted to the ground. Watching that lightning-fast magic discharge, with such destructive power, all 3 professional adventurers were frozen in shock. The beastman Vartanen gaped, stuttering in disbelief at what he just saw. 4 shots in one go. How is that even possible? The priestess Emma gasped as well. "No way, what was that?" As for the dwarf, Zekin, his eyes bulged in confusion, wondering, "Am I the only one who didn't hear a chant?" Just as the giant venomous spider was hit by the 4 consecutive fireballs and crashed down. Callum immediately shouted, urging his team to focus. "Everyone, this is our chance." He quickly called out to Ernan, and upon receiving the signal, Ernan immediately drew her bow and fired a precise arrow, embedding it straight into the monster, which was still engulfed in flames. However, right after that first shot, Callum quickly stopped her. "Wait a second." Ernan paused, confused, and replied, "Yes." Callum explained that continuing to use that weak goblin bow to deal damage was no longer effective. The giant spider hit the ground with a thud, its entire body still burning fiercely. Sensing the opportune moment, Callum turned to the priestess, Emma. "Priestess, I need a magic shield, Emma." She quickly turned back, responding, "Ah, got it." Callum immediately turned to order the beastman Vartanen. As soon as the shield is up, charge in. The fact that a rookie was giving orders made Vartanen extremely resentful. Gritting his teeth with veins popping, he snapped back, "Hey, rookie, I know what I'm doing." Don't tell me what to do! With that, the beast man leaped with incredible power. Seeing the monster right in front of him, Vartanen thought, surprise ambush, and swung his sharp twin blades. He quickly severed several of the giant spider's legs. It's about to explode, Priestess, get ready. Jiken shouted to warn his team, and immediately Priestess Emma activated her magic defense. Constellation Shield. A shield of light formed, enveloping the whole group. Standing beside them, Callum quickly analyzed the situation. He realized that this group of adventurers, though they knew the spider's venom sacs would explode, they chose to play it safe and defend. Callum thought, instead of blocking the explosion after the poison inside is triggered, freezing it is the best way. Thinking is doing. Callum decisively raised his wand and shouted, Ice Spear! A massive stream of frost pierced through and froze the venomous spider solid before it could detonate its venom sacs. Immediately after, Callum ordered, I've frozen the venom sacs. Priestess, back off, dwarf attack now. Emma turned back confused, asking, huh? But seeing them still hesitating, Callum snapped impatiently, move, dwarf, just dump all your damage. Jiken still wondered, hey, mage friend. Usually at this point, the constellation shield. His teammates' hesitation drove Callum crazy. He yelled, seriously, this is driving me insane. Please just do as I say. He complained silently to himself that the real world was so troublesome, not like playing a game where you could just click a mouse and be done with it. The mage's outburst made Jiken laugh. Good grief. You've got quite the temper, kid. Then he decisively swung his axe and charged straight at the target. Jiken put all his strength into a downward strike, roaring, Great Cleave. The massive axe split the frozen spider in two. When the monster finally went completely still, the dwarf breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's it. But while everyone else started to relax, Callum stared at the spider's carcass with an extremely tense expression. He broke into a cold sweat, worriedly wondering, don't tell me. These guys don't know. Even if the probability is very low, there's always a chance for a phase 2. He thought, in games that line, we finally took it down. Is always a terrible omen. Seeing that Callum was still on guard, Ernan curiously approached and asked why he hadn't put his wand away yet. Callum didn't answer directly. Instead, he softly told her to look up at the ceiling. Ernan looked up confused, only to let out a piercing scream of terror. Her scream startled the rest of the group. Jiken looked up bewildered, asking, what's going on? But the darkness was too thick, and he couldn't see anything. Priestess Emma squinted helpless because it was too dark. However, with the keen instincts of a beastman, Vartanen immediately sensed something wrong. He broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he shouted when he saw thousands of giant spider eggs twitching and glowing with a blue light, creeping and covering the entire ceiling. Jiken panicked and turned to ask Emma, but she was already pale, stuttering that no one had ever said this, boss. Even in the second phase, Jiken had never encountered a situation like this before. Realizing the imminent danger, Callum shouted, ordering Aaron to quickly roll the Oros wine barrel filled with gunpowder over here. Hearing the order, Aaron used all her might to push the wooden barrel, rolling it forward. Seeing the gunpowder barrel's fuse burning, Jiken hurriedly used his foot to stop it. He then asked if Callum wanted him to throw this thing up there. Receiving a nod from Callum, the dwarf anxiously explained that the ceiling was too dark and he couldn't hit the target in the darkness to solve the visibility problem. Callum immediately turned and ordered Emma to cast a light weapon spell on Aaron's arrow. Emma quickly opened her spellbook and cast a spell coating the tip of the arrow in a brilliant golden light. Callum shouted, urging Aaron to shoot that arrow at the ceiling immediately to light up the target. She pulled the bowstring taut and released it. The light arrow struck the ceiling with a thud. It brightly illuminated the dark space. Just as predicted, a hideous giant spider egg sac was instantly revealed. Without a second thought, the dwarf Jiken used all his strength. He threw the gunpowder barrel hard into the air toward the egg sac. Watching the barrel approach the target, Callum focused intensely, his eyes glowing red, locking on and whispering to himself. Now, system, activate a special skill. Activate Hourglass of your turn. Time and everything in existence froze in that very moment. Callum raised his wand high and shouted, Fireball! The flames erupted, scorching the space just as the turn ended. The giant fireball shot forward. It collided directly and detonated the gunpowder barrel right in the middle of the spider egg sac, completely incinerating the venomous nest in a sea of fire. Witnessing this power, the group of adventurers was completely convinced. Vartanen muttered in amazement, once again, no incantation. At that incredible speed, Is it really that easy? He looked at Callum with a wary gaze, thinking to himself, he might be a slave, but his talent is truly terrifying. Who on earth is he? Just then, a magical blue light appeared, opening the escape portal the whole group had been hoping for. Seeing the portal, Callum sighed in relief. We did it. It's finally over. I thought to himself that while being with a strong group made things easier, not being able to control everything completely, like when playing a game, still made him feel extremely frustrated. Hey rookie, who on earth are you? When you cast that poison spell, at first I honestly thought you intended to kill us all. You're skilled, truly. Callum smiled slightly and calmly replied, I didn't think that far ahead. If I had, we would have already claimed the portal. The dwarf Jeekin couldn't help but marvel at Callum's ability. He admitted that the boy's level far exceeded expectations for a slave, then curiously asked, before coming here, who were you? In his mind, images flashed of himself exhausted, sitting in front of a computer, grinding games all night in his old world. Thinking to himself that he was just a hardcore gamer, Callum scratched his head and gave a wry smile. He lied, saying he was just an ordinary slave at the Magic Academy. Seeing him hesitate, Jeekin didn't press further, assuming he had his own reasons. The dwarf excitedly told himself that the group was lucky to have defeated the boss without losing a single drop of blood. Although he hadn't set high expectations for him at first, Jeekin frankly admitted that he signed the contract only because he thought Callum's group would soon perish in the dungeon. That honest remark made Aaron standing behind startle and panic while Callum just smiled confidently. He understood clearly why the fee to hire him was so high, and considered that he had already received his due payment in advance. However, Jeekin immediately reminded them that things weren't over yet. Looking at the swirling blue escape portal ahead, Aaron blankly asked why when the exit was right before their eyes. Callum explained that payment would only be settled when they safely returned to the village. The nun Emma continued explaining that the terms of the covenant required Callum's group to successfully pass through the escape portal. Otherwise, the covenant would not be fulfilled. Aaron wondered if escaping outside was truly that simple. Emma sternly explained that an oath sworn before the Saint of Justice must be strictly followed to the letter, meaning both Callum and Aaron had to step through that portal. Hearing Aaron tremble and ask what would happen if they couldn't get out, Emma coldly said that both would be considered dead and the covenant would immediately become void. This cruel revelation left Aaron completely paralyzed with fear. Conversely, Callum remained extremely calm. He understood well that no one would be foolish enough to carry 10,000 gold coins into a dungeon, and this system was designed so that those who could not return had to pay the price. Seeing Callum nonchalantly tuck his wand into his hip, Aaron asked in surprise, "Did you know this beforehand?" Callum nodded in confirmation because high-value dungeon contracts all require payment at the village. The wolfkin Vatanen, hearing this, laughed loudly and said, "No wonder that stingy dwarf Jeekin agreed to the price of 9,500 gold coins so easily." The jab made veins pop on Jeekin's forehead in anger, and he loudly protested that he was just managing finances responsibly. Vatanen patted the dwarf on the shoulder and turned to encourage Callum to try his best to survive and make it out, saying his talent would be a waste if he died here, and didn't forget to joke, "Remember to come back and pick that dwarf's pockets." When Emma suggested the group set off, Callum unexpectedly called them to stop. He pointed to the backpack he was carrying on his shoulder and declared that it belonged to a member of their group, specifically Avison. This sudden information left all three adventurers completely stunned. The dwarf Jeekin tremblingly turned back, shouting in shock, What did you just say?" Callum calmly explained that they hadn't found Avison's body. This backpack was just something they had picked up from another slave after a battle. This revelation left the nun Emma and the beastkin Vatanen. I was absolutely stunned, finding such a coincidence impossible to believe that it could actually happen. Jeekin squinted at Callum, asking what he wanted in exchange for returning the backpack, contrary to what the group had expected. Callum calmly replied that he simply wanted to return the pack, naturally excluding the personal belongings of the deceased. The sudden generosity of a slave mage left the dwarf completely shocked, as he hadn't asked for any ransom. "All right, if you're handing over Avison's things, we'll give you all our stored rations. They're just a burden to us now anyway." Callum accepted the bag of rations, then wondered if the whole group didn't want to head back just yet. Jeekin explained that it would take them quite a while to go out and buy a resurrection scroll for Avison. However, Emma immediately reached into her pocket. She pulled out a scroll and smiled, saying she had brought one with her. Emma then explained that in the past, Avacyn had died once before, and they had needed to use one. This revelation made Callum break into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that this guy, Avacyn, would probably be better off retiring from dungeon diving. Witnessing Callum's keen insight and superior abilities, the dwarf Jeekin didn't hold back his praise, admitting he was 100 times better than Avacyn. Vartanen enthusiastically agreed, saying their group should have recruited Callum from the very beginning, as the party prepared to step through the teleportation gate to leave. Just then, Erin, who was standing behind them, suddenly hesitated and raised her hand. She looked at the adventurers and abruptly asked a question that left everyone frozen. "Then could you guys take Callum back with you?" Her question stunned even Callum, who turned back and asked, "What did you say?" Erin hurriedly explained that according to the rules, as long as one member of the original party returned to the village, the contract was considered fulfilled, because by definition, neither side had been completely wiped out. Erin continued to persuade the adventurers that by doing this, Callum could receive 9,500 gold coins, officially become a free man, and join their party. With the remaining money, he could even upgrade his equipment. Hearing this, Emma immediately pointed at Erin and loudly asked, "Hey Erin, what about you? Even a mage as strong as Callum would have a hard time surviving alone in this dungeon. You won't last even a single day." Erin lowered her head in silence, her hands trembling as she gripped her wooden bow. She choked up, admitting she knew full well she wouldn't be able to find any other exit. "Callum, please don't stay, just because of me." The horrific memories of the brutal goblins and the aggressive bald bandit flashed through Erin's mind once more. She knew that without Callum, she would have died a long time ago. It was his protection that had kept her alive until now. Erin burst into tears, the teardrops rolling down her cheeks as she choked out a final farewell. "Thank you for coming, Callum. I will never forget you. Live well for the both of us." Looking at the elf girl sobbing uncontrollably, the dwarf Vartanen called out to her softly. He sighed with regret and turned to both of them, explaining that usually recruiting members from another party right inside the dungeon was considered extremely rude. Vartanen bowed, honestly apologizing, because while in the exit room he only thought of the two of them as criminal slaves who could be used to defeat the boss without ever thinking about what would happen afterward. But now things were different. He wanted to treat both of them as true comrades. Vartanen officially made an offer. If Callum agreed to join their group, they would give him 25% of the profits and pay the 9,500 gold coins immediately. This incredibly generous offer left Callum deep in thought. Just then, Erin suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Callum's hand, choking back tears. She urged him to agree to join their group and leave. She insisted that she would take care of herself, and she didn't want him to lose his life because of her. Just as Erin was pleading with him to part ways on good terms, a familiar system notification chime suddenly rang out. The Hourglass Expansion Opportunity Notification Board appeared before Callum. If he decided to stay by Erin's side right now, her trust in him would reach an absolute maximum of 100%. If he could keep Erin's trust above 80%, he could give her direct orders during his own turn, and she would willingly carry out those commands as soon as the turn ended. Callum realized that the mechanics here were perfectly identical to the game he used to play, where special skills would be upgraded in various directions, depending on how one leveled up. And this time, it was the ability to issue commands to party members. He quickly analyzed how the new skill worked. If he gave a command during his turn, Erin would immediately take action as soon as the turn ended. Of course, he couldn't give unreasonable orders that exceeded her physical limits. Only simple actions, for example, ordering Erin to drop your shield and shoot that spider. In that case, Erin would immediately discard her wooden shield to draw her bow and shoot the target. Callum calculated that issuing a simple command like that during his turn would probably only cost about 1 action point. Callum quickly analyzed the benefits of the new skill. Jeekin's adventurer party were stubborn and hard to manage, but Erin was different. She would immediately act according to his orders. Just by spending 1 action point, he could change the tide of the entire battle. This made Callum extremely pleased. This is a good one. Cutting through his train of thought, the dwarf impatiently asked, "So Callum, what do you think?" Under the pressure, Callum told himself to think it over a bit more. At that very moment, the system bell rang, triggering his turn while the hourglass remained frozen. Faced with 2 choices, Callum was tense, wondering which decision would bring the greatest benefit, as he couldn't predict what kind of butterfly effect might occur. Based on this decision, I had to be extremely careful. Callum began to weigh two options thoroughly. If he chose to stay by Aaron's side, he could upgrade the hourglass and keep a talented archer with him. Conversely, if he left the dungeon right now with Zekin's group, not only would he escape slavery, but he would also instantly gain a large sum of money and a team of adventurers, experienced enough to accompany him once the time stop effect ended. Callum opened his eyes with a resolute gaze to make his final choice. He suddenly reached out, gripped Aaron's wrist, and firmly declared to the adventurer party, "I appreciate your invitation, but my answer remains unchanged. I will leave this place with Aaron as originally planned. You three should go through the portal." This decision left Aaron completely stunned. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at him. The dwarf Zekin also couldn't believe his ears, eyes widening as he asked back, "Are you serious?" Callum coldly affirmed, "Yes, I'm serious." He told himself that even if this were just a game, he would still make this choice. Callum reasoned that investing in Aaron was a smart move for the future, and in truth he wasn't cold-hearted enough to abandon her. Hearing his decision, Aaron frantically shouted, "Callum, are you crazy? Why not just leave?" Exhausted from the battle. Callum mildly snapped at her to be quiet because he was very stressed. He silently thought that coldly abandoning others would only weigh on his own conscience. Solving problems together was still better. Just then the wolf beastman Vartanen stepped forward, touched and sobbing with tears and snot running down his face, moved by Callum's integrity. He yelled, praising him, "Hey rookie, you're really something else. I'm the one who's a newbie here." Seeing Callum's noble decision, the priestess Emma was also impressed, thinking that the Magic Academy this time had truly recruited an exceptional talent, making her even more eager to recruit him to her side. However, she quickly brought them both back to reality, reminding them that they still had to deal with the boss at the back gate themselves if they wanted to find their own way out. Realizing the value of the monster's corpse, Callum offered to buy it, deducting 1,300 gold coins directly from their 9,500 gold coin debt. Zekin immediately showed his business side, haggling up to 1,500 gold coins before agreeing. After Callum nodded and accepted the deal, the dwarf Zekin turned to ask for Aaron's name. While the elf girl was still hesitating and flustered, the dwarf teased her playfully, calling her a pretty lady. Caught off guard by the teasing, Aaron blushed and loudly corrected him that her name was Aaron. But Zekin just winked mischievously, asserting that the sincerity she showed earlier was much cooler than Callum's 4 consecutive fireballs. Zekin generously pulled out a few health potions. I gave them to Aaron as a boost, not forgetting to add the message, "Pretty lady, use them well." The beastman Vartanen standing nearby also excitedly promised to treat Callum to a drink when they met in the village, causing Callum to happily demand 2 drinks instead. Seeing the adventurer group preparing to leave, Aaron was still disgruntled and frustrated, demanding Zekin call her by her proper name instead of that teasing nickname. At this moment, the priestess Emma gently instructed the two that once they reached the village, they should look for her at the Nathaniel Temple to receive the remaining 8,000 gold coins in compensation. Before stepping through the teleportation gate, Emma raised her hand to cast a blessing spell, praying that Saint Nathaniel would protect and bring peace to both of them on the journey ahead. A warm glow enveloped their bodies, making Aaron extremely touched. As for Callum, he quickly identified the familiar effect from the game, knowing this blessing would increase all attributes by 1 point for 12 hours, while also making them completely immune to curses and debuffs. When the blue teleportation gate was ready, the adventurer group waved goodbye. The dwarf Zekin didn't forget to turn back and shout, reminding the two to remember his name was Zekin, then walked through the gate with his teammates back to the village, leaving Callum and Aaron to continue their survival journey in the dark dungeon. Vartanen held up a grade E magic stone and said goodbye. Using a magic stone at the teleportation gate counts as one person having cleared it, helping to activate the next gate in the dungeon faster. Activating the teleportation gate, which turned red, the dwarf Vartanen turned back to advise Callum, "If you survive and return to the village, look for me at the Adventurers Guild. My name is Vartanen. I'm sure you'll come back. I'll be waiting." As soon as the adventurer group disappeared with the teleportation gate, the dungeon space returned to its dark, silent state. Aaron collapsed to the ground, sobbing. She asked timidly, "Why did you do that?" "Now that there are only the two of us, how can we possibly pass the exit gate?" She trembled in despair, thinking that the hope of survival was too slim. However, Callum, standing behind her, only smiled slightly with confidence, telling himself that he understood this game too well. Every scenario and path was firmly under his control. Callum stepped forward and placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder to reassure her. "Aaron, don't cry. We can totally do this. Looking at her with red, determined eyes, he said that. First, let's pull out that spider fang. Aaron nodded blankly in agreement. Immediately, the system rang out with a notification that Aaron's trust level toward Calum had reached 100%. It also unlocked the feature allowing him to directly command her during his turn. Aaron drew her dagger and moved toward the giant, venomous spider's carcass. As she began to carve the monster, she said decisively, Calum, it's not that I don't want to do anything, really. I'm ready to do whatever you say no matter what it is. You can even use me as a shield. I wouldn't mind, but wouldn't it be faster if we gathered the materials together? Calum calmly walked over and replied, Aaron, trust me. Everything has a reason. You just need to focus on pulling out the fang. Hearing this, Aaron firmly obeyed, understood. Standing with her arms crossed, watching, Calum thought to himself that he really wanted to help, but the success rate of gathering items was directly proportional to the dexterity stat. On this point, no one could surpass a true elf like Aaron. Looking at the stat board, Calum realized Aaron's dexterity stat was 2 while his was around 0. He thought to himself that she was 2 points higher than him while he had nothing. This fact left even Aaron surprised, asking herself, oh, am I that dexterous? Crossing his arms to think, Calum knew he needed to study the skill expansion system more thoroughly to strategize for the next battles. At this moment, the system notification indicated that Aaron's loyalty had reached an absolute 100%, meaning Calum could now issue direct orders to her during his turn, and she would voluntarily carry them out once the turn ended. However, the system also warned that tasks which were too difficult or went against Aaron's nature would be very hard to execute. Calum pondered to himself, difficult or against her nature, huh? I immediately imagined test scenarios. If he ordered Aaron to deal with the dwarf, she would kick him a few times without hesitation, shouting, get a move on, you short-legged runt! Or for an even more impossible command, like firing 10 arrows while spinning 3 times, she would still try to spin, creating a whirlwind of arrows. Calum quickly realized he could guess which types of commands wouldn't be effective, but he still needed practical testing to know her exact limits and capabilities. Cutting off his train of thought, Aaron had finished gathering materials from the venomous spider's carcass and cheered happily, oh, I've pulled them all out. Seeing this, Calum picked up his backpack and softly replied, great, let's go. As they moved through the gloomy corridors, Aaron busily crafted weapons while walking, saying cheerfully, I'll make some poison-tipped arrows while we're on the move. I never knew I had a talent for this. Looking at the elf girl who had been crying miserably just a minute ago, now laughing and chattering it away, Calum could only smile helplessly. She was literally sobbing a minute ago, even though he knew they could face death at any moment in this brutal dungeon. But seeing Aaron holding her loot high with a radiant smile on her face, Calum felt a weight lift off his chest. He told himself, we could die at any moment, but I'm glad I get to see her smile. Calum guided Aaron on how to craft a new type of weapon from the loot they had just collected. By combining the venom fangs with the elf arrows, you can create poison arrows. Aaron, help me with this part, will you? Receiving the fangs from Calum, Aaron hesitated slightly, looking worried. Yes, but Calum, even if you make new arrows for me, I'm not sure they'll really be useful in battle. Calum immediately explained so she could understand better. The reason I couldn't deal damage was because of my equipment. An archer's gear is extremely important. While we haven't found a better bow yet, we should at least use good arrows. He analyzed privately, knowing that crafting a good bow right now was too difficult, but arrows were completely feasible. If we combine materials to craft and use special arrows, then even with a crappy bow, Aaron can still unleash her maximum power. Anyway, I'm counting on you, Aaron. Hearing this, Aaron attentively started assembling them. Calum stood by and calculated, in the game, the success rate of combining items is proportional to the dexterity stat. Since Aaron's current dexterity was still quite low, he didn't expect too much from this attempt. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Aaron held up 2 completed poison arrows before him and asked innocently, like this. Her swiftness left Calum completely stunned, and he could only blurt out in surprise, hey, how did you do that? Aaron replied nonchalantly, I just poked them in slowly and they stuck. Her breezy response made Calum break into a cold sweat. He knew well that while it sounded easy if you messed up the force applied by even a fraction, the poison sac would explode instantly and the crafter would lose their life. Looking at the attribute panel of the completed poison arrow, Calum couldn't help but be amazed. The physical damage was 79, but the poison damage reached 60 to 68, along with the ability to create toxic gas and inflict a poisoned status. This terrifying power made Callum sigh, thinking it was too wasteful to use with her current trashy bow. He sternly warned her, "Don't use them until I say so. Just keep them safe. Now let's go," Aaron replied happily. "Okay." Then both continued deeper into the dungeon. As they walked through the dark hallway, Callum had a sudden idea to test the new extension skill of the hourglass. I immediately activated the special skill Time Stasis. The system displayed a countdown for his turn 60 seconds in a frozen state. Callum turned and ordered Aaron, who was witnessing this bizarre display. Callum just freezes, staring at her with such an awkward look that Aaron immediately snaps out of it, blushing furiously as she hangs her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I must have lost my mind." Callum silently figures out the mechanics of that last command. He turns his back to keep walking and says, "All right, let's keep moving." As the two walk between the cold stone walls, Callum tells himself he needs to find a way to break this tense atmosphere. He decides to activate the hourglass to freeze time during his turn. Callum sends the command, "Aaron, before we entered the labyrinth, tell me everything you know about me." The turn ends, time resumes, and as Callum casually opens his canteen to take a drink, Aaron suddenly turns back and says, "Now that I think about it, I remember hearing people talking when we were still on the slave ship that the reason you became a slave was because of murder, right?" Hearing the word murder, Callum jerks in surprise, choking on his water and spitting it out everywhere. Aaron asks with concern, "Are you okay?" He coughs a few times, wipes his mouth, and replies, "Yeah, I'm fine. What else?" Aaron continues, "At first I thought you were a very scary person, but I believed you had your own reasons." Callum looks at the trusting expression on the elf girl's face and can only give a wry smile, replying, "Yes, that's right. It was a disaster from the very beginning. He says I killed a teammate from the Fox tribe." Aaron stares confused and asks, "The Fox tribe," Callum explains that according to the game's lore, the Fox tribe are incredibly intelligent, possess powerful magic, and often use their alluring looks to enchant others. The moment she hears that, Aaron is suddenly overcome with jealousy. She clenches her fists, her eyes widening as she shouts excitedly, "She must have done something that deserved to die. The Callum I know would never do that." Without a good reason. Her blind, fanatic defense makes Callum break into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "That's a terrifyingly fanatic reaction. Sorry about that, Aaron." The two continue deep into the dark dungeon. Callum sighs slightly and continues saying that previously in the Labyrinth City in the Far East, he used to be a labyrinth explorer. As they walk, Aaron shares with Callum that the Magic Academy has a rule where they always assign one experienced person to every slave squad. Of the four, she feels incredibly lucky to have Callum with her. Hearing this, Callum realizes that his original body before his soul took over was the one who played the role of the carry. While walking, Aaron suddenly exclaims in surprise, having discovered another escape room just ahead. Callum can't help but be suspicious of finding a second exit so easily. This only makes him more worried. Approaching the gate, Aaron calls out to Callum in a panic when she spots a figure lying motionless against the stone wall. That pale, refined face belongs to no one else but Avison. Callum stares in shock at the soft light enveloping Avison's body, realizing it is the extremely expensive soul preservation magic of the nobility, which makes the dead look like they are just sleeping soundly. He tells himself this is the first time he's seen this luxury service that slaves wouldn't even dare to dream of. Callum secretly calculates that if he can bring Avison's body back to his family, he will surely receive a generous reward. However, his gaze quickly hardens when he notices that one of Avison's legs has completely vanished. He asks Aaron if she smells any rotting meat nearby. Aaron's pointed ears twitch, and she grimaces, confirming there is an extremely foul odor nearby. When Callum asks about a flapping sound, Aaron shakes her head confused, saying she doesn't hear anything. Callum immediately realizes something is wrong. If Avison were truly killed by the Black Hornet, as Jeekin's group said, that brutal predatory monster would never leave. When the delicious prey is still lying right there, he decides to head toward the source of the stench to check the situation, even though Aaron worriedly warns him that it's a dead end ahead with no way out. Callum persists in leading the way. Looking down into the empty room below, he points and says, "It's right here." Greeting their eyes is a giant black hornet larva pulsating and emitting a chilling blue light. Callum is horrified to realize that the real culprit here is just a larva. He is deeply puzzled as to why the adult hornet would disappear and leave its young behind like this. If it had been destroyed by another group of adventurers, there would have to be traces of a fierce battle nearby. Yet the room is completely quiet and intact. The strange appearance of this larva makes Callum suspicious of the real dangers hiding in the shadows, unless it encountered something even stronger. Otherwise, there's no way the strongest boss on the first floor of the labyrinth would just leave like this. Callum suddenly jumps, his red eyes narrowing as a terrifying thought flashes through his mind. Wait, could it be? He hurriedly turns to ask Erin if any adventurers have been reported missing on the first floor recently. Erin hesitates, recalling. She says that since she isn't an adventurer, she doesn't know for sure, but she vaguely heard about a thief with the nickname The Backstabber, who went missing. Hearing the name The Backstabber, Callum can't help but be suspicious. Erin adds that apparently he had single-handedly taken down the Black Hornet after his entire party had been defeated. Seeing Callum suddenly become contemplative, Erin curiously asks why he suddenly asked about that. By now, cold sweat is streaming down Callum's forehead. He curses under his breath because for a mage like him, an assassin or thief is the worst kind of hard counter. Erin worriedly steps closer to check on him. Callum asks her in a serious tone if she has ever heard of the concept of an occupied adventurer. The elf girl shakes her head confused, saying she has never heard of it. Callum explains that this is an extremely rare phenomenon in the labyrinth based on his knowledge from hundreds of game playthroughs. He knows there is only one specific instance where this entity appears as the final boss of the first floor, the state where an adventurer's soul has been taken by the master of the labyrinth. They are completely possessed and turned into mindless servants, suffering from a terrifying effect known as the madness. The scary part is that they can still use all their skills and magic from when they were alive, but with far greater power, making them a real headache to deal with. Callum sighed to himself. No wonder those two found the escape room so easily. It turns out the real boss had been replaced by something even more troublesome. He couldn't help but let out a frustrated groan. Hearing that, Erin was so terrified she started to cry, trembling as she asked if they were truly done for. Seeing the tears streaming down the elf's face, Callum realized he'd spoken too soon and worried his teammate. He quickly regained his composure to reassure her. He told her that even though the situation was a bit messy, they would definitely make it through. Seeing Erin hesitantly looking for confirmation, Callum gave a confident smile, raised his wand firmly and declared, "Of course I'm here, aren't I?" At a bustling tavern in the village, the dwarf Vertanen was excitedly recounting the recent battle to the owner, but the tavern keeper just let out a loud laugh. I thought the dwarf was bluffing, asking how on earth a mage could exist who could cast spells at super speed without even needing to chant. Just possessing one of those two talents is a once-in-a-hundred-year rarity. Seeing the man didn't believe him, Vertanen clicked his tongue in annoyance. The owner just chuckled, poured a beer until the foam overflowed, and slammed it down in front of Vertanen to celebrate him surviving. As he made it back, Vertanen looked confused, saying he hadn't ordered that drink. The tavern keeper teased him, asking if he'd just used non-chanting magic to summon his beer. Then he urged him to drink up to celebrate his safe return. Vertanen just sighed and downed it in one gulp. The owner then asked about Zeken's status. Vertanen assessed that while the kid lacked combat experience, his skills were pretty solid. The tavern keeper boastfully claimed that anyone he recommends is a promising talent, and with more experience, who knows, Zeken might just become a second assassin. Vertanen laughed loudly, thinking the owner was joking too much. The assassin was a legend on the first floor. Being able to handle two roles in a team on the second floor, Zeken currently couldn't compare to that level at all. The tavern keeper sighed with regret that such a legend had been taken down by the labyrinth. He secretly thought the real tragedy would be if any adventurer had to face the assassin, if he were ever turned into a boss. Just then, the tavern door was kicked open, followed by a loud call for Vertanen. A luxurious noble lady and a silver-haired young master walked in. "Looking majestic and grim?" the lady asked about her son Avison with a choked, frantic voice. Vertanen stood up and awkwardly confirmed that Avison had indeed met with disaster when he charged ahead, and was carried off by a black bee. The bad news shattered the lady. She broke down in tears, completely devastated, believing the adventurer party hadn't protected her son well enough. Seeing his mother in such pain, Clarence hurried to support her, reassuring her that Avison's soul might still be intact. He urged his mother to calm down and listen to what Vertanen had to say. I insisted that Avison's death wasn't anyone's fault, but the Burton family wouldn't let things end so foolishly. Clarence's eyes glowed with a powerful blue light as he asked about the plan to rescue Avison. Vertanen explained that the soul preservation charm could last for a week. So resurrection wouldn't be an issue, and they planned to set out in 2 or 3 days once the revival scroll was completed. Clarence then questioned how they planned to track down Avacyn's location in such a short amount of time. Virtanen pulled out Avacyn's ID card and said he would use it to cast a lost item tracking spell to follow his trail. Clarence asked in surprise how they even found the card. Virtanen revealed that a genius mage had found it for them. Hearing this, the tavern owner chimed in sarcastically about it being a slave mage with non-chanting and super speed capabilities. The owner's skepticism made Virtanen snap angrily. He insisted he was telling the truth. Clarence coldly cut off the argument, secretly shocked that such a high-level talent was just a slave. The lady hoped that very mage would be the one to bring her son's body back. Virtanen agreed that it was entirely possible, even though the boys' party only had 2 people. However, Clarence grew impatient hearing about a slave party of only 2 and turned to walk away. The mother called after them, promising a generous reward for anyone who could bring Avacyn's body back. Just then, a fierce lizard man barged in, arrogantly proposing that his party from the 3rd floor would take the job. If the price was right, he added, not forgetting to mock Virtanen. That insolent attitude instantly enraged Clarence, who turned around with a murderous gaze chilling the air. He ordered him to shut up. Clarence sternly reminded his mother that using money to solve problems would only attract useless trash. Amidst the mother's anxiety and helplessness, Clarence firmly declared he would personally accompany Virtanen into the dungeon. This decision made Virtanen extremely relieved, and he warmly welcomed the company of a mage, who was as powerful as him, a 5th-floor mage. Clarence looked ahead with a determined gaze, asserting that he would be the one to bring his brother back while secretly feeling intrigued, specifically by the genius mage Virtanen had just mentioned. At that same time, inside the dungeon, watching a poisonous spider larva wiggling by the fire, Calum spoke to Aaron in a serious tone. "Aaron, this isn't good. Forget it," he said. Aaron asked blankly, "Huh, forget what?" Calum explained that waiting for the dwarf party to return was impossible, and if they kept stalling here, this larva will starve to death within the next 2 days. Regardless, it's the offspring of a monster considered a boss on the 1st floor. Its distinct scent is currently helping both of them ward off other monsters nearby, but once that scent fades, the monsters will quickly realize and swarm them, so they must move immediately. Furthermore, in a way, this larva is also incredibly valuable. He analyzed that if the stalker is truly hiding in that escape room, then a party with the skill level of the 1st floor stands absolutely no chance of clearing it. Therefore, passively waiting for the escape room to reappear isn't a wise choice. The best move right now is for him and Aaron to take the initiative and personally take down the stalker to clear their own path out. He knows full well that this challenge will be difficult, but they aren't lacking the firepower to fight. Seeing Calum lost in thought, Aaron asks anxiously, "Calum, do you think we can beat the stalker?" Responding, Calum smirks confidently. "Yes, but it's going to be tough." Hearing his answer, Aaron immediately jumps to her feet and declares firmly, "Whatever you say, I'll do." He flashes a wicked grin and declares, "All right, then we're going to have to use some pretty brutal tactics. Get ready." Right after, a massive explosion erupts, scorching a corner of the gloomy stone hallway. The intense heat and loud blast catch the nearby goblins off guard. Before they even realize what's happening, they are struck by bolts of lightning and powerful magic, hitting them directly. Standing in the middle of the dark hallway with 2 glowing wands in his hands, Calum declares, "From now on, we're doing hellish training. We're going to hunt goblins like this." Looking at Calum's dark smile and glowing red eyes from up close, Aaron can only tremble and cry out of fear, stuttering, "Wait, what?" Hellish training officially begins. Calum and Aaron coordinate perfectly, sweeping through every corner of the dungeon. Calum repeatedly waves his wands, unleashing intense fire magic to incinerate the goblins, then quickly switches to lightning magic to shock the enemies behind him. Aaron also keeps drawing her bow, firing precise long-range shots to support him. They move continuously along the dark stone walls, wiping out all the monsters blocking their path with rapid-fire attacks. Calum analyzes that level 5 is the limit for the 1st floor of the maze. After defeating the poison spider, their levels have surpassed level 4 a bit. He calculates that if they train diligently for 2 days, reaching level 5 is completely feasible. This milestone is crucial, because it will help them unlock and develop new skills. After every battle, Calum kicks away low-quality magic stones, collecting only the most valuable ones, and discarding the rest. Their next target is to hunt goblin priests to find the most useful magic scrolls. Even though Aaron is panting with fatigue, she persists in following Callum's orders. He hurries after them and shouts, "Aaron, don't lose track." After a long day of relentless hunting, the two stop to set up camp by a warm fire to rest. Callum sits on a wooden crate holding a magic scroll he just harvested. He tells himself they are ready for the decisive battle. At this moment, Aaron lies exhausted on the ground, her eyes hazy, whispering that the poison spider larva's breathing has grown very weak, even weaker than hers. Callum mentions that the larva will surely die tomorrow because it has been starved for days. He suddenly gets the idea to use it as food for Avison, to maintain its soul preservation state. This extreme idea makes Aaron turn pale with worry. She reminds him that damaging a soul preservation vessel is a very serious crime. Callum apologizes briefly, noting the dire situation, then keeps busy preparing food by the fire, breathing a sigh of relief as he gathers everything necessary. Seeing him working, Aaron curiously approaches to ask what he's doing. He explains to Aaron that this is a crucial part of the plan to catch the stalker. Hearing this, Aaron is extremely excited and expectant. Late at night, as they prepare to rest, Aaron suggests swapping watch duty, but Callum firmly says he will sleep first. This instantly makes the atmosphere gloomy. Aaron stands looming in the shadows with red eyes full of malice, muttering, "Oh, Callum always has a reason, doesn't he?" Seeing the elf's scary expression, Callum breaks into a cold sweat. He hurriedly explains that if he doesn't sleep first, he can't level up to improve his skills and plan their combat strategy. Seeing Aaron's killing intent hasn't subsided, Callum concedes and promises to keep watch for another 30 minutes. Hearing that, Aaron immediately changes her attitude, happily thanking him and telling him to rest first. Watching Aaron's back as she stands guard with her bow, Callum thinks to himself that this girl has some truly scary sides. He tells her to wake him up in 2.5 hours, then closes his eyes and drifts off to sleep. As soon as Callum enters his resting state, the system notifies him that he has leveled up from 4 to 5. At the same time, Aaron also hits level 5, unlocking a notification that allows the selection of a new special skill. Standing before the large locked wooden gate, Callum firmly declares, "Now we're going into the escape room." However, looking at his current appearance, Aaron can only ask awkwardly, "But Callum, I don't mean anything by it, but are you really planning to fight the boss looking like that?" Callum is currently wearing a round, chubby-looking suit of armor. He calmly replies, "Don't doubt me. What you see isn't everything, Aaron. The fact that we will defeat the boss hasn't changed at all." Aaron stares at the bulky armor, speechless. I didn't mean that. I was just wondering if wearing that is really going to be useful." Callum confidently asserts, "Of course. The heartbeat eggshell is incredibly hard." Callum and Aaron cautiously step inside, carrying the oak barrel filled with magic water they prepared earlier. From the shadows, the stalker's figure gradually emerges. He slowly stands upright, his red hair disheveled, radiating killing intent. Callum immediately takes a stance, raising his wand, shouting a challenge. "Come on, you bastard! Facing the two!" The possessed adventurer looks up, revealing glowing red eyes and a crazed smile. Instantly, a whoosh sound tears through the air. The boss vanishes from his previous spot at terrifying speed. In the very moment of facing death, the familiar system bell rings, activating the time stasis state. Callum quickly analyzes the situation. He couldn't see him, but since the clock activated immediately, the enemy used a jumping ambush skill and is now right behind him. Just as he guessed, the red-haired assassin has closed the distance right behind his back with a blade pressed against his neck. Yet Callum remains surprisingly calm. I predicted this stalker's attack pattern and prepared a counter-strike beforehand. First, he unleashes 4 electric shocks. Utilizing the command feature, he immediately relays a thought to the elf girl behind him. Aaron, as soon as he's electrocuted and falls, water splashed onto him the moment the command was set. The system immediately displayed a notification: action points depleted, turn, ended, hourglass, cooldown initiated for 60 seconds. A powerful electric shock surged directly into the red-haired boss, causing him to convulse and groan in pain. Aaron immediately coordinated and lifted the wooden barrel. Then she dumped a massive amount of water, drenching the boss completely. Seeing his enemy soaked like a drowned rat, Callum pointed his wand forward confidently. "You're soaked now." The person attacking him decisively cast Ice Spike, but the red-haired assassin reacted incredibly fast, turning into an eerie shadow and using a movement skill. He dashed away to dodge the attack. Callum instantly recognized the opponent's technique. He used Shadow Leap. Callum quickly analyzed he's used up all his movement skills. So before the cooldown ended, he immediately used magic to lift the wooden barrel, filled it with magic crystal water, and shouted, "Aaron, blast it!" Aaron quickly drew her bow. Aiming straight at the barrel, hovering in midair, she released the arrow with precision. The wooden barrel was struck and shattered instantly, causing the magic crystal water inside to splash, spattering and drenching the boss once again, not missing a beat. Callum pointed his wand and shouted, "Ice spike!" A powerful freezing blast shot out instantly, icing over the entire puddle. Under the boss's feet and body, sharp ice thorns erupted, spreading across the floor and stone walls, pinning him firmly to the rock face. The red-haired boss was completely stopped in his tracks. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Callum smirked, provoking him. "The whole floor is frozen now. What are you going to do next?" He mentally calculated his opponent's next moves. He'll probably use silent step or wall walk. But before Callum could finish his thought, something suddenly flew over and shattered his protective eggshell armor. Witnessing that horrifying scene, Aaron panicked and shouted, Callum, are you okay?" "I'm fine. The eggshell saved me from injury." He broke into a cold sweat, stunned. "That's incredible. Using a ranged spell from that distance." Luckily, because the distance was quite far, the power of the attack was significantly reduced. But the red-haired boss didn't stop. He grinned sinisterly and quickly activated his next skill. Callum immediately realized invisibility is his next move, seeing his opponent vanish completely into thin air. Callum quickly shouted, "Aaron, locate the attacker." Receiving the order. The elf girl decisively replied, "Got it." Aaron's pointed ears twitched sharply, focusing all her hearing to sense the slightest vibration in the air. Instantly, she pointed toward the stone wall and yelled, "That way." Aaron pulled her bowstring tight, releasing an arrow that cut through the wind and flew straight into the dark void. The arrow struck its mark, forcing the invisible red-haired boss to materialize and roar in pain. Even after being hit, the assassin still agilely leaped backward, clinging to the high stone wall to defend himself, but while moving his hand accidentally brushed against an object on his side. Gammer's keen instincts helped Callum immediately spot the opening, a grenade on the boss's belt. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even though the clock was still on cooldown. The system board displayed 15 seconds left on the hourglass. A corner of Callum's mouth curled up confidently. "It's okay. This is the moment I've been waiting for." He decisively raised his wand to cast Ice Spike. A sharp blast of ice shot out, but his target wasn't the boss. Instead, it was the poisonous spider larva crying on the ground. The cold attack pierced through the larva. Callum smiled triumphantly. "I've leveled up. I was just waiting for this." He quickly pulled out a spell scroll from his belt, activated the special skill Punishment, and pointed his wand directly at the boss, preparing to finish the match the moment the spider larva was destroyed. The system immediately announced the activation of the special skill Punishment during Callum's turn. In the game, this is a special skill that restores 2 action points every time an enemy is defeated. Callum smiled smugly, because to prepare for this moment, he had to agree to share his food to raise and lure that larva all the way here. However, the biggest challenge now was the target, a small bomb the size of a ping-pong ball on the boss's side, located 10 meters away. Callum focused intensely, aiming his wand straight ahead. Praying for a precise shot, he then decisively shouted, "Electric shock." As his action points hit 0, his turn ended. A powerful surge of lightning shot out from Callum's wand. The intense electric shock made the boss scream in agony while simultaneously detonating the grenade on his side. A horrific explosion erupted. Smoke and fire engulfed the red-haired assassin under the eyes of the 2 spectators. The explosion was precise. Aaron cheered excitedly because they had successfully completed the first step of the plan. Callum was also secretly proud of his pinpoint accuracy. He immediately cut short the elf girl's joy and shouted, "Aaron, his location!" Aaron quickly focused her senses, then pointed forward, "There, over there." Without hesitation, Callum raised his wand and cast Ice Spike. Sharp ice pillars immediately rose from the ground, piercing straight through and pinning the red-haired boss too. The stone wall stuck in a frozen state. The attacker could only groan helplessly as he couldn't dodge. Realizing the decisive moment had arrived, Callum shouted the order, "Aaron, shoot now!" Aaron immediately drew an arrow tipped with spider venom she had prepared beforehand, pulled her bowstring, and released. The arrow whistled through the air at extreme speed, piercing right into the broken poison pouch on the boss. Seeing the arrow hit the mark, Callum breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "The level difference is no longer an issue. The broken poison pouch will release a massive amount of toxic gas." Just one breath of it and the opponent will die instantly. According to his calculations, the boss would lose 20 health per second and would collapse in just 20 more seconds. Watching the attacker writhing in the green toxic smoke, Callum coldly muttered, "Let's end it here." But just at the moment he thought he had won, a strange sudden transformation occurred, making his eyes widen in shock. All the toxic smoke around was suddenly blown away by a burst of intense firepower. Bursting from the attacker's chest, Callum panicked and cursed, knowing he shouldn't have hoped for luck. He immediately shouted an order for Aaron to move to Plan B. He gritted his teeth and blamed himself because the worst-case scenario had finally happened. The reason why adventurers possessed become the most dangerous nightmares in the dungeon is precisely because they can still activate and use all of their special skills while they are still alive. The fiery glow bursting from the attacker's chest was the clearest proof of that. Yet faced with this sudden turn of events, Callum remained astonishingly calm because everything was actually according to his plan. As a seasoned gamer, Callum always prepared a Plan B for the worst-case scenarios to gear up for this life-or-death battle. Continuing the previous thought, to prepare for this life-or-death battle, Callum and Aaron had a thorough discussion by the campfire beforehand. Back then, Callum had instructed the elf girl Aaron to fire a poison arrow first and see how the assailant would react. Aaron, a bit puzzled, asked, shouldn't we fire both at once to have a better chance of winning? Callum shook his head, explaining, the assailant rumored to have single-handedly taken down the black wasp on the first floor is highly suspicious. Even if he possesses agile movement and skills, no matter how masterful, he is facing a dangerous venom-spewing monster like that without getting poisoned even once is absolutely impossible. Callum asserted that the assailant had definitely been poisoned but hadn't died. So there's a problem, don't you think so? Aaron heard this and deduced, so you're saying the assailant can neutralize poison? Callum nodded in agreement but analyzed further. Because he's a thief, there's no way he can use magic to detoxify. Excluding the possibilities of using antidotes or support scrolls, the only remaining option is that he possesses a special skill to save his own life. Therefore, confirming whether the opponent has a way to neutralize poison is the top priority in our plan. Hearing this, Aaron panicked and whined, if he can neutralize the poison, are we toast then? Responding to her anxiety, Callum offered a confident half-smirk and replied firmly, no. If that happens, Plan B. Back to reality, the intense battle continued. The assailant, having broken through the poison mist, immediately activated a special skill called Adrenaline Burst. This overpowered skill allowed him to instantly recover 50 health points, reset the cooldown of a Tier 1 skill, and completely remove all negative status effects, including the spider's toxin. The red-haired assassin swung his dagger sword into the air and prepared to unleash a devastating counterattack aimed straight at the two of them the moment he activated his movement skill, closing in with terrifying speed. Callum instantly realized the situation was extremely dire. He panicked when the system board showed the hourglass still had 3 seconds of cooldown left. Seeing the enemy rushing forward, Aaron hurriedly drew her bow and shouted, "Can I fire yet?" But Callum immediately screamed to stop her, "No, not yet." I knew full well that with the movement skill currently active, the thief would easily dodge her arrow to carry out Plan B. Callum quickly jumped back to create distance from Aaron. The moment he landed, he firmly pointed his wand forward and shouted, "Electric shock!" However, the assailant was too agile. He easily swerved to dodge the bolt of lightning. He closed in on Callum in the blink of an eye, brutally pinning him onto the icy ground and knocking the wand from his hand. Callum could only scream in pain as he was completely controlled by his opponent. Pinning Callum tightly to the ground, the red-haired thief wore a crazed smile, raising his sharp dagger ready to stab down and finish him off. With all his might, Callum shouted for his teammate Aaron. Instantly, from the distant cliffside, Aaron let her arrow fly. It tore through the wind, heading straight for the thief to create an opening, forcing the assailant to get distracted and back off. Callum was temporarily freed from the grip. From afar, Aaron shouted his name anxiously. He clutched the bleeding wound on his chest, painfully muttering, "Damn it, that hurts like hell. I have to use the potion I got from the dwarves." But just as he brought the red potion to his lips, a hand snatched it away quick as a flash. The assailant, with the greedy nature of a thief, swiped the potion and gulped it all down. Callum was speechless, thinking to himself, even in this situation, that habit of snatching other people's stuff hasn't changed at all. After finishing the health potion, the thief grinned, sinisterly tossed the empty bottle to the ground and swung his dagger, charging straight in, intending to finish Callum once more, just at the crucial make-or-break moment. The system bell rang, activating the time stasis state. Your force. Callum smirked, looking smug. Too late, you bastard. Thanks for moving exactly according to my plan. He stood leisurely before the frozen thief and boasted, this is the plan B I prepared. He had calculated that the thief would survive thanks to the health potion he had just snatched. So Aaron could go all out and fire without worrying about him dying too quickly. As for himself, Callum drank another health potion to secure his life and then coldly declared, You can't kill me with just that dagger. He continued to use action points to activate the final defensive magic shield scroll. Callum signaled to the elf girl, Aaron, It's time, shoot this stubborn bastard, accompanied by a mocking farewell. Goodbye, you persistent jerk. Turn end. Time resumed. The thief's dagger stabbed hard into Callum's chest, but was immediately stopped by a blue glow accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Seeing the bewildered look on the thief's face, Callum sneered, Magic shield, don't you know about this, you scum? Thanks to the special scroll that nullifies up to 5 physical attacks under 100 damage. Callum was completely immune to the strike. He immediately lunged forward. He hugged the thief tightly to lock the target down and shouted, Aaron, now's the time. As soon as Callum locked the target and gave the signal, Aaron released her bowstring without hesitation. The arrow tore through the air. It slammed straight into the assailant's chest. Callum smiled triumphantly. How about that, a second dose of poison? The potent toxin took effect instantly, causing the assassin's face to distort, veins bulging in agony. Callum roared, Now the battle really begins. The explosion from the poison made the assailant scream in pain. He hurriedly drank a health potion to keep himself alive, but the assailant still struggled to stand, crazily charging forward to choke Callum. This bastard was putting in an astonishing amount of effort. He still swung his dagger, intending to land a decisive blow, but the very moment the blade was about to come down, he suddenly froze. His grip strength vanished. The dagger slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The assassin's eyes widened and he collapsed onto the cold ground. Callum breathed a sigh of relief. The bastard was finally dead, but then completely exhausted, he collapsed as well. Heal me, Callum wheezed. The elf girl hugged him, crying, We won. We have to get out of here together. She hurriedly poured a health potion into his mouth, but even though he drank it, the stinging pain from the poison still tortured Callum relentlessly. I knew that even if he drank all the remaining health potions, his calculations might still be off. He could still lose his life to the poison. Aaron cried and pleaded, You can't die, please drink this too. With no other choice, Callum had to risk it and drink more. Callum forced himself up and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I think I'm gonna make it. He turned to her with a smile and praised her. That final shot was spot on. Aaron was still sniffling anxiously, explaining, Actually, the terrain blocked my view, so I was really worried about whether it would hit or not. Callum smiled smugly. He knew full well that when firing from a lower position, the accuracy of long-range attacks dropped significantly, and the ambusher would have calculated that to dodge it. But everything had been within Callum's calculations. He had pre-selected a special level 5 skill for Aaron called Precision Barrage, which helps long-range attacks bypass all obstacles and fly straight to the target once the enemy's position is identified. I knew you'd hit it. Great shot, Aaron. Aaron sobbed, overwhelmed with emotion. Really? Oh, I'm so touched. Callum stood up decisively. All right. There are a few things we need to do before we leave, Aaron asked blankly. Huh? What do you mean? Callum looked toward the teleportation gate and asked, Our exit portal still has 2 spots left, right? Aaron was startled. Oh, that's right. Callum turned his gaze toward the bodies of the ambusher and Avison, who were lying motionless nearby. He muttered softly, Let those 2 go instead. At the tavern in the village, Clarence stopped by unexpectedly. Vartanen asked in surprise, What brings someone who doesn't even like alcohol here at this hour? Are you here to check on the progress of the resurrection scroll? Clarence crossed his arms, responding sternly, Since it's my younger brother's life at stake, I have to verify it myself to be sure. Vartanen reassured Clarence that the resurrection scroll would be finished later today, and they could set out for the dungeon at 5 in the morning. Clarence pondered deeply. He knew the soul maintenance spell on Avison didn't have much time left. If this attempt failed, then no matter how many scrolls they had, it would be useless, so he absolutely had to succeed. He couldn't allow any variables to occur. Just then, the tavern door was thrown open. The priestess Emma rushed in, holding a spell scroll high and shouting the news that she had brought the resurrection scroll. But more urgently, the whole group had to head to the dungeon right now. Emma breathlessly announced that the exit gate on the first floor had suddenly opened. This news left Vartanen and Zekan completely stunned. Zekan shouted, unable to believe his ears, while Clarence narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, "Are you certain it's the first floor gate?" Upon receiving Emma's confirmation, Zekan immediately dashed out, urging the group to go check it at once. Vartanen ran after them, teasing Zekan, "If the person who walks out is that rookie Callum, then the cheapskate dwarf is definitely going to cry his eyes out over all that reward money he's about to lose." Meanwhile, at the underground control room of the Dungeon Alliance, a female employee with glasses was listlessly guarding the swirling blue magic portal. She yawned in exhaustion, wondering why no one had come out yet. She kept grumbling about ridiculous rumors like mages who don't need incantations or who use superspeed casting. Just as she slumped down complaining about having to endure this boring job, the loud shouts of Clarence's group echoed from afar, asking if anyone had come out. Recognizing Clarence, the professor replied softly, "Oh, Clarence, I heard the news. You're here to see if Avison made it out right." Clarence bowed his head deep in thought, admitting he didn't dare to hope for too much. Just then a loud explosion rocked the room. The professor screamed in panic. "Something is coming out of the gate." To reassure Clarence, the professor whispered, "I hope everything is okay with your brother. Don't worry too much. Let's at least see who it is first." Her eyes fell upon a terrifying, rotting face. She trembled in horror. "What is this, that rotting face?" Immediately a corpse fell from the portal with a heavy thud. Seeing the state of the body, the adventurers Zekan, Vartanen, and Emma were left completely speechless in shock. Clarence rushed forward, painfully calling out his brother's name, "Avison." It didn't stop there. The portal continued to swirl and tossed out a second body. As they stepped closer to inspect it, the priestess Emma and the beastman Vartanen's eyes widened in astonishment. With a trembling voice, they identified the person as the ambusher. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the gatekeeper professor was completely bewildered. She broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, "Half the people coming through the gate are corpses. What exactly is going on here?" Looking at the assassin's body lying cold on the ground, Clarence couldn't help but be shaken. He broke into a cold sweat as a crazy hypothesis popped into his head. "Don't tell me those two actually managed to defeat the assassin." Clarence suddenly recalled the rumors about the slave mage accompanying Aaron, who was said to possess two extremely rare talents, superspeed casting and incantationless magic. "I heard it's a slave mage who doesn't need to chant." He remembered the dwarf Zekan shouting and insisting to the tavern owner, "Oh, for heaven's sake, why won't you believe it? I heard that a slave mage doesn't need to chant, and you remember how Zekan the dwarf shouted it at the tavern owner. Seriously, why can't you just believe it?" "I'm being serious." Clarence was stunned, wondering if that could really be the truth. Right at that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the teleportation gate once again, causing the dwarf Zekan to shout joyfully toward the gate. "Callum, is that you?" A figure stepped out of the gate's golden light. It was Aaron, the first to return safely. She smiled and greeted everyone. "Sorry, everyone, it's just me, Aaron, but Callum will be out soon." Her appearance excited the group of adventurers. Emma cheered happily. Vartanen enthusiastically welcomed the newcomer, and the dwarf Zekan smugly asserted that he had always believed in their abilities. Seeing everyone cheering, Aaron could only smile awkwardly, thinking to herself that Callum was actually the one who carried the whole load. Witnessing this scene, the gatekeeper professor was extremely astonished and stammered as she asked if Aaron was a slave from the Magic Academy. This left the elf girl confused, wondering what was wrong. The gatekeeper professor was completely frozen, her mind reeling from this shocking information. For a pair of adventurers to successfully take down an ambusher was already a miracle, let alone that they were just a group of slaves who had only been together for a few days with poor, tattered equipment. She couldn't fathom how they had pulled off the impossible. Right at that moment, the teleportation gate erupted with a fiery red light. Aaron cheered excitedly, signaling that Callum was stepping out. A hand reached out of the portal, and Callum slowly emerged with a heavy backpack on his shoulders. Vartanen excitedly pressed them, asking if they had really taken down the ambusher, while Emma was deeply moved and thanked Callum for bringing back Avison's body. Only the dwarf Zekan was observant enough to notice something wrong. He panicked and shouted when he saw a large bloodstain on Callum's chest. Facing everyone's concern, Callum kept a calm expression and softly replied, "I'm fine." He turned to look at the priestess Emma and whispered about the payment. "Priestess, we were promised 8,000 gold coins." But before he could finish, Callum's exhausted body completely collapsed. Aaron screamed in horror, frantically rushing over to catch him as he lost consciousness. The shock passed. The scene shifted to the majestic Nathaniel Cathedral. Callum slowly opened his eyes upon hearing a voice calling his name. He was startled to realize he was lying on a hospital bed. In the church's treatment room, sitting beside the bed, the priestess Emma gently explained that he had fainted right after stepping out of the portal, due to an overdose of recovery potions. Callum sat up, clutching his head, thinking to himself that he had risked his life drinking potions to survive without an antidote. He quickly turned to ask about his payment. Emma smiled and pointed toward the wooden table nearby, explaining that the pouch of money had been prepared and asked if he wanted to check it. Callum walked over and opened the pouch to check, then immediately frowned with suspicion. He asked why there were only 7,850 gold coins inside when the actual amount after deducting the fee should have been 8,000. Emma casually explained that she had taken the liberty of deducting 150 gold coins as a treatment fee for him. Callum grimaced in protest because he had never requested treatment, but Emma just smiled, saying that it was Aaron who had begged her to save him. The elf girl's meddling made Callum furious internally, calling her a fool. Emma then asked if he intended to go to the Magic Academy to claim his free citizenship. Then she curiously pressed him about what had actually happened to Avison and the ambusher in the dungeon. Emma said that Avison was currently being treated in the resurrection room to prepare for the resurrection process, while the ambusher's body had been sent straight to the morgue. When Callum asked if it was possible to resurrect the ambusher, Emma shook her head regretfully, explaining that his body had not been enchanted with soul preservation magic beforehand, so he could not be saved. Soul preservation magic was meant to tether the soul to the body upon death, maintaining the effect for a week while waiting for a resurrection scroll. But based on his expert gaming knowledge, Callum knew full well that there was a loophole in the ambusher's case. If the dungeon master had extracted his soul and kept it in a magic jar, one only needed to break into the sanctuary of souls to steal it back and resurrect him. People in this world thought it was impossible simply because they were completely unaware of that sanctuary's existence, a secret that Callum had only discovered when he reached the god-tier strategy level in the game. After packing his bags, Callum decisively walked out the door of the church to say goodbye to Emma and continue his journey. Emma smiled and waved him off, not forgetting to send her prayers that the blessings of the gods would always be with him and protect him on the road ahead. Callum and Aaron, together they found their way to the Magic Academy, a massive, magnificent, and splendid castle. As they walked up the stone steps, Aaron ran ahead, excitedly waving and asking Callum, "Are you feeling better?" Callum, carrying his large backpack behind her, gently replied. Then he held up the pouch containing thousands of gold coins he had just received, smiling confidently as he declared, "Then let's use this money to free us from this life of slavery." Hearing that Aaron was extremely excited, her eyes shining brightly. But just as the two of them stepped into the office, the academy administrator, after checking the ledger, coldly announced a bombshell after calculating Aaron did not meet the requirements to be released from her status as a slave. Callum himself was also incredibly stunned. He pressed, "What do you mean by that? We should have more than enough money." The immense disappointment caused Aaron beside him to completely collapse, her body wilting as if she had lost her soul. The administrator sitting behind the desk calmly explained the strict regulations of the academy. The price to be recognized as a free citizen was 3,000 gold coins, but based on the contribution level, Aaron's portion was only. Looking at the two of them standing frozen in front of the desk, the administrator sighed and gave a figure that was cruelly ridiculous: 2 gold coins. He stated it as a certainty so Aaron could not become a free citizen. Callum was extremely confused. He immediately spoke up, asking, "I don't understand, what exactly are the standards for calculation and distribution?" The evaluator nonchalantly picked up his wand and replied, "Explanations are tedious. I'll just show you, it'll be easier to understand." He explained that the scales of justice would measure the contribution level of each person during the expedition. Instantly, the magic scale manifested 2 nameplates, Callum and Aaron. The evaluator continued, following the testimony of the Viratanen group. That was Aaron's contribution level during the battle in the escape room. On the scale, Callum's side displayed a staggering 27,848 gold coins, while Aaron's showed a mere 2 gold coins, staring at the magic scale before him. Callum was stunned, thinking to himself that this was a type of magic he hadn't even seen in the game. Feeling it was unfair, he immediately spoke up to challenge it. "Isn't that contribution level a bit too low? Aaron was the one who crafted the weapon that defeated the ambusher. However, the evaluator just coldly retorted, "Does that have anything to do with the group's contract?" Viritanen's contract. Callum immediately explained their plan in detail. They had to obtain the poison arrows and get through the escape room. If Aaron didn't have the skill to process the fangs to create the poison, they wouldn't have proposed the contract in the first place. Hearing Callum defend her with all his heart, Aaron was moved to tears and softly called his name. The evaluator pondered for a moment and nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps, but then, the scales of justice glowed again and updated Aaron's contribution, dropping it to just 1 gold coin. The evaluator coldly declared, "Now let's begin calculating the entire journey. Your adventures." First, he suddenly raised his wand to activate a lie detection spell. A brilliant red light instantly erupted, engulfing them both. The system displayed that this was a magic that amplified the body's unconscious reactions when lying. The evaluator scratched his head, explaining, "This is standard procedure for assessments. Assessment of slaves. Please understand you might feel a little numb. Now place your bags on the table and honestly recount your journey." From beginning to end, both had to step up to the large desk. The evaluator said sternly, "I will begin the report now." Callum decisively placed his backpack, filled with items, onto the table. In his heart, he prayed with determination, "Please, Aaron, this time, let's escape this life of slavery." The total amount earned from selling magic stones and items collected from the ambusher reached 14,600 gold coins. This was a massive figure equivalent to the wealth a 4-person professional adventurer party would earn conquering the first floor of the dungeon. However, the big trouble lay in Aaron's share. The magic scale wobbled and stopped at 20% for the elf girl. The prize money earned from conquering the first floor of the dungeon. But the real trouble lies in how Aaron wants to split it. The magic scale wobbles before stopping at 20% for the elf girl. Specifically, Callum received 19,528 gold coins, while Aaron only got 2,925. The evaluator coldly declared that even though he had tried to raise her contribution level as much as possible, Aaron's total still couldn't reach the 3,000 gold coin minimum to redeem her freedom. Callum gritted his teeth, feeling helpless, realizing that despite his careful calculations, he was still just a bit short of helping his comrade become free. Aaron looked on in shock at the 2,925 gold coins displayed. She completely collapsed and lowered her head in silence. Seeing this, the evaluator asked if she felt disappointed. He scratched his head, explaining that on average a slave could only earn a maximum of 500 gold coins in the dungeon, and that was assuming they were lucky enough to survive the death rate, which was as high as 90%. The evaluator looked at Aaron with sharp, brutal eyes, asserting that the fact she was still alive and had such a large income was absolutely not because she was talented. It was all just because she had been lucky enough to stick with Callum and try to keep up with his level. The evaluator continued to point out that in reality, all Aaron had done throughout the journey was shoot 2 poison arrows according to instructions. Her role was completely mediocre, and anyone could have easily replaced her, as long as they followed Callum's orders. He tapped the table forcefully, activating the lie detection magic, which emitted a pressure-filled red light, demanding to know if she wanted to object to this distribution ratio, and ordered her to answer immediately. Under the suffocating pressure, Aaron could only bow her head and accept this cruel decision. Witnessing that unfairness, Callum, standing next to her, trembled with indignation and challenged the evaluator, asking if it was necessary to say such hurtful words. The evaluator. Jacob looked at him with icy eyes and warned, "Callum, if you're thinking about helping her, don't. Bringing criminals as slaves into the dungeon is our punishment." Jacob continued, asking Callum, "Do you intend to use your share of the gold to buy the rights to free citizenship?" Looking at the attribute board, displaying their money, Aaron only had 2,925 gold coins, while Callum possessed 19,528. Aaron bowed her head, sadly clutching her small coin pouch. Callum didn't hesitate and answered, "Yes." Immediately, Jacob used his wand to activate a spell, firing a blue lightning bolt. The system instantly deducted 3,000 gold coins from Callum's account. The shackles around Callum's neck shattered in the soft blue glow, officially freeing him from a life of slavery. Jacob spoke up, "Congratulations, you have become a free citizen. The assessment ends here." The large wooden door opened. Callum and Aaron stepped out together, but as soon as they did, a guard's voice sounded coldly, "The slave will be escorted back to the dungeon." Before she could react, Aaron was roughly grabbed by the shoulder from behind by a guard. The guard dragged Aaron away and nonchalantly said, "She's good at archery. She'll sell for a good price at the Adventurers Guild." As she was taken away, Aaron painfully turned her head and cried out, "Callum, Callum!" Callum watched her retreating figure with eyes burning red with determination, silently resolving, "I will find you there next." Just as he was about to leave, Jacob called him back. "Important note. I have a question. Have you ever thought about enrolling in the Magic Academy?" Callum turned around, surprised. "The Magic Academy." Jacob smiled benevolently, opening his arms in invitation. "We can't afford to lose a mage who has the ability to cast without chanting. And you can cast spells at lightning speed too. If you sign up, we'll give you full support in every way." Seeing Jacob's eager, oily smile, Callum thinks to himself, "So that's how it is. They've changed their tune. Since he's now a free citizen, and so many mages have died in the dungeon outbreaks, they can't afford to let him leave." Calmly, he cuts straight to the point. "If I sign up, what are the benefits?" Meanwhile, Jacob rubs his chin deep in thought, calculating the potential of Callum's magic. Suddenly, a powerful, commanding voice rings out from the doorway. "Jacob, is this the kid from that ridiculous rumor?" The office door slams open, revealing an imposing figure. Jacob jumps, flustered, and stammers, "Professor Malini, sir, what are you doing here?" Professor Malini's sudden arrival sends the tension in the room skyrocketing. The professor exclaims loudly, "A genius mage with the ability to cast magic without incantations and at hyperspeed. I have to see this with my own eyes." Behind him, his assistant sighs, exhaustedly tired of constantly having to chase after such an eccentric professor. Callum steps forward, calm and composed, and bows. "Hello, my name is Callum." The professor stares straight at him, looking very pleased. "Ha! I like your gaze, kid. Forget all those recruiting brochures, they're meaningless." His tone turns serious. "You may have just become a free citizen, but let me ask you this. What do you think is the true responsibility of a mage?" Faced with the tricky question, Callum muses silently, developing new spells, or maybe destroying dungeon monsters. But Professor Malini immediately shoots him down. Wrong. There is a much loftier goal: to eradicate the possessed invaders from another world. This earth-shattering reveal leaves Callum completely frozen. His crimson eyes narrow in shock. Professor Malini continues his explanation. "The dungeon outbreaks have been causing severe destruction for a long, long time. It took us years to track down the root cause to put an end to them," he explains, referring to their investigations into monster movements and the timing of the outbreaks. "The Academy has finally discovered the single cause behind all this catastrophe. It is the appearance of tens of thousands of possessed who have silently slipped into this world. And what's more terrifying, if these aliens don't return to the dungeon within 2 weeks, a catastrophic explosion is automatically triggered to wipe them out." Professor Malini says through gritted teeth, "We still don't know why, but regardless, for the sake of peace, they must be eliminated." Hearing this, cold sweat pours down Callum's forehead. He bitterly realizes that even after escaping life as a slave, he won't be able to find a peaceful life. Just then, Professor Malini suddenly flips through Callum's old file. "According to your records, you were an adventurer in the eastern city of Gunam, and you were tried and convicted for murdering your comrade, right? And your defense was that she had been possessed by someone from another world." This information shocks Callum to his core. He thinks, wait, so the teammate this body killed was actually a possessed intruder, thinking he has found a kindred spirit. Professor Malini laughs excitedly. "Sounds like a perfect match to me. No more beating around the bush, join my anti-possessed squad." Then, half joking, half serious, he drops the ultimate question. "You're not one of the possessed yourself, are you?" Ha, ha, ha! Faced with that sudden question, Callum can only stay silent, sweating bullets. His silence makes the professor pause, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. "Why so quiet, huh?" Callum trembles, feeling lucky. He managed to keep his mouth shut instead of trying to explain himself, because right at this moment, under his feet, the magic circle, the lie detector, is still glowing a bright red, and he is still completely under its influence. Seeing his suspicious silence, Professor Malini squints, staring at him with a sinister look. "Why are you being so quiet, Callum? Strange, isn't it?" That wasn't a hard question to answer. Inside, Callum is in total turmoil. He blames himself for being too reckless. After escaping the maze, he should have researched this world more thoroughly before coming here. Now he has no idea what to do, how to escape this dire situation. Callum is under extreme pressure, desperately trying to find a way to answer the professor's lethal question without triggering the lie-detecting magic circle right in front of him. Professor Malini begins to grind his teeth, wondering if Callum is also a possessed individual from another world. Just as the tension reaches its breaking point, a knock at the door breaks the silence. The door opens and Clarence enters, greeting the professor. He steps in to help Callum out. "Professor, he's probably just disoriented from having just come out of the maze. Isn't it a bit too early to recruit him?" Professor Malini immediately turns back and snaps, "Clarence, aren't you supposed to be a busy farmer harvesting crops? What's more, your appearance here is—" Clarence walks in calmly and reveals that Professor Isalok has also had his eye on Callum, asserting that the Magic Academy would never ignore such exceptional talent. Looking toward Callum, he continues, "And if he has the ability to cast spells without incantations and possesses such terrifying speed, wouldn't he be better suited for dungeon exploration than destroying the possessed?" The remark hits a nerve, making Professor Malini furious as veins pop out on his face. He glares at Clarence with pure hatred while Callum stands by silently watching the confrontation between the two. Clarence turned to Callum with a friendly smile, advising him not to feel pressured to decide right away since he was now a free citizen, and suggested he at least hear out an invitation from Professor Isalop's Dungeon Exploration Club. Walking through the Academy's sunlit hallway, Callum breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of how he'd nearly lost his life just moments after exiting the dungeon, and realized how incredibly lucky he was to have escaped just in time. But then a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his crimson eyes to narrow in shock. Callum realized there was a fatal loophole if a type of magic that could detect lies so easily actually existed in this world. Then identifying who was possessed should have been extremely simple. You would just need to cast a spell to find out immediately. Why go through all the trouble of asking such roundabout questions? Callum wondered to himself, recalling Professor Malini's probing joke earlier, and realized that the lie detection magic must certainly have some kind of limitation. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have needed to use words to try and test him like that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, kicking himself for being so careless and letting himself fall into such a dangerous situation. Fortunately, as he walked with Clarence down the hallway, the lie detection magic spell beneath his feet was finally lifted, and Clarence then turned to him and spoke politely. "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Clarence, a student nearing graduation, and also the older brother of Abison, the one you rescued. Thanks to you, we were able to find my younger brother's body so easily. Thank you truly," Callum replied softly. "Ah, well, thanks to that, I've become a free citizen." Clarence quietly explained their silence. "We've been silent the whole way here. Please forgive my lack of courtesy. I just thought it was rude to talk while that magic was still in effect." Hearing this, Callum looked surprised, and Clarence nodded, confirming that most people considered lie detection magic to be incredibly rude, which is why it was forbidden from being used casually, and lately had only been permitted for use during slave evaluations. Hearing this, Callum immediately understood the problem. He thought to himself, so this magic really does have limits, and that old man Malini intentionally chose the moment I was still a slave to grill me. Clarence continued speaking on behalf of Professor Malini. "I apologize for his rudeness just now." He also revealed that not everyone at the Academy looked down on those possessed by souls from other worlds, raising his hand to explain the three factions currently existing at the Academy. The first faction is Professor Malini's faction, whose extremist goal is to eradicate the possessed entirely. The second is Professor Isalop's faction, those who support assisting and cooperating with them to explore the dungeon together. And finally, there is Professor Downstream's faction, those who believe that those possessed by souls from other worlds deserve to be worshipped. Clarence explained that Professor Downstream was an expert in ancient texts and archaic magic. According to his research, the possessed are actually locked in a life-and-death struggle with the dungeon master, and they use the very dungeon entrances as bases to fight, because the dungeon master has the ability to capture human souls and drive them into a state of madness, meaning ordinary people are completely unable to resist them. The only exception is a mage who can withstand that madness. And Professor Downstream believes that this special mage is among those who are possessed. Clarence then continued to explain an ancient mysterious concept. Relating to a legendary class of mages known as turn-based mages, he noted that according to records, the one who possesses this ability can freeze the entire physical world and carry out every action solely using their own willpower. Clarence couldn't help but muse, what the hell is a turn-based mage anyway? Because it was just a scribbled, confusing line in an ancient text. He smirked, assuming that the faction studying this theory probably had at most 3 people in it. Hearing this, Callum, who was walking behind Clarence down the stairs, wondered, "Why do you even call it a faction?" Clarence immediately explained that it existed only in name due to one stubborn elderly professor, leading Callum in front of a large wooden door. Clarence politely said, "My professor is waiting. This way, please come in." The door slowly opened, welcoming Callum into a spacious office, filled with massive bookshelves. Professor Isolop walked over warmly, introducing his club, which specialized in investigating and researching strange phenomena within the dungeon, from secret rooms to the ecosystem and the monsters. He emphasized that their current goal was to focus on possessed explorers, rather than those possessed by beings from other worlds. Professor Isolop further explained that entities like the assassin were not exactly alive now, but they weren't dead either. I theorized that their souls hadn't disappeared but had been captured and imprisoned somewhere, deep within the dungeon. Listening to these words, Callum broke into a cold sweat, shocked to realize that even a learned professor like Isolop had absolutely no knowledge of the existence of the spirit sanctuary. Sitting at the tea table, Professor Isolop excitedly expressed his gratitude that Callum had brought the assassin's body out, giving him a wonderful opportunity to track the soul's trail to prove his hypothesis. Appreciating the young man's abilities, he affirmed that Callum would be an incredibly effective assistant for the club. Professor Isolop looked straight at Callum, smiled, and extended an official invitation. "Are you interested in joining?" For Callum, the task of searching for the assassin's soul was actually too easy, because he had done this countless times while playing games. The corner of his mouth curled up confidently. He calculated silently that if he joined, he might even have the chance to recruit other possessed explorers as powerful teammates for himself later on, even if it wasn't yet clear if the mechanics of the real world would allow for that. Furthermore, registering at the academy would be a passport to enter and exit the labyrinth more frequently and legally. Weighing his options, Callum told himself it was best to stay away from the extremist old man Malini. As for Professor Downstream, that excessive devotion of his felt a bit eccentric. He realized that joining Professor Isolop's club was the best choice right now. Callum gave a slight nod in agreement. However, he bluntly made a suggestion. "During club activities, would it be okay if I formed my own group?" This sudden question caught Professor Isolop completely off guard. He fell silent for a moment, then laughed with amusement, as newcomers usually always tried to ask to join the seniors' groups to ensure safety in the dangerous labyrinth. Faced with Callum's confidence, Professor Isolop happily agreed, "Oh, permitted, just do as you please." Callum bowed his thanks and officially confirmed his membership in the club. That night, the teaching assistant led him to the academy dormitory, stopping in front of a large wooden door. She said calmly, "This is your room, Callum. You must be tired today. Get some rest." He softly thanked her and stepped inside. As soon as the door opened, Callum froze in astonishment. Before his eyes was a spacious room, luxurious beyond imagination, with a high-end red leather sofa, an exquisite wooden tea table, and a magnificent crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. He muttered to himself, stunned. The dorm at this school was even bigger and fancier than the apartment he had lived in his old world. To prepare for receiving his companion, Callum turned to ask the assistant, "Assistant, if I recruit group members, can they stay here too?" The teaching assistant, with a weary, sluggish expression, sighed and replied, "According to the rules, that's not allowed. But if everything followed the rules, I wouldn't have to work overtime, would I?" That implicitly permissive answer, given with a do-whatever-you-want attitude, made Callum secretly note that this assistant was exactly the type of person who loved being sarcastic. After she said goodbye and closed the door and left, Callum immediately dumped his heavy backpack and dirt-stained clothes onto the floor. He quickly prepared a hot bath and soaked in it comfortably to relax. Lying in the warm water, Callum began to recall the whirlwind of events that had happened to him in just one short day, from struggling with Aaron to find a way out of the labyrinth, dealing a life-or-death blow to a brutal backstabber, to completing a mission to regain his freedom and removing the slave collar. And now, he had become a student at a prestigious magic academy and joined Professor Isolop's club. Everything was happening so fast he couldn't help but marvel at it. Mentally planning his next steps, Callum told himself that the academy library was open 24/7, so he would take the opportunity to go there, to gather more information about this world. He tapped his finger, calculating, "Tomorrow I'll stop by the admissions office, then go pick up Aaron." Thinking of the elf girl, he breathed a sigh of relief and leaned his head back against the edge of the tub, feeling totally at ease. It felt like the new player tutorial had finally come to an end. A long, challenging road was still waiting for him ahead, but for Callum right now, the most important thing was simply to rest. As he stepped into the large lecture hall of the Magic Academy, the atmosphere was incredibly lively with the sound of chatter buzzing from the students. Sitting in a corner, Callum muttered, tiredly exhausted from having to study all night in the library. But I have to be ready. I can't be caught off guard like when I hit that lie detection spell again. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly spoke up behind him. Oh, you're the first-year student everyone is whispering about, right? Callum turned to see a long-haired, silver-haired elf mage walking over, smiling kindly. Very nice to meet you. The patriarch of the Magic Academy, Professor Downstream, stood on the podium before all the students and began the lecture. Memory is a spell to summon a memory book, a special type of ability granted through a contract with Wizard, the God of Wisdom. If you sign the contract the assistant handed out, each of you will be able to summon your own memory book. Finishing his sentence, he raised his wand and shouted, "Memory!" A primitive magic book instantly appeared, emitting a brilliant golden light in front of Professor Downstream. He declared loudly to the class, "Now summon your memory books and check how many slots you have available." Callum also quickly raised his wand and shouted, "Memory!" Immediately a blue magic book with a picture of an ancient tree appeared before him. The number of slots in the memory book would depend entirely on the user's level. Since Callum was currently at level 5, he opened the book to check and was satisfied, thinking to himself, 3 slots not bad. Professor Downstream continued to explain, "Students, the number of magic spells you can learn depends on the number of slots in your memory book. However, combining slots can also create new magic. The skeleton assistant over there will explain further. Sorry, my back hurts today." The professor's passing the buck made the assistant just sigh in frustration. She had thought the first lesson would be easy, but of course it was Professor Downstream. So exhausting, huh? She was forced to helplessly announce to the class, "All right, let's head to the magic training ground. Please follow me." Just as they stepped out to the training field, the bespectacled assistant began the practical lesson. She explained that the number of magic slots for each person would differ based on personal ability. By owning at least 2 spell slots, students could begin combining magic spells. For example, if you place 2 level 1 spells in 2 adjacent slots, the user can unlock a completely new level 2 spell. This combination process is called a magic barrier, and its greatest advantage is that it doesn't take up the space of regular spell slots. The assistant held her wand high, excitedly adding that they could even combine 3 spells at once. However, these triple barriers had extreme difficulty and a very low success rate. Yet if successful, the user would possess a destructive magic capable of dealing damage from all 3 elements simultaneously. To make it easier for the class to visualize, the assistant immediately focused massive magic power onto the tip of her wand, causing streams of fire, lightning, and water to flare up violently. Her eyes narrowed with power as she decisively shouted, "Triple element fusion!" A massive surge of magic shot forward. With a deafening boom, the practice stone was completely obliterated, turning the display into a legendary performance that left all the surrounding students in utter shock and awe. The teaching assistant smirked, looking smug as she asked, "How's that for a pro-level move?" A wave of excited cheering erupted instantly across the training grounds, though only Callum remained silent, observing with a deep, thoughtful look as the assistant encouraged the class, saying that with enough hard work, anyone could master this triple barrier technique. With that said, she unfurled a large scroll listing various Tier 1 spells for everyone to choose from, while also instructing them that they could find additional magic books at shops in town. To acquire the spells they desired, she reminded them not to hesitate to ask if they needed help. Immediately after, Callum stepped up to submit his selection. The moment she glanced at his paper, the assistant froze, stuttering. "Wait, you've already picked 3. You're seriously choosing that combination?" Callum calmly replied, "Is there a problem?" The assistant broke into a cold sweat, completely bewildered and unable to grasp the logic behind his bizarre choice. On the paper, the 3 Tier 1 spells Callum had selected were Dust Shot, Heat Wave, and the support spell, Humidity Control. The assistant was furious, veins popping on her forehead, and snapped, "It's your right to choose whatever you want, but with so many powerful options available, why pick these 3? And that third one is just a support spell. Humidity Control only slightly increases the moisture in the air. Who would even want to learn that?" Hearing the commotion, Professor Downstream walked over to check on the situation. The bespectacled assistant handed him Calum's selection sheet and complained indignantly that this combination was completely absurd. However, after glancing over it, Professor Downstream only gave a subtle, meaningful smile and calmly told her to let the boy experiment. To the assistant's confusion, he explained that curiosity and a research mindset are the most precious qualities of a mage, and the Academy always welcomes new methods of spell integration. He turned to look at Calum with a gentle gaze, wishing him luck and expressing his curiosity to see what the results would be. That night in the Academy dormitory, Calum had already bought the necessary spell books to imprint into his memory. Sitting on a plush sofa, he flipped open the magic book, ready to begin the spell-merging process. The first fusion occurred between Dust Shot and Heat Wave, creating a brand new Tier 2 spell called Dust Explosion. Watching the system notification confirm the success, Calum smirked. He knew perfectly well that Dust Shot and Heat Wave were weak bottom-tier spells sold cheaply in every shop, but when fused into Dust Explosion, its power was 10 times stronger than an ordinary fireball. Next, he combined Heat Wave with Humidity Control to create Heat Steam Disc, a special magic that caused fatigue and heat stroke. Finally, Calum performed a triple fusion of Heat Wave, Humidity Control, and Exhaustion to successfully unlock the Tier 2 spell Storm Cloud. Looking at his memory status board, which was now filled up, Calum smiled, recalling his days of grinding games in his old life, telling himself it had been a long time since he'd used this build. Ever since playing in God of War strategy mode, he had been particularly focused on Storm Cloud, a spell that summoned highly charged, electrified clouds, and he was extremely eager to test it out, combining it with the Hourglass ability to maximize its power. Calum decided that tomorrow he would go buy another wand to dual wield. With preparations complete, he stretched lazily and sighed, reminding himself to stop by the shrine early tomorrow and then swing by the shop to pick up new gear. Calum gave a faint smile to himself. It was time to visit his most important stop, the local Adventurers Guild. At the same time, in the dark, slave detention area, the cold sound of a latch clicking open echoed through the hall. A guard barked roughly, ordering Aaron to come out. The elf girl walked silently through the shadows, her heart heavy as she thought about the false label of criminal that had been pinned on her. The guard coldly urged her to move faster, informing her that someone had come to buy her, to prepare for the next dungeon expedition. Hearing the news that I was being sold off so quickly, Aaron couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering what kind of person her new master would be. Since most people here viewed slaves as nothing more than trash to be used, she followed the guard up the wooden stairs with heavy dragging footsteps, desperately wondering if she would be lucky enough to meet someone kind again, and whether she could even survive if she kept being dragged into that cruel, nightmarish maze. Standing before the door, the guard knocked and shoved her inside. Aaron trembled as she stepped in, filled with confusion and fear about her fate. But then, the moment she saw the familiar figure waiting inside, she froze, realizing it was Calum. The tears Aaron had been holding back for so long immediately burst forth. She choked out that she had missed him so much and suddenly lunged at him. The elf girl's sudden initiative made Calum jump in surprise, and he hurriedly told her not to scare him like that, Aaron. Only then did she blankly ask why he was here. Worried if something had gone wrong at the Magic Academy, Calum stood up and smiled, explaining that he couldn't just abandon a comrade he had once risked his life to save. Seeing Aaron still emotional, Calum firmly reached out his hand and declared he would help her become a free citizen. The two walked together along the bustling streets of the adventurer village, Aaron bowing her head shyly, reminding him that her ransom debt was still very high, but Calum nonchalantly replied that he knew that perfectly well. He looked at her and said there were currently 2 ways to make her a free citizen. First, Calum calculated receiving the recovery fee from the Avison family. When someone questioned, wasn't that already settled? Calum explained that they had only received an initial 100 gold coins. Avison's brother Clarence advised taking the rest later to ensure safety, because he understood that if they took it right now, before she was officially a free citizen, the Magic Academy had every right to confiscate that money. Although he knew it was a bit early, Calum decided to request a portion of the reward in advance, turning to tell Aaron that she would receive over 100 gold coins from that share. However, to ensure no one else came to buy her and snatch her away, Callum firmly declared to the slave manager, I will tentatively list her as a member of my party. Callum proposed that Aaron continue exploring the dungeon with him, and when they split the rewards after the expedition, she could use that money to buy her own freedom. The decision was entirely up to Aaron. To prepare, Callum pulled out a brand new bow and gave it to her as a gift. He secretly thought that if she agreed to join, everything would go according to the perfect script he had mapped out. But as her hand touched the new bow, Aaron suddenly hesitated. Seeing that reaction, Callum softly asked if she was still afraid, and told himself that if she truly wanted to leave, then it was best to let her go right now. But Aaron just timidly asked back if he would continue exploring the dungeon. Upon receiving Callum's firm, of course, Aaron bowed her head and confided that even though she knew she couldn't help much, she desperately wanted to keep accompanying him and become his true comrade. Her agreement made Callum incredibly relieved, and he chuckled to himself, admitting that he was actually very afraid she would reject him. Seeing Aaron excitedly cheering and wanting to do her best together, Callum smiled and said he had even just recruited another new member for the group. This sudden information made Aaron incredibly surprised and excited. She widened her eyes, cheered in admiration, and urged him to quickly introduce the new member. Looking at the joyful elf girl, Callum could only chuckle, telling himself not to be happy too soon. But then Aaron timidly asked Callum as they stood before the building, the massive dormitory of the Magic Academy. Are you sure you're letting me stay in the dorm? Callum nonchalantly confirmed, yes, there's a bedroom and a common room for you to use freely. Upon receiving that answer, the elf girl immediately put on her new gear and clothes. Skipping along happily, she thought to herself, new gear, new clothes, I couldn't be happier even if I have to pay the money back later. Standing before the luxurious dormitory room door, Aaron was filled with hope for a new life where she could sleep in a room as comfortable as a hotel and fight alongside Callum to clear the dungeon. But the moment she pushed the door open intending to soak in a warm bath to relax, Aaron completely froze. Before her eyes was the gray face and glowing, ghastly blue eyes of a red-haired zombie, its mouth hanging open in a threat. Aaron screamed in horror, terrified. Callum! From behind, he rushed over to hold her shoulders firmly to calm her down. Aaron, stay calm, the elf girl cried out, pointing at the terrifying creature. Stammering, she asked, why is this thing here? Callum smiled faintly, explaining that he had brought it back from the temple that morning after Professor Isolop gave him a special permit scroll called the Undead Summoning Scroll to revive the assassin who tried to ambush them as a zombie servant. The ambusher let out a low growl in its throat. Callum joked, he's saying hello. It seemed the ambusher was also very happy to see her. The story suddenly shifted to the ancient research documents of Professor Isolop, recording dark events regarding the horrific dungeon outbreak that occurred 12 years ago. According to the records, the catastrophe began in a dungeon city named Sohin. A sudden violent dungeon eruption broke out, releasing about 3,000 brutal monsters, spilling out from the abyss and causing extremely heavy losses in both life and property. Subsequent investigations revealed a shocking truth. The cause of this destructive eruption stemmed from a possessed person from another world named Henry, who was hiding in the southern slums of Sohin City at the time. Despite fighting back madly, Henry was eventually discovered and killed in a very brutal manner. People found a blood-stained letter with a mysterious warning sent to all the possessed. The mysterious message Henry left before dying clearly stated, to all the possessed, be wary of the Magic Academy. As she read these lines, Callum couldn't help but ponder why Henry would leave a hidden message that only those who had been possessed could decipher. Perhaps this wasn't just a simple warning, but a sign that something deeply unsettling was happening right here within the academy. What's even more suspicious is that the area hit hardest by the dungeon outbreak 12 years ago was the Magic Academy itself. Did they suffer such heavy losses because of their frontline units? Or after the monsters finished with Henry in the slums, did they head straight for the academy to find their next target? Closing the book, Callum silently analyzed the situation. If that hypothesis was correct, then there could very well be many other possessed individuals quietly hiding their identities right here in the academy. Sitting deep in thought on the sofa, he reminded himself to be more cautious of them than even Professor Malini and to absolutely keep his own status as a possessed person a secret. Just then, a knock at the door cut through his train of thought. Callum opened his eyes to see Aaron hugging a pillow tightly, her face pale as she trembled and asked, "Can I stay here tonight?" Looking at the elf girl's hair, which was standing on end, Callum asked blankly, "What happened to your hair?" Aaron whined, explaining, That's what your undead mage did to me, furious from being terrified. Erin's face darkened as she gritted her teeth, demanding payback from Calem. Let me borrow your head for a second. Calem nonchalantly refused, not a chance. Thinking to himself that she was becoming more and more frightening lately, he offered a compromise. If you want to stay here, there's a condition. Calem immediately dumped a pile of scrolls onto the floor, explaining that these were ones he had just collected from the black market this morning, and flashed a sinister smile with glowing red eyes. Calem picked up a scroll and said, There are a few things I've been wanting to test for a long time. You'll help me, right? That night in the tower of the Magic Academy, Professor Iseloff was signing his name on a new research paper titled Tracking the Soul of a Possessed Adventurer. With the student under investigation, being Calem, Professor Malini stood beside him, looking incredibly grim as she spoke. You know who that is, Professor? One of our famous new students. Our student is forming his own party to handle this case. Don't you find him suspicious? Seeing Iseloff remain silent, Malini continued to voice her skepticism. Can that talent really just be explained away by the word genius? He stopped a venomous spider's poison sac just before it exploded by firing an ice spike at the exact right moment, and that's not all. He and his slave managed to defeat an ambush and actually survive to return. That isn't normal. Everything about this is irrational unless he's been possessed, Professor Iseloff. Our duty is to identify those who have been possessed. Hearing those sharp accusations, Professor Iseloff silently dipped his quill in ink, pondering as he countered, But in a situation like this, what are we supposed to do? Are we just going to cast aside such a talented mage simply because of suspicions? Professor Malini immediately waved her hands, dismissive and firm. It's not that I want to do this, but the reason. The Magic Academy is so severely short on mages. Think about what caused that. A single oversight is all it takes for us to lose everything, just like 12 years ago. Having said that, the stern professor turned and walked away. She didn't forget to leave behind a cold warning, I will be keeping an eye on him. Professor Iseloff sat alone in the vast office, sighing with deep anxiety. I understand Professor Malini's stance, but we also need someone capable of regularly exploring dungeons to support the Academy. Still, I wonder how he'll go about recruiting his team. At the same time, on the Academy's bulletin board, a recruitment notice for new members had been posted, catching the attention of many students. The notice clearly stated that interviews for the party were underway, led by team leader Calem, with the goal of recruiting a frontline warrior. Standing before the bustling crowd, the serious atmosphere of the recruitment was quickly broken by Erin's shrill scream from the hallway. Over here, please! Calem clicked his tongue, muttering to himself, It seems ambush has dragged everyone over here. It was just as he thought. The undead ambush, with a dull, foolish look on his face, was nonchalantly grabbing Erin's hair and dragging her through the crowd, leaving the elf girl helpless and whimpering. Witnessing this comical yet bizarre scene, Calem sighed and stepped forward. I told you not to pull people's hair. You sick undead, once order was restored. Calem put a hand to his chin and cleared his throat, looking at the crowd of students gathered around with a serious expression. It looks like enough people are here. Let's get started, he declared loudly. Pointing ahead, he announced the team's ultimate goal. The purpose of this expedition is to find the place where Ambush's soul is being preserved and revive him. To find a frontline warrior for the party, Calem had posted the recruitment notice and organized an interview right in the academy lobby. He stood in front of a large wooden barrel filled with monostones and announced clearly to the crowd of applicants, As stated in the notice, we are looking for a frontline warrior. To test your capabilities, please lift the wooden barrel in front of you. Calem calculated to himself that since he couldn't directly see the stats of those not in the party, this was the simplest way for him to evaluate their physical strength. To lift this barrel as easily as Vatanen did, the applicant was required to have a minimum strength stat of 15. He continued, If you pass the first test, we will evaluate your next skill. Prove your ability as a warrior, for example, a shield charge or a provocation skill. Calem's extremely strict selection requirements immediately caused the adventurers below to whisper and stir. They began to lose heart, worrying among themselves if they were strong enough to lift that heavy wooden barrel. Some people hadn't even learned a single combat skill yet. Some people gave up before they even got through the gate. Calem knew full well that classes like warriors, archers, or thieves had to learn their skills from the fountains, hidden deep within the labyrinth. Possessing a skill was the clearest proof that a person had survived the trials, and Erin was standing right there beside him. She suddenly trembled, whispering into his ear, I still don't know what skill to use. Calum smiled gently to reassure her. It's all right. You'll learn soon enough, Aaron. He then turned to the crowd, asking decisively, who wants to go first? The selective attitude of a mage who had just escaped slavery immediately angered a short, silver-bearded dwarf warrior. Veins popped on the dwarf's forehead as he roared, Are you kidding me? Do you think you have the right to be picky? Just because you survived the dungeon? Once you think you're something special. But just as the dwarf was fuming and about to start trouble, a gauntleted hand roughly shoved him aside, followed by a cold reminder. Excuse me, if you're done here, stand aside. The person who had just appeared was Bernard, a solemn lizard-folk knight clad in the shining armor of the Nathaniel Church. Bernard's appearance left the crowd completely stunned. They started whispering to each other. Why would a famous knight currently active on the second floor suddenly come down to the first floor to apply for a rookie party like this, seeing the church emblem on Bernard's armor? Calum's eyes narrowed in caution. He silently realized that the Nathaniel Church would certainly never ignore the existence of something as special as a sneaky zombie. Yet the moment he approached the group, Bernard suddenly collapsed to his knees, wailing pitifully and screaming in anguish, Oh, Nathaniel, is this truly your will? I cannot bear to look upon such a wretched soul. I must purify him right here, right now. Witnessing the lizard-folk knight's over-the-top dramatics. Calum was speechless, wondering, didn't they say the goal was to resurrect him? What is this guy rambling about? A man with a stern face and black hair tied in a high bun stepped forward, cutting him off. Bernard spun around, startled, and demanded his identity. The man replied coldly, My name is Hijikata, a sword saint active on the third floor. I'm looking for a missing friend. If resurrecting this sneaky zombie can help me find him, Hijikata continued firmly, then this might be my only lead. Watching the powerful sword saint from the third floor volunteer himself, Calum assessed the situation. He would be a high-quality addition as the team's tank. However, he quickly realized a major drawback after finishing this search mission. Hijikata would definitely return to his old party, whereas what Calum truly needed right now was a team that could stick together for the long haul. While Calum was deep in thought, Bernard roared in anger at being insulted. Blasphemy! How dare you insult a holy knight of Nathaniel? Hijikata wasn't one to back down, coldly mocking him in return. Who even wants a loud, useless lizard like you? Just as the tense atmosphere between the two masters was escalating, a loud shout from behind suddenly cut through the air. Excuse me, wait a second. Let me interview too. A bald, muscular man wrapped in bandages came running up, panting. Calum turned around, looking at the bald man with disdain, then asked, Monk, you're not seriously planning to compete with us, are you? But the monk completely ignored the dismissive attitude. He gritted his teeth, shouting with desperate determination, I must join this group at any cost. His appearance surprised Calum greatly. He mused that in this world, the monk class was an extremely rare existence, even harder to find than the holy knights of the church. The monk approached, bowing and pleading earnestly with Calum. Please give me a chance. Please. He lifted his tear-streaked face, sobbing and pointing toward the sneaky zombie who was standing blankly in the back. Sneaky zombie is my comrade. The monk's voice choked up, tears of late regret falling as he spoke of the past. It's all my fault that Sneaky Zombie ended up dying like that. Back then, Sneaky Zombie was hailed as the strongest on the first floor, even though our whole group only operated on this level. But he chose to stay for 3 long years just because he felt comfortable with his old friends. However, that comfort inadvertently became a psychological burden for the whole team. They always felt guilty for holding back a genius like him, especially as the pressure from other adventurer groups to recruit him kept mounting. Not wanting his future to be ruined, the team made the hard decision to tell him straight, advising him that he didn't need to waste his talent here anymore. Even though we couldn't go to the second floor together, everyone wholeheartedly supported his next step. Sneaky Zombie had only offered a sad smile, accepting the decision and saying, I really will miss you guys. 3 weeks after they parted, tragedy struck when the monk's group was ambushed by enemies in the dungeon. Those scoundrels had deliberately set a trap by sealing the emergency exit, backing the whole group into a corner. Luckily, one member managed to escape and ran to inform the Adventurers Guild. Just at that moment, Sneaky Zombie happened to be at the guild. Without a moment's hesitation, he dived through the newly opened portal to rush back into the first-floor labyrinth to save his comrades. But by the time he arrived, it was too late. The monk was already severely wounded in the chest, kneeling on the ground before the enemy's cold blade, having lost all his comrades and backed into a dead end. The monk had closed his eyes, ready to give up his life. but in that very moment of life and death. Sneaky Zombie suddenly appeared, but he was no longer the warm comrade they once knew. I was a terrifying entity that had completely lost his sanity. With glowing red eyes and a crazed smile, he roared with ghastly laughter. Sneaky Zombie had turned into a demon charging straight at the bandits. He frenziedly slaughtered them one by one with terrifying speed. Witnessing the blood-soaked scene and the horrific demonic form of his old friend, the monk had been completely overcome by extreme terror and cowardly ran away alone, leaving Sneaky Zombie behind. "I have every reason to join this group and help him find his soul," the monk declared firmly. After hitting rock bottom, he turned coward and ran away alone, leaving me behind to deal with the ambush. "I've got more than enough reason to join the party and get his soul back," the monk declared firmly. The guy's story left Calum deep in thought. Based on his game knowledge, players usually had to go very deep into the dungeon before encountering a wandering boss. The fact that such a terrifying entity appeared right on the first floor was extremely unusual, and it was the first time he had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, the monk continued to torment himself, choked with self-reproach, saying if only the group hadn't been selfish and forced the sneaky bear to leave, that tragedy would never have happened. Thinking about how his former comrade had chosen to return to such a dangerous place to save useless people like himself, he looked painfully at the red-haired sneaky bear standing blankly before him, wondering if he had sold his soul to the dungeon master. The crushing weight of regret drove the monk to rush forward and hug the sneaky bear, tightly sobbing and begging for forgiveness, even though he knew he didn't deserve it. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, the sword Saint Hijikata sighed softly, speaking up to support, giving the monk a chance to make amends, even offering to step down to give up his spot in the party. However, this decision was immediately met with fierce opposition from the lizard knight Bernard. He roared in anger, claiming that the monk was deliberately using a tragic story to gain sympathy and soften the contractor's heart. Bernard demanded a fair competition and pointed decisively toward a large orc wooden barrel in the corner of the room. I declared that if the monk could smash it, only then would his strength be recognized. Looking at the thick oak barrel, Callum inwardly assessed that most clerics in this world tended to focus on magic, so their physical strength stats were usually very low. He had played a cleric build in his past life, so he understood this very well. But as the monk walked silently toward the barrel, Calum's glowing red eyes suddenly narrowed in surprise. He realized the monk's footsteps were incredibly steady and filled with power. This was certainly no ordinary cleric, but rather a strength-based cleric, an extremely rare type he had been desperately searching for. Just as expected, the monk let out a mighty roar and wrapped his arms around the barrel, crushing it in an instant. The powerful blow left the lizard knight Bernard completely speechless, his jaw dropping in shock as he watched the wooden splinters fly everywhere. With this display of overwhelming power, the monk had officially convinced Callum. After fully preparing new equipment, the group of 4, Callum, Aaron, Sneaky Bear, and the monk Amos, gathered in front of the dormitory hall to prepare for departure. Callum looked at his teammates with satisfaction and announced, "It seems the group is finally complete. Amos, make sure everyone is well prepared before we start the expedition." After successfully recruiting the monk, Amos scratched his head sheepishly and asked for permission. "Of course. I'll be away from home for a while, so I need to have a word with my wife." Callum nodded in agreement. "All right, you may go." Turning to Aaron, who was currently being clung to from behind by the wailing Sneaky Bear, Callum instructed, "Aaron, you go back to the dormitory with Sneaky Bear first." Aaron asked worriedly. "What about you, Callum?" Callum replied calmly. "I'll drop by the Magic Academy for a bit. I have some things to settle before we head into the dungeon." Callum pondered deeply. If there truly was a group of possessed individuals hiding in the Magic Academy, that would be the greatest threat to him right now. I knew well that his recent actions had caught the attention of those in power, from successfully linking ancient scrolls with ultra-rare combinations to decisively taking on the most difficult mission from Professor Isolop without hesitation. Even among all the candidates, he had chosen a cleric over 40 who specialized in tanking. A man who was always confident about flexing his muscles, shouting, "Just trust the muscle, monk." Pushing open the large wooden door and stepping into the hall, Callum secretly steeled himself. "I intentionally caused such a loud and suspicious scene. They must be convinced that I'm possessed. And if I want to survive here, I have to seize this opportunity to drill it into their heads that I'm not just a dangerous possessed person but a genius mage, and the person who can help me prove that is Professor Malini, my teacher. Just then, Professor Malini, with a ferocious look on his face, rushed over and loudly questioned Calum. Is it true you succeeded in combining the magic books? Facing the agitated old Professor, Calum maintained a calm expression. Yes, I successfully combined the magic books. Is there a problem, Professor Malini? Gritted his teeth and pointed a rough finger at his chest, shouting, Most people fail at that step. You are either incredibly lucky or observing the old man's expression. Calum curled his lips into a sinister smirk, thinking to himself, let's see if I can probe him a little more. Professor Malini's eyes widened. You know, I didn't just combine them twice, I did a triple combination. Calum immediately feigned ignorance and asked, What a triple combination? That nonchalant attitude only enraged Professor Malini further. The old man roared crazily, Why is this brat? Are you mocking us, huh? Standing in the middle of the grand hall. The old professor shouted indignantly, Unless blessed by the god of wisdom, this is impossible. From behind, Professor Downstream approached with a gentle smile. He spoke softly. Professor Malini, perhaps the boy is truly blessed. But Professor Malini immediately spun around and yelled angrily, This is no time for jokes, Professor Downstream. Even a single combination is extremely difficult, let alone three. That only happens when one is possessed. Ignoring the old professor's suspicions, Calum decided to head back into the dungeon with his teammates. As soon as he stepped down the dark stairs leading into the maze, Calum suddenly froze when his glowing red eyes sensed something unusual. Hey, Aaron, can you hear what they are saying? With the keen ears of the elf race. Aaron focused and listened, then translated. There doesn't seem to be much. I heard them say, that way. Below the stairs, a group of adventurers. With her sharp, pointed elf ears, Aaron focused on listening and then translated. It doesn't sound like much, that's all I could hear. There's a group of adventurers down the stairs. A suspicious-looking group, a short-haired woman, a brown-haired guy, a werewolf, and a bald old man was huddled together sneakily plotting something. Before Calum's group could even pass, the short-haired woman stepped out to block their path, waving with a fake smile. Oh, hey there. Adventurers right. Got a minute before you head into the gate. Watching her expression and the sinister grins of her cronies behind her, Calum's red eyes narrowed slightly. As a veteran gamer, he immediately saw through their true colors. They were bandits. They're just here to strip the newbies for everything they've got. He sighed to himself, annoyed thinking this was exactly why he made sure to lead the way as soon as the gate opened. The short-haired woman continued to put on her friendly act. She glanced at the heavy backpack on Calum's shoulder and asked bluntly, Hey, what's in the bag? She quickly made an excuse, claiming she was just worried about the new recruits. Newbies to the guild, right? She leaned in close, revealing a sinister face and a greedy smile. There are a lot of bandits hiding in this dungeon, you know. If you've got anything valuable, I can hold on to it for you. What do you think? However, Amos the muscular monk stepped forward and warned in a deep voice, We don't need that young lady. Breaking into a cold sweat from fear, Amos continued, Our party leader is very smart. Very smart. Smart enough to turn the tables on small-time bandits like you. Overwhelmed by his imposing presence, the short-haired woman stumbled back, waving her hands frantically. I didn't say anything. I was just offering some advice, that's all. Standing behind him. Calum just stared at her with cold, scornful red eyes. Not bothering to waste any more time on these thugs, the group turned their backs on them. They continued down the stairs into the dungeon, leaving behind Amos's firm declaration that echoed through the hall. We're leaving. Do whatever you want. As the group walked further into the corridor, deep inside the dark dungeon, Erin couldn't hide her anxiety. She asked nervously, Calum, hey Calum, those people at the gate earlier, they were definitely bandits, right? Calum calmly reassured her. Don't be so scared, Erin. Amos can more than handle a direct fight, and if anyone was following us, I would have noticed, right? You don't need to worry. But before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream echoed from the distance, cutting him off. Help save me! He recognized that voice and thought to himself, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. From the end of the hallway, a figure came sprinting toward them. It was the short-haired woman from before, screaming in panic and desperation, Bandits, they're chasing me! She lunged toward Calum's group, sobbing and pleading, Please, I'm begging you, standing his ground to protect his teammates. The monk. Amos questioned her coldly. You say you were ambushed. Why should we believe you or help you? The woman collapsed to the ground, weeping and explaining, Please, I was exploring the maze and got attacked out of nowhere. Watching from behind, Calum thought. If this were still a game, I would have wiped her out without listening to a word. He stepped forward, staring at her with suspicious, glowing red eyes. You were planning to rob us this morning, weren't you? The woman rushed to defend herself. I don't deny I was rude, but we never expected to be ambushed like this. Calum narrowed his eyes, calculating. He knew she might be telling the truth, but trusting anyone in this dungeon was madness. Deciding not to take any risks, Calum pointed his wand straight at her and commanded coldly, If you don't want to die, go back. I'm counting to 3. The woman cried out in terror, Please, if I go back there, I'll die. Ignoring her pleas, Calum began to count 1. Trembling, the woman shouted helplessly, Just once, please spare me. Calum's gaze hardened. He counted again, 2. Faced with imminent death, the woman completely broke down. Shaking, she backed away and reluctantly surrendered. Fine, I'm going. She trudged off, heading back the way she came, not forgetting to look back and plead, Please, just don't cast any spells on me. He watched her silhouette disappear into the shadows. The group remained on guard. Suddenly, Erin's pointed ears twitched violently. She spun around, startled, and warned, Calum, someone is running this way. Calum was taken aback. Immediately, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the dark corridor ahead. The short-haired woman came sprinting back, panicked again. They're coming! They're coming! They're right there! There's 4 of them! She continued to scream in terror. I told you they were coming. Seeing the chaos, Calum quickly turned to the elf, Erin, and asked, How many? Before he could get an answer, a whistling sound cut through the air. Seeing the sudden attack, Calum wondered skeptically. 4. So, the ambush might actually be real. Just then, a blood-curdling scream came from behind. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, the short-haired woman immediately dropped the act and wore a sinister grin. She slid behind Calum and suddenly restrained him, pressing her wand hard against him. She laughed triumphantly. How was my acting, honey? Seeing the scene! The monk! Amos shouted in panic. Before anyone could react, the woman immediately activated a binding spell. It was a Jester's Distortion spell, meant to disable Calum's ability to cast magic. Facing the... Calum gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm fine, focus on the front, Amos! In that split second, the familiar chime of the system rang out. Time stasis activated. Hourglass of power activated. Seeing everything around him frozen in place. Calum exhaled, muttering to himself, That was close. Now let's deal with them one by one. He began to analyze the bandits' tactics. Their mage had intentionally acted as bait to lure the group into a trap. Instead of targeting a tanky defensive player like Amos, their real goal was to disable his and Erin's primary damage output. That was why the woman got close and used the distortion skill to randomize his incantations. To test it, Calum tried to cast a lightning bolt, but only a small bouquet of flowers sprouted from his wand with a pathetic pfft sound. He realized his magic was completely scrambled. Calum quickly analyzed the enemy's next steps. After neutralizing him, they would immediately use electricity to paralyze Erin, the weakest member in close-quarters combat. Then they would easily isolate and take down Amos. The only reason they dared to act so recklessly was because they were betting that the stray dog couldn't join the fight on its own, gripping his wand tightly. Calum gritted his teeth, kicking himself for being so careless. He should have used a shock spell to zap them from the start, but he knew he didn't have time. He couldn't afford to sit here and regret it, because one tiny slip-up right now would cost his whole team their lives. A few days ago, back at the dorm, thanks to Ernan's enthusiastic help, Calum had discovered a truly unique mechanism in the hourglass. When activated, it froze time for 60 seconds. The cooldowns on his skills kept counting down normally, and in actual combat, 60 seconds of frozen time was more than enough to turn the tables. Not to mention, he could also use it to cover himself when facing unexpected crowd control. Calum had prepared a scroll to reduce status effect durations, helping to shorten all negative effects on him down to 60 seconds. Thanks to that, the spell jamming effect caused by the short-haired woman was quickly neutralized as soon as time returned to normal. I immediately cast a shock spell. A powerful burst of electricity surged from Calum's wand, striking the short-haired woman who had been restraining him from behind. The young mage's sudden display of power left the brown-haired guy and the werewolf completely stunned, unable to understand why. Their accomplice's silencing spell had been countered so easily. The short-haired woman trembled, looking up in shock, and stammered, "How? Who the hell are you?" Callum coolly adjusted his clothes and replied coldly, "Thanks, my head's finally clear." Callum's eyes darkened, filled with killing intent as he pointed his wand at the bandits. "My strategy was right after all. With scum like you, death is the only answer." His stern declaration made the short-haired woman turn pale, frantically begging, "Wait! Don't!" But Callum didn't hesitate. A violent explosion of fire erupted, consuming everything around them while helping him gain the hourglass effect. Witnessing this display of rapid-fire spellcasting, the werewolf shrieked in horror. That was silent casting. Why didn't my spell-jamming ability have any effect?" The system immediately activated the turn-based hourglass, freezing all enemies under the blood frenzy effect. In the frozen space, Callum quickly analyzed the battlefield and discovered the mastermind behind it all, a puppet master, a dwarf. That was why there were 4 sets of footprints. He immediately mapped out a chain of coordinated attacks to finish the fight. First, he cast a shock spell, then he used the command feature to send a thought to the elf Ernan to shoot the dwarf. Finally, Callum poured all his remaining action points into activating the time bomb spell. Once time resumed, Callum's time bomb immediately detonated right on the werewolf's position. At the same time, Callum's lightning and Ernan's precise arrow shot out, striking the dwarf puppet master's hiding spot. The sheer force of the impact left the remaining werewolf with no will to fight. He trembled and fell to his knees before the dignity of the monk. Amos lay collapsed in a pool of blood. The old dwarf puppet master trembled, crawling on the ground, begging for his life. "Please, spare me." But the only response to that cowardly plea was a cold stare from Callum's burning red eyes. He stepped forward, pointed his wand directly at the opponent's head, and firmly declared, "I told you, I'll kill without blinking. I won't show any mercy." Powerful magic surged at the tip of his wand once more, and Callum decisively unleashed the finishing shock spell. A warm campfire crackled in the dark stone hallway of the dungeon. After the intense battle with the bandits, the group took a moment to rest and recover their stamina, sitting by the fire. Ernan looked at the burning flames with a heavy heart. She couldn't help but blame herself for being useless, unable to help her teammates, feeling like a burden who could only sneak attacks. To snap herself out of it, the elf girl hurriedly slapped her cheeks twice, telling herself she had to try harder to be a reliable teammate so no one would be ashamed of her. Standing nearby the monk, Amos could only stay silent, watching her rapidly changing expressions. Callum had also just woken up from a short daze caused by the side effects of the status effect reduction scroll. He rubbed his head lethargically, explained it to everyone, and received a concerned inquiry from Amos. Callum nodded, confirming he was fine. I then curiously asked what the monk was so busy doing. Amos, while quickly rummaging through the bandits' bodies, replied that he was looking for anything useful. He then friendly invited Callum to join the loot selection. Callum stepped forward. Although he wanted to take everything valuable, his luggage was already too heavy, so he decided to prioritize, keeping only the equipment and items he truly needed. Amos excitedly held up the loot he'd gathered, including 5 bright red health potions and an extremely valuable cooldown reduction bottle. Callum also found an ancient spell scroll on one of the bandits. He smiled, satisfied to see these bandits had some decent quality items, especially the corpse summoning scroll. Not only that, Callum also found a wooden wand carved with strange ancient runes. He realized this was a wand that supported telepathy skills and decided to appraise it later. He immediately cast a spell to attune to it and transferred the new equipment to himself, looking at the notification panel asking him to name the new wand. Callum could only click his tongue and think to himself, this feature is so tacky and old-fashioned. After cleaning up and packing everything into his backpack, Callum signaled the group to keep moving. Just as they were about to walk away, Ernan's pointed ears twitched. She called out to Callum in a panic, saying she had just heard a strange noise coming from the bag at his side. Callum leaned down to check his waist pouch, wondering what the noise was. Callum opened the small wooden box, revealing the ornate compass inside. He explained to everyone that it was the treasure-hunting compass that Professor Malini had given him before they left. Hearing this, the monk Amos curiously asked if it was used to detect hidden treasure chests in dungeon rooms. Callum nodded in confirmation, but he quickly put the compass away and insisted that their group's top priority right now was still finding a way to resurrect the one they'd lost in the ambush. Everything else can wait. He tucked the bag onto his hip and smiled gently, reminding Ernan that she didn't need to be so sensitive or overreact to every little sound anymore. Ernan hung her head sadly, admitting that her keen hearing was the only thing she was good at. Callum smiled and reassured her that she had already done so much to help the group. Erin hesitated, wondering if she should keep reporting minor sounds like running water. Callum suddenly froze in shock. As soon as Erin explained it sounded like a babbling brook or a fountain, his bright red eyes went wide. He hurriedly shouted, demanding to know where the sound was coming from. Callum's excitement was well-founded. In the dungeon, fighters and thieves often learn new skills from special entities called fountains, blessings. These are fountains that appear randomly in the labyrinth. Legend has it that the ancient gods swallowed by the dungeon became a part of it. They use these fountains to bestow power upon the worthy. Thanks to Erin's sharp hearing, the group found a massive fountain emitting a mystical blue light. Callum showered the elf girl with praise, making her beam with pride at finally being useful. He then turned to ask Amos and the thief if they wanted to try receiving a blessing to learn a new skill. Amos the monk scratched his head awkwardly, admitting he had tried a few times before, but he had never succeeded, worrying. It would be the same this time. Callum smiled gently and explained that the fountain judges you based on your physical attributes and weapon proficiency. He asked Amos if he had ever tried bringing his current weapon into the water. When the monk shook his head, Callum patted his shoulder, urging him to trust his judgment and try again. Callum mentally calculated Amos's strength stats. Currently around 15 plus his proficiency with the wooden staff, that was more than enough. Reassured, Amos stepped forward and jumped straight into the fountain's sacred waters. Just seconds later, the monk suddenly surged up from the water, his face filled with sheer shock and excitement as he loudly announced he had truly received a new skill. Callum grinned triumphantly, asking, "See, I told you." After watching Amos receive the earth-shattering tremor skill, Callum smiled expectantly and turned to Erin. "Now it's your turn." He mentally calculated Erin's stats. She had reached level 5 just like him, and with her agility at 13 she was definitely qualified to receive the blessing. Without a moment's hesitation, the elf girl dove into the sacred water. Moments later, Erin surfaced, gasping for air, then cheered excitedly, I got one too," thrilled by his teammate's success. She waved, urging Callum to try it himself. Callum paused, his red eyes narrowing in hesitation as he replied, "Mages usually don't get blessings from fountains." But Erin just smiled, full of hope and encouragement. Well, you never know. Seeing the anticipation on the elf girl's face, Callum thought to himself, fair point. This is reality now, not a game anymore. And he was incredibly curious to see what the fountain actually looked like when bestowing a blessing. Thinking it over, Callum jumped into the water. As he opened his eyes deep beneath the surface, a familiar system chime rang out. "You have activated the blessing fountain." His detailed status screen appeared, showing his mage class, his special weapon, the turn-based hourglass, and his superior intelligence stat of 15. Looking at the notification, Callum couldn't help but be shocked, wondering, "My weapon is a turn-based hourglass." The system continued, stating that because his intelligence exceeded 10 points, Callum was granted the right to choose one of 4 incredibly powerful starting skills for the hourglass. The first was directional adjustment, a passive ability that allowed him to reposition his hand, wand, or staff without spending any action points. Although he couldn't physically interact with objects, the second skill, time merchant, allowed him to spend 1 point from the hourglass to instantly reduce cooldowns by 1 minute, or remove a negative status effect. The third option, memory log editor, helped swap spell slots during his turn for the cost of 1 action point per change. The final and most dangerous option was mind control, an active skill that cost 2 action points to directly order members of a lower level to follow his command, regardless of their trust level, though it would cause them to become temporarily delirious if the order went against their personality. Seeing that all 4 skills were incredibly powerful, Callum pondered, deciding to eliminate the less useful options for now to make the optimal choice. After a moment of consideration, Callum surfaced, gasping for air. The system immediately announced he had successfully learned the passive skill, directional adjustment. Seeing him surface, Erin rushed over in a panic, fearing he had drowned in the deep water. Callum just calmly replied that he was perfectly fine, and then the group continued deeper into the dungeon. To test his new ability, Callum immediately activated the time freeze state of the hourglass. In a world where everything stood still, he tried turning his wand in his hand. Just as the skill description stated, this action didn't cost any of his action points at all. With closing his turn, Callum smiled and told everyone to keep moving, watching the thief, the dog, silently leading the way. Callum told himself that letting someone familiar with the terrain guide them was the simplest and most effective strategy. As they walked to help the group avoid dangerous traps along the corridor, the monk Amos suddenly stopped, his face looking thoughtful and worried. Noticing the unusual silence from his bulky companion, Erin curiously approached him to ask what was wrong. She noticed he was tenderly holding a delicate gold amulet. Amos sighed softly, explaining it was a gift from his wife back home. Because he hadn't gone adventuring for a long time, she was deeply worried about his safety. This news left the elf girl incredibly surprised and excited. She stared wide-eyed, peppering him with questions about their love life, curious how a muscular monk like him could have gotten married. Amos smiled happily, recounting how they met by chance at the Adventurers Guild and that it was actually his wife who had introduced him to the dog's party in the past. Knowing her husband felt a deep debt of gratitude toward his old friend, she had fully supported his decision to go on this expedition to find a way to resurrect him. Ahead of them lay a giant, ancient ruin underground. As soon as she stepped into the dust, Erin's eyes widened in amazement as she gasped, "Wow, this place is so ancient." Looking at the space filled with ruined city structures, a giant object emitted a mysterious blue light. Callum stared at it silently, noting that this place looked exactly like the map he had cleared in the game because the surrounding space was strangely silent. Erin. He muttered that perhaps that was why he couldn't hear a thing. Seeing this, Callum turned to her and warned in a stern voice, "From now on, stay quiet. Don't alert the guards." The warning startled Erin, who quickly covered her mouth in a panic. "What guards?" Callum knew all too well about the boundary guards on this 1.5 floor. They were extremely dangerous and usually attacked in packs. A single mistake could mean the whole group gets wiped out instantly. However, they usually stayed in their barracks. "So if we just sneak past, we won't be detected," he explained, continuing. "As I said, we're at a disadvantage in a fight, so let's just grab the relic containing the soul of the fallen and pull back." Thanks to his hard-earned gaming experience, Callum confidently led the group quickly without fear of getting lost. "We're here," Callum said softly as the group stopped in front of the soul shrine. A massive ancient stone structure was radiating a deep, eerie blue magical aura. Callum stepped forward, placed his hand on the great door and told himself, "So far everything is exactly as I know it. No sign of danger yet. It seems safe." The door slowly creaked open. Callum, with his crimson eyes flashing with alertness, led the group into the vast shrine hall, seeing the magnificent sight before them. Erin was amazed and asked, "Gawa, what are all these?" Callum calmly replied, "They're relics, but they're all empty." Looking at the endless rows of stone pedestals, the monk Amos asked anxiously, "There are so many. How will we find the one containing the soul of the fallen?" Callum immediately pointed toward the tall tower in the distance and affirmed, "The one we need must be the only one glowing over there." It was a cylindrical relic emitting a brilliant blue light standing out in the dim space. Emus was surprised and pressed, "Is that really the one containing the soul of the fallen?" Callum nodded in confirmation. "Yes, but once it's touched, the monsters will immediately swarm back to reclaim it, so we will bring the relic back to the first floor and resurrect the fallen there." Emerson excitedly urged the group to start immediately. However, Erin suddenly called for Callum to stop pointing at another relic that was also glowing. A brilliant blue light appeared right next to the first one. The emergence of two light sources at once left the whole group confused, not knowing how to handle it. Emerson panicked because it was clear that only one pedestal was glowing earlier. He worriedly wondered if the dungeon master had just sealed the soul of another adventurer. Or not. Callum was breaking into a cold sweat. His crimson eyes were filled with tension. He knew very well that he was currently the strongest rookie on the first floor, so the dungeon master had no reason to target anyone else, unless there was a more terrifying explanation hidden beneath. Suddenly, Erin's pointed ears twitched. She panicked and reported, "There's someone running for their life toward us," Callum realized. This meant another adventurer had just perished on floor 1.5. From the outer hallway, desperate screams echoed. An adventurer yelled, urging Remus to run, but Remus adamantly refused to leave his teammate Austin behind. Faced with the critical situation and the enemy confirming that Austin could not be saved, their group was forced to retreat. They scrambled toward the shrine, The shrine door was suddenly slammed open violently. Calum turned around wary and was shocked to come face to face with the lizard knight Bernat. Seeing Calum, Bernard's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise. The lizard immediately scolded Calum for leaving the door wide open in such a dangerous place. Calum could only sigh helplessly and replied nonchalantly that this place was perfectly safe until Bernard's group showed up and caused a scene. Before he could finish, Bernard hurried to warn them that the monsters were right on their heels and urged everyone to prepare for battle. Calum angrily snapped back that it was Bernard's group that had led them here. Calum crossed his arms and demanded to know why Bernard's group appeared here. Bernard explained that they were tasked by the church to clear the dungeon and accidentally found their way here. The lizard started making a scene, clutching his shield and praying fervently, claiming this encounter was the will and grand plan of the god Nathaniel. His fanaticism left, Calum speechless, watching as Bernard's rant was immediately cut off by his teammates. The shrine door was slammed shut under the pressure of the monsters, closing in from outside. The tribal warrior and the archer Remus were using all their might to hold the door, shouting, "Set up a defensive barrier immediately." Bernard finally snapped out of it and hurriedly obeyed, immediately activating the Puma barrier magic to reinforce the door, which was being relentlessly attacked by the monsters outside. The lizard loudly proclaimed, "We will end this battle with these demons right here. Calum, please support our group." The loud rumbling collisions made Aaron incredibly nervous because things were spiraling out of control. Calum gritted his teeth in tension silently, cursing this hellish dungeon. But his crimson eyes were still filled with the determination to fight to the very end. Calum walked up to Bernard and demanded he follow his lead, because it was his group that had dragged the monsters here. Realizing his mistake, Bernard immediately scratched his head and agreed, telling Calum to give the orders, which caused his teammate Elfram, standing nearby, to howl in frustration at his captain's leniency. Seizing the moment, Calum decided to change the plan. He pulled out Professor Isolop's Eternal Slumber Scroll to resurrect the fallen right on the spot, aiming to bolster their defensive forces. The scroll was activated, releasing a dark energy that enveloped the fallen, causing him to howl in pain. Calum knew he had to protect the fallen at all costs. While the ritual was underway, he quickly ordered Aaron to prepare to receive the soul relic that he was about to lower using remote magic. When Aaron had hugged the glowing relic, Calum turned to ask Bernard's group to declare their skills to coordinate for battle. However, Elframs acted testy, unwilling to follow orders from a group of hastily assembled rookies. Remus insisted he only took orders from Bernard. Calum coldly narrowed his eyes and asked what Bernard's strategy was, and received the absurd answer from the lizard. "Just charge in bravely." Calum countered by asking about the results of that strategy, then added a fatal blow regarding the teammate they had just lost. The statement hit home, causing all three members of Bernard's group to hang their heads in regret, and Remus had to bitterly admit they had just lost a teammate not long ago. Calum firmly demanded they follow his orders. Calum promised to bring their teammate back safely, leaving all three of them stunned, to prove he was telling the truth. Calum told them to look behind where Aaron was hugging the second relic that had also just started glowing. He explained that when someone dies between floors, their souls would automatically be sealed into the holy relics, and this second one is definitely Austin's, their fallen comrade. Calum proposes reviving Austin right here, in exchange for a worthy reward from the church later on. Hearing that he could save his teammate, Remus is incredibly agitated. He immediately blurts out all of his skills, piercing arrow and fire missile, along with the tribal warrior's mana absorption and wild leap skills, then desperately begs Calum to save Austin. Calum flashes a confident, smug grin and agrees. Just then, the temple doors crack open under the pressure of the monsters. The barrier is about to break. Calum decisively raises his wand and the group takes their positions, ready for a fight to the death. Before venturing into the dungeon to encounter Calum's group, the Lizard Man Knight, Bernard received a vital secret order from Bishop Nathaniel at the cathedral. The bishop solemnly entrusted him, "Bernard, I am giving you an important task from the cult. Go into the dungeon and verify the rumors about soul preservation. Is it true? The cult will support you with everything. Do not fail." Bernard kneels reverently to accept the order. "Yes, Bishop, I will remember your words." But when actually facing the dangers lurking in the dark dungeon, Bernard can't help but break into a cold sweat, silently lamenting, "Nathaniel, why did you give me such a difficult trial?" A loud explosion interrupts the Lizard Man Knight's thoughts, as the monsters begin a fierce assault. Back to reality inside the Soul Temple, the situation is becoming dire. Callum grinds his teeth and analyzes. Attacking head-on puts us at a numerical disadvantage, but if we keep hunkering down here, that thing will arrive. Realizing they can't remain on the defensive, he immediately makes a bold decision and shouts instructions. Imos Bernard, everyone stack the cabinets behind us so we can climb up. Aaron Remus handle the souls. Very quickly, Imos Bernard and the others finish stacking the large wooden cabinets. They shout to report, Callum, we're done moving everything. Callum's gaze sharpens with determination. He gives the order firmly, I'm going to blow open the roof. Everyone back away immediately. Callum channels mana into the tip of his wand, aims straight at the ceiling and bellows explosion. A terrifying burst of firepower erupts. Callum urgently urges everyone to climb to the roof. Hurry. Aaron and Remus, clutching the two glowing soul relics, nimbly climb up first with the support of the teammates below. Callum turns back and calls out loudly, Imos Bernard, get up here! But before he can finish, a violent earth-shattering tremor erupts from the main door, causing him to turn back in shock. The temple doors have finally completely collapsed under the terrible pressure. A wave of dark monsters like brutal shadows floods into the sanctuary. Standing on the front line to protect the retreat are the lizard man knight Bernard and the monk, Imus, who bravely swings his weapon to block the enemy. Seeing that Callum is still hesitating above the monk, Emos turns back, gritting his teeth, and yells to urge him on. Callum, go up. We'll try to buy some time. Bernard immediately activates his guardian shield skill, creating a giant barrier of light to block the dark monster's attacks. The lizard man knight bravely charges into the middle of the enemy encirclement, coordinating with his teammates to push back the first wave, but the number of monsters flooding in grows, filling the passage below. Observing from above, Callum realizes the situation is extremely unfavorable. He says anxiously to Aaron and Remus, we won't be able to hold out for long, and quickly yells down to warn them. Bernard and Imus don't push forward, fall back. Hearing the order, Bernard asks back in confusion, why? Callum is breaking out in a cold sweat, his red eyes fixed on the darkness. Why? Because that thing is coming. Immediately, a grotesque hand with sharp claws suddenly grips the stone pillar. Witnessing the appearance of the strange creature, Bernard screams in terror. What is that? The lizard man is completely bewildered. What kind of monster is that? From the darkness, a tall entity draped in a black cloak, wearing a cold, featureless white mask, slowly steps out. Callum immediately identifies the opponent, the sanctuary manager. The boss silently raises its staff, emitting a sinister purple light. It commands the minions preparing for an attack. Purple magic circles appear above the monsters that had just been defeated, healing their wounds instantly. Callum quickly analyzes, it's not impossible to defeat the manager, but the problem is, it can revive all the guards using undead healing magic. Knowing they cannot wipe out the monsters while the boss is still alive, Callum decides to change tactics. He turns to the gray-skinned warrior beside him. Everyone go down and lend a hand. Just fight to buy us time. The gray-skinned warrior hoists his large axe onto his shoulder and answers decisively, buying time, right. Leave it to me. Aaron looks at Callum worriedly and calls out softly, Callum. Aaron swallows hard to steady herself. Then she says firmly, I'm going. Callum looks back at her with trust. Be careful. Aaron nods, okay, I understand. The elf Remus, standing nearby, also speaks up to encourage her, handing her a spell scroll. Good luck. I'm counting on you. Aaron takes the scroll and replies with determination, yes, I will do my best. Watching the back of the elf girl preparing to act, Callum's red eyes sharpen. He silently conveys his hope. That's right, Aaron, I'm only counting on you. For the success of this mission. Aaron clutches the glowing blue soul relic vase and the spell scroll, bravely jumping straight down from the roof of the temple to carry out her critical mission. Callum stands above, watching, thinking to himself, everything depends on her now. Meanwhile, the sanctuary manager begins to reveal its terrifying power. Not only does he grant the undead empowered regeneration and spirit energy, but his body also emits a foul stench so revolting that it severely weakens magic resistance and stuns anyone who gets close. Facing that suffocating pressure, Callum reminded himself to keep a cool head to coordinate the fight, and the reality of the battle was much more brutal. Despite Callum's warnings beforehand, Bernard the Lizard Man Knight couldn't handle the boss's extreme stench. His head spun and he muttered helplessly, easier said than done. The gray-skinned warrior swung his axe madly, killing and shouting in frustration, damn it, how many more of these things do I have to kill? But he immediately widened his eyes in shock as a purple light erupted from the manager's staff, instantly reviving the entire horde of undead they had just taken down. The warrior was knocked to the ground helplessly, watching the monsters stand back up fully revitalized. This is still a long way off. At this rate, it'll never end. The battle in the temple reached a suffocating stalemate. Bernard was now completely dazed by the smell, rambling nonsensical prayers while the enemy closed in right before him. Noticing his teammate in danger, the gray-skinned warrior roared, "Bernard, wake up!" He lunged forward, heroically swinging his axe to cut down the monster and saving Bernard in the nick of time. The gray-skinned warrior panted and warned, "We're far from finished, focus." Bernard finally snapped back to his senses, stammering in shame. "I'm so sorry, the stench made me—" Callum watched the chaotic scene below. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he muttered to himself that their direct assault strategy was far too ineffective. He anxiously wondered if Aaron down below was ready yet. Just then, Amos the monk suddenly made his move. He swung his massive iron staff, creating a powerful vortex that swept away the surrounding monsters. His terrifying strength made the lizard man knight. Bernard gaped in shock, wondering, "What? What is that? How is that monk so strong? Seriously, how is he even enduring this smell?" Amos replied calmly, "That is what I trained for on Dailai Mountain. How to not get buried in distracting thoughts." Bernard could only stare dumbfounded by the monk's enlightenment, but the sanctuary manager suddenly gathered dark purple magic on his staff, preparing to unleash a deadly blow. Realizing the danger, Callum shouted a warning, "Amos, watch out!" The evil energy from the boss flared violently. Unfazed, Amos poured all his might into activating a newly acquired skill. He let out a mighty roar, shattering the air with a massive strike of his iron staff, creating a shockwave so powerful it cleared everything in its path. This overwhelming power left Bernard and the gray-skinned warrior absolutely stunned. "When did you get that skill? In just one blow, is he really just a first-floor wandering monk?" Just then a flare suddenly shot up into the dungeon sky and exploded brilliantly overhead. Seeing the signal, Remus shouted, "Callum, that's the flare." Callum immediately ordered the whole team, "Everyone retreat." He smiled proudly. "Great, you did it, Aaron. In the respawn area below." Aaron was desperately shaking a man who had just woken up. "Hurry up! Wake up and get on your feet." The man opened his eyes confused and asked, "Who?" Callum shouted to everyone to back away quickly while rapidly analyzing the situation. "If I only use regular explosive dust magic, the range is too small. It can't pin down all those numerous guards." Right at that moment, the Hourglass's special skill automatically activated, pushing the battle into Callum's turn with 60 seconds of frozen time. There was only one way left. Callum poured in all his magic power. He triggered the explosive dust magic 4 times in a row toward the ceiling. As his action points hit 0, the turn came to an end. A series of terrifying explosions erupted violently, blowing apart the ancient stone ceiling. Callum's plan was to use this massive pile of rubble to crush and block the advance of the guards and the sanctuary manager. Seeing Callum's bold move, the Elframs were completely shocked, screaming, What is that below?" The sanctuary manager could only stare blankly, looking up at the ceiling that was cracking with a spine-chilling sound that echoed throughout the space. And just after that, thousands of giant rocks collapsed like rain, crushing the monsters beneath in a thunderous roar. Dust billowed, engulfing the entire area. Bernard was covered in stone dust. Stunned, he wondered what was happening. Realizing the moment had come, Callum shouted to urge them on, "This is it. Hurry." The gray-skinned warrior also hurried, pushing Bernard. "Let's go for it now." Bernard replied firmly, "Got it, you go ahead." While everyone was trying to climb to the roof to escape the sanctuary, Manager suddenly roared madly, commanding his minions to chase Bernard relentlessly. He raised his shield, blocking the monster's attack, and shouted, "I'll block them. You guys go ahead." The monk Amos firmly refused. "No." Amos stood his ground, telling himself he would never abandon his comrades, to run ever again. Seeing Bernard the lizard man, Knight's silhouette above, he firmly planted his iron staff into the ground and shouted, "Please just go, I'll hold them off." Understanding his comrades' resolve, Bernard nodded slightly and replied, "If that's what you want, then I understand." As he climbed up, Bernard didn't forget to offer words of admiration. "You are the best front-line blocker I've ever met." Below in the temple, Amos fought bravely alone, surrounded by a horde of dark monsters. At the same time, powerful magical lightning bolts shot down from above, paralyzing the guards trying to chase him. Standing on the roof, Callum shouted anxiously, urging him, Amos, get up here right now. We'll provide cover. But just then, a dark purple magical aura flared violently from the rubble, leaving Callum wide-eyed in shock. The sanctuary manager. He's still not dead. He slowly stood up, raising his staff to revive all the stone guards once again. Callum gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was dire. The manager is standing up again. The guards are going to attack again. So he urgently shouted, you have to run right now. Amos, meanwhile, in another corridor. Erin is giving her all to lead Austin to safety. She gasps for air, urging her newly resurrected comrade to run faster. Panting, slow down. There's no time, fresh from the resurrection ritual. Austin screams in a panic. I'm a corpse that just came back to life. The elf girl asks, bewildered, what are you talking about? I already healed you, didn't I? Austin snaps back, how is that supposed to be fully recovered? Sensing the danger in the air growing. Erin rushes him. But if we don't hurry, the whole team will be in danger. Realizing the dire situation. Austin grits his teeth. He bellows, damn it, lead the way then. The two dash through the ruined streets to regroup with their team. At that same moment at the temple, a fierce rearguard battle is taking place. Remus the archer keeps firing his crossbow to provide cover, yelling, fall back now! Callum gathers his magic power, unleashing a shockwave of electricity to paralyze the stone guards chasing them from below. This clears a path for Imus to climb up to the rooftop. Bernat the lizard knight urges them impatiently, we're out of time, stop dragging it out. Seeing the tip of Imus's staff reach up, Bernard yells with joy, there he is, and quickly grabs hold to pull him up and secure their retreat. Callum keeps waving his wand, shouting electric shock, as blue bolts of lightning engulf the monsters below. Beside him, Remus tense up, loading a magic arrow. He lets it fly, taking down the enemies trying to close in. Seeing Imos losing strength and struggling to hold on, Bernard reaches down and shouts, grab my hand. The lizard man firmly grips the monk's wrist to pull him away from the abyss. But just as Bernard gets a hold of him, the monk Emos suddenly freezes in confusion. Wait, my ankle feels cold. He looks down. A pitch-black hand from the shadows has brutally grabbed his ankle. From the darkness, the sanctuary manager, wearing a faceless white mask with a grotesque ear-to-ear grin, slowly emerges, emitting bone-chilling laughter. Witnessing the horrific scene, Remus the archer panics and raises his crossbow. Continued, raising his crossbow. He fires wildly downward and screams in desperation, damn it, we're almost there! Take this and get lost. The arrow from Remus strikes the sanctuary manager square in the face, but its teeth immediately catch it. Above, Bernard is using every ounce of his strength to pull Imos. He screams, almost there, keep going! Their hands are locked together, shaking violently. However, the sheer weight of the giant monk combined with the creature's pull from below leaves Imos exhausted. But Bernard refuses to give up, gritting his teeth. He bellows with determination, I will save you. You absolutely must not let go. But Imos, knowing it's too late, whispers, it's too late, I'm fine, you run first. At that life-or-death moment, Callum spots an opening from above and shouts, aim for the dagger! Instantly, a magic dagger is launched. It slams right into the sanctuary manager's mask. Seizing the opportunity, Bernard screams, come on up, and pulls Imos onto the roof with all his might. Imos lies flat on the roof, panting in exhaustion. Just then, a familiar voice rings out right in front of him. You've worked hard, Imos. Emos starts looking up in shock. The voice continues teasingly, hey, uncle. Before his eyes stands a red-haired youth with a mischievous grin waving at him. The sudden appearance of the sniper leaves the monk Emos completely stunned, but to everyone's confusion. The youth. Kyler just scratches his head, explaining, I don't know what's going on. You said to use the dagger, so I threw it on reflex. Looking around the strange space, the sniper, whose real name is Kyler, asks in bewilderment, wait, where exactly is this? And hey, who are these guys? Before he can collect his thoughts, the bald Uncle Imos rushes over to hug him, leaving Kyler choked with surprise. Imos is moved to tears. He squeezes his resurrected comrade tightly. Thank the heavens, thank the heavens. The crushing grip from the muscular uncle makes Kyler gasp for air, his face turning pale as he screams, I can't breathe. Old man, my bones are about to break. Witnessing the bittersweet scene, Callum, standing nearby, gently reminds Kyler to stand up. The group quickly moves to escape the dangerous area. From up ahead, Aaron waves, bringing good news to the team. We've reached it. Austin runs ahead, excitedly calling out, hey, Seeing Austin return safely, his old teammates, including the Lizard Knight Burnett Remus and the Barbarian Warrior, are all overjoyed. Remus yells, "You're back! Austin, thank goodness you're alive, you idiot!" Watching his loyal friends weeping for him, Austin can't hold back his own tears. He grumbles shyly. "What are you all standing around for? Why aren't you running, you fools?" Calum quickly cuts through the emotional reunion, reminding them sternly, "All right, everyone. I know you're happy to be reunited, but it's not over yet." He glares at the elf girl, warning, "Especially you. If you want to attract the attention of those guards, then keep your mouth shut." Aaron can only sniffle an apology. Callum immediately lays out the next plan. I'll repeat the plan, so listen carefully. Aaron passed this to Austin to use. Note merged with above. Once Aaron agrees, Calum begins to analyze the terrain. The distance from the temple roof to the ground is 7 meters, while the emergency exit is about 30 meters away. He determines that jumping directly from this height is no different than suicide. He thinks to himself, those clumsy priests or that silly lizard guy would definitely twist their ankles immediately, let alone myself. If anyone gets injured, the guards below will surround us instantly and the situation will become dire. Therefore, the only viable option is to be proactive. We have to take down the guards and the manager first, then find an opportunity to sprint as fast as we can to the exit. Callum said he needed to cast a major spell, but the preparation would take quite a while, so he asked his teammates to cover him in the meantime. Take care of those soldiers swarming up here. Immediately, the roars of the dark guards echoed as they began scrambling up onto the roof. Without a moment's hesitation, the fierce, gray-skinned warrior swung his battle axe, lunging into the fray with a thunderous strike that sent the lead guard plummeting straight off the edge. Standing tall at the edge of the roof, facing the mob of enemies surging upward, the gray-skinned warrior turned back to remind his teammates to save their strength for the more important mission ahead. Callum quickly started assigning tasks. That part is for Dan, Len, and Burnett. Burnett, the lizard folk knight, nodded in immediate agreement. Got it. But Dan Lin was still caught off guard by these orders. He scratched his head in confusion. Sorry, but you're not the team leader, are you?" Seeing his teammates start to bicker loudly, Dan Lin frantically tried to intervene. "Just listen to me. Everyone, please. Just let me finish." Just then, Amos the monk stepped forward, slapped Dan Lin firmly on the shoulder, and declared loudly, "All right, Dan Lin. Callum is our team leader now, to prepare for the decisive counterattack." Remus the archer asked anxiously, "Callum, do you have a way to keep all of them under control?" Callum gripped his wand tightly and calmly laid out the strategy. "I'll use an area of effect spell to hold them back. Then as soon as there's an opening, we'll make a run for the gate." He immediately turned and called out loudly, "Aaron!" The elf girl startled and replied, "Yes," Callum ordered firmly. "Get into position near the gate with Austin, go." Aaron quickly pulled Austin into a corner to whisper and plan, while Callum began summoning magical clouds. He told her to use a mud wall spell to surround the church, while Callum stood atop the church, his red eyes glowing with determination as he watched the entire battlefield. The system chimed with a notification. Ready for deployment, the hourglass has finished its cooldown. Callum stood firm on the rocky ledge, preparing to trigger his finishing move. Looking down from the crumbling cathedral roof, he saw thousands of dark guards. They were swarming like ants. Callum narrowed his eyes. The manager was clever, all right. He wasn't reckless enough to climb the roof or destroy it. He was sealing them in. By surrounding the cathedral, completely leaving no escape route on the ground, the faceless manager stood tall among his minions, looking up. His evil eyes locked onto Callum's figure high above. Callum mused that what was about to happen would be beyond the manager's preparations, far exceeding any scenario he had predicted. A confident smirk played on his lips as he raised his wand to the sky and began casting Storm Cloud. Instantly, a massive magical hourglass appeared, activating Callum's time stasis turn. The system displayed details for Storm Cloud, a summoning spell that creates a downpour lasting 30 seconds with a 15-second cooldown. Crucially, every 3 seconds it calls down a bolt of lightning onto any target that was struck by a previous bolt. Callum rapidly spent action points to chain cast Storm Cloud. The stasis timer began counting down from 17 seconds. To maximize the massive volume of water about to pour down, Callum had planned for Aaron and Austin to use mud wall spells to trap the water and prevent it from flooding out of the shrine area. As the countdown reached its final seconds, Callum poured all his remaining strength into one last storm cloud before his action points hit 0 and the turn ended. But his glowing red eyes flashed with malice. He immediately flipped the temporary hourglass to trigger his special skill, Blood Siphon Freezing Time, for another 60 seconds, having precast before flipping the hourglass. Callum calculated that he could cast Storm Cloud a total of 7 times in this turn. Once his action points were completely drained, his turn officially closed. As time resumed, the sky above the shrine suddenly darkened with massive ominous storm clouds rolling in from above. The first raindrops began to patter against the ground. The manager and his dark guards looked up at the sky in confusion. Moments later, a massive torrent of rain crashed down like a waterfall, quickly submerging the gloomy shrine area in a sea of water. Witnessing this sudden storm, the Lizard Knight, Bernard, and the gray-skinned warrior were completely stunned, shouting, "What is this?" In the distance, Austin and Aaron also stared in shock at the lightning-filled sky. Standing on the heights, Callum, with eyes burning red with lethal intent, commanded electric shock. Immediately, massive bolts of lightning from the charged clouds descended like a barrage, channeling through the rainwater. Everything was drenched, creating a lethal electrical grid that paralyzed all the dark guards below. The massive storm left Austin absolutely dumbfounded. Looking at the dark clouds churning in the sky, he couldn't help but blurt out, "What is this? That amount of clouds, is this even for real?" Lightning struck the shrine with a deafening roar. Right then, an urgent call echoed out, "Austin, the mud wall." Startled out of his stupor, Austin hurriedly replied, "Right, got it." He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the young mage's power. A first-tier mage capable of controlling a spell of this magnitude. The rumors about the genius mage who needs no incantations must be true. "Rise up, boundary mud wall." Austin firmly raised his staff and shouted. Instantly, massive walls of mud erupted from the ground surrounding the entire shrine area, to trap the water just as Callum planned. Once the spell was finished, Austin turned to Aaron and asked, "I did as you said, what now?" Aaron calmly replied, "I heard the tribesman is going to jump across." This statement left Austin bewildered. "Jump across? What do you mean?" Before he could understand, the tribesman from above activated his leap skill and plummeted down like a meteorite. Seeing the giant figure falling, Austin shouted, "Move!" The tribesman landed heavily with his battle axe, witnessing the heroic's landing. Callum smiled slightly from above and remarked, "Looks like a good landing?" He turned to instruct Emos the monk. "Emos, do exactly as I said." Emos tightened the bandages on his arms and nodded firmly. "I'll give it my all." Callum immediately ordered the Lizard Knight Bernard to cast Radiant Strength on Emos. "Bernard, quickly cast Radiant Strength on the monk." The system instantly displayed a notification. Emos's strength stat increased by 3 points. A golden aura enveloped his body, and Emos announced, "Let's do this." He immediately lunged forward and roughly grabbed the archer Remus by the collar. Caught off guard, Remus shrieked in panic, sobbing and trembling as he pleaded desperately, "Wait, let me get ready first." Emos used his muscle power to hurl Remus across the gap. The elf went flying through the air, only able to scream in sheer terror. On the other side, Austin had prepared to catch his teammate. With a clean thud, Austin caught Remus and cheered excitedly, "Gotcha!" Immediately after, Callum turned to the Lizard Knight Bernard. "Knight, I'm counting on you." The battle below continued to rage fiercely, with lightning crashing down, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Witnessing the terrifying power of the magic, the rogue scratched his head puzzled and asked Callum, But I've got a question. If this spell is so strong, then why didn't you just wipe those monsters out from the start?" Callum coldly explained, "The guards maybe, but it wouldn't do a thing to the manager." He warned everyone seriously as the sturdy wall began to crack under the frantic attacks from outside. Callum was alert. The manager is trying to break the mud wall to escape. If he escapes in this situation, the guards will revive again. We have to get out now. The duration of the mud wall and the storm clouds is almost up. No time to hesitate. He firmly ordered Emos and the rogue. "After I jump across, you two must immediately use Shadow Step to escape." Emos nodded seriously. "Understood." Now it's Calem's turn to cross the gap. Looking at the bottomless void ahead, beads of sweat roll down his face. This is way more intense than I thought, he thinks to himself, then quickly calls out to Amos. Gathering his strength, he leaps with all his might. Calem lets out a desperate scream as he falls freely through the air. On the other side, this barbarian warrior spreads his arms wide, laughing. Come on, I'll catch you with this massive chest of mine. Aaron cheers excitedly, completely relieved. Perfect plan. We're actually going to escape. She is overjoyed, thinking that as long as Amos and Donlan make it out, the whole team will be safe. Meanwhile, Calem can only sigh helplessly at her optimism. Perched on the roof of the temple, Donlan glances back and asks Amos, "Where on earth did you find such a super-level mage?" Amos replies bluntly, "Too many questions, kid. But first things first, pal." Before jumping down, Amos suddenly calls Donlan back to offer some sincere advice. He urges him that once they get out, he should immediately join Calem's team. Amos points out the reality with his history of having been turned into a dungeon boss. No normal party would ever dare to accept him. Plus, the mark of evil that the dungeon master branded onto Donlan's forehead is still clearly visible. Touching his forehead, Donlan asks confused, but Amos insists that Calem will definitely accept him. He's completely different from everyone else. Seeing the old man rambling on, Donlan gets impatient and snaps, "Look, I get it, let's go. You're the one who said we don't have any time left." But Amos stubbornly shouts back, "Yeah, and that's exactly why I'm telling you this right now. Donlan, you hear me. You're joining Calem's team." The old man's persistence leaves Donlan speechless, muttering to himself, "The old man is acting so weird today. Is he getting senile or something?" Amos shoots him a sharp glare and firmly says, "If you get it, then let's go." Both of them immediately activate their shadow step skill. Seeing them land safely, Aaron cheers with joy. Amos and Donlan made it out too. Calem's glowing red eyes lift slightly into a confident smirk. Everyone has finished their escape. Just then, the stone walls of the temple collapse completely under the pressure of the monsters. Looking at the ruins behind them, Calem thinks to himself, Austin's mud wall spell duration has just run out. But now that they are safe, he decisively shouts orders to the whole team. "Everyone head to the exit." Without a second of hesitation, the group sprints with all their might and leaps straight into the gate. The blue portal rotates with immense power. A blinding light erupts, whisking them all away from the dark dungeon and dropping them with a thud onto the safe floor of the Alliance Hall. To the astonishment of everyone around them, Ernie jumps up cheering wildly, "We actually did it!" The elf famous nearby also laughs with bright, relieved eyes. "I can't believe we actually escaped that hellhole." On the other side, Austin excitedly shows off to everyone. "Hey, look, I got resurrected too." Burnat looks at Austin and thinks, "I only saw the end of it, but that young mage is truly extraordinary." Austin laughs and scratches his head. "Thanks. I only survived because of everyone else." Everyone doesn't hold back their praise. "Ha, we couldn't have done it without Calem." Burnat crosses his arms, lost in thought, narrowing his eyes. Calem is truly amazing. To come up with such an absurd escape plan just by hearing a brief description of our abilities. Burnat tells himself the cult's mission was a total success. The existence of the soul retention spell has been fully proven. Austin's revival is the solid, undeniable proof. Yet the pride of the Holy Knight feels heavy. Burnat bitterly admits that this mission wasn't actually completed by his team. They hadn't really done much on this trip, and if they hadn't met Calem's group, they would have perished in the dungeon long ago. Burnat once thought the god Nathaniel led him to Calem to save his life, but now he realizes it was a lesson to show him his own weakness. As he clenches his fists in self-reflection, an unexpected noise rings out. Burnat turns around in shock. The red-haired boy. Donlan asks in a panic, "Brother, what's wrong?" In front of them, the monk Amos suddenly collapses to the ground, his face twisted in pain, clutching his right leg tightly. Donlan screams in horror, pointing down, "Brother, your leg." Right at the bandaged part of Amos's calf, a pitch-black rotting wound is emitting a terrifying evil purple mist. Witnessing the horrific scene right before his eyes, Calem completely freezes. He widens his eyes and yells in shock, "What is this? What is going on?" Looking at the rapidly necrotizing wound, cold sweat streams down Calem's forehead. He grinds his teeth, wondering exactly when. Did he get hit by a corruption spell? No way. How did I not see that? The system immediately displays detailed information about the wound. It is a corruption ray, an extremely vicious level 3 dark magic. This curse directly attacks and causes the target's heart to rot away, leading to a painful death after a short time. Callum immediately recalls the breathless battle at the Temple of Souls. He realizes in horror when that bastard manager grabbed his leg and held him back. Don't tell me he cast a spell then. It turns out the faceless boss had secretly planted this deadly curse on Amos the moment he grabbed his ankle. Too angry at his teammate's stubbornness, Callum shouts, "Why didn't you say anything until now?" lying on the floor. Amos coughs up a mouthful of blood, his weak body responding helplessly. Even if I told you, what could you have done? Standing nearby, Don Len is incredibly anxious. He yells, "Don't be ridiculous. You were jumping around on the roof just a while ago." Amos lets out a weak smile, blood still flowing from the corners of his lips, whispering jokingly, "Back then, I felt like I could still jump, heh." "Bernat, you're a holy knight, do something." But Bernat only bows his head in helplessness, sweat rolling down his face as he trembles. "This curse. Look, with my current abilities, I can't solve this," knowing he wouldn't make it. Emos used his remaining strength. His trembling, bandaged hands tenderly held the golden talisman as he whispered, "Callum, I have one request. Please give this talisman to my wife." His face contorted in pain as the dark vein-like patterns of the curse spread up to his neck. He closed his eyes, weary. "I promised I would come back. I'm sorry I couldn't keep that promise." Words left his lips. The muscular monk's hand suddenly went limp. Having lost all strength, the talisman slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Witnessing the sudden death of his righteous comrade, Callum's pupils constricted in shock. His eyes flared red with fury and pain. Beside him, Aaron sobbed uncontrollably, screaming in a panic. "Callum, his heartbeat is fading." Bernard the Lizard Knight fell to his knees. Devoutly clasping his hands in prayer, he murmured, "O Nathaniel, receive this soul," in contrast to everyone else's resignation. Callum stood silent, head bowed, his mind racing for a solution. "Think you have to think. He's not dead yet. I can't just let Emos go like this." A flood of memories and in-game information raced through his mind. First, the items he looted from those bandits earlier. Right, those bandits had a few useful things. He recalled the ancient scroll he had stashed away, followed by the image of the glowing second relic in the Soul Temple, along with his conclusion from back then. That means an adventurer must have died on floor 1.5. Connecting all the clues, Callum's glowing red eyes suddenly sharpened with realization. He smirked, thinking to himself, "Wait, yeah, that's it." Callum quickly hoisted Emos onto his back and roared, "Aaron, sneak with me. Move fast before he stops breathing." Seeing his sudden action, Bernard the Lizard Knight shouted in alarm, asking what he was doing. Without waiting to explain, Callum channeled his mana and bolted away at terrifying speed, laying Emos down. Callum breathed a sigh of relief as he saw his chest still rising and falling. He's still breathing. Thank God we aren't too late. But as he looked ahead, his glowing red eyes tightened. A long line of dark guards stood in formation, completely blocking the path to the emergency exit. Callum gasped, wondering. They set up an ambush and waited all the way at the gate. Right at that moment, a strange, ominous blue light erupted from Emos's body, pulling his soul straight forward. That soul light was quickly sucked into a glowing magic jar. Callum immediately realized that must be the spirit jar holding Emos's soul. He unhesitatingly dashed forward to snatch the jar back. Aaron drew her bow and chased behind him, yelling, "Callum, I'll provide cover." Running beside him, Sneak also asked anxiously if he had a plan yet. Callum declared firmly, "My goal is to get back Emos's spirit jar over there." Hearing this, Sneak prepared to dash up and use his support skills, but Callum immediately shouted to stop him. "No, don't use your skills yet, just wait." At that moment, the system board displayed the cooldown time for the hourglass, which still had 13 seconds left. Callum broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he ordered his allies, "Block those guys rushing us first. We have to hold out for 13 seconds. The monsters shrieked and charged madly. Callum immediately waved his wand, activating the dust explosion magic to create a massive fiery blast to push back the swarm. However, waves of enemies continued to pour in, relentlessly attacking. The system display showed the hourglass cooldown still had 9 seconds left. Callum frantically fired spells to defend while gritting his teeth under the suffocating pressure. Time just isn't moving fast enough. Can we even hold out? Just as he was reaching his limit, a loud shout rang out. "Callum, Bernard the Lizard Knight heroically raised his shield to block the enemies in front of him, loudly declaring, "Until you receive proper compensation from Nathaniel as a priest, I cannot let you die." The timely support of Bernard and the rest of the team helped halt the enemy's attack. Witnessing the lizard man's noble act, Callum let out a relieved smile. First time I've ever been happy to see a talkative lizard. 4. The hourglass countdown raced toward the final seconds. 5, 4, 3. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Callum muttered to himself, "No matter how I look at it, this is insane. Usually I'd never bet my life on such a slim chance, but what other choice do I have? It's the only way to save him." He reached into his inventory when the clock hit 1. It was time. The system board immediately displayed a notification, "Hourglass available." Callum braced himself and decisively ordered, "Sneak, sneak. Once I give the signal, use leap to reach the manager, use steal to take the scepter. Then return using shadow jump." Hearing his insane plan, Sneak was utterly bewildered, stammering in protest. "But the success rate for steal is—" Callum cut him off firmly to bolster his confidence. "It's fine. Trust me and get ready." Immediately, a magical light flared up, accompanied by a system notification, "Hourglass activated." Callum instantly triggered his movement magic, pouring all his concentration into the tip of his wand to lift Emus's spirit jar from a distance. The system's action bar drained, in line with the manipulation time, but the glowing blue jar began to slowly float up from amidst the crowd of dark monsters below. Callum carefully guided the jar, moving it slowly to bring it into the safety zone. Looking at the jar approaching, he thought about how many times Emos had bravely protected the team from danger. He swore to himself that he must save this righteous comrade at all costs. As soon as he caught the spirit jar in his hand, Callum decisively commanded the elf Aaron, "Fire a lightning bolt at the manager." The action points were depleted and Callum's turn ended. Callum quickly yelled for his teammate, "Sneak, now's the time." He thought to himself that he had been very clever to buy this special type of arrow before entering the dungeon. The arrow of massive lightning fired. A bolt of extreme electricity struck the manager's position. Hit by the surprise attack, the sanctuary manager roared in pain as the lightning engulfed him, paralyzing his entire body. Seizing the golden opportunity, Sneak transformed into a shadow and darted forward with terrifying speed. He closed in on the immobilized boss and decisively activated his steal skill. Snatching the magic staff right out of his hands, he nimbly leaped backward to retreat. Seeing that the plan had gone off without a hitch, Callum shouted out orders to the entire team. "It's done, let's pull back." Bernard and the rest of the group immediately poured everything they had into rushing straight towards the swirling blue portal to escape the dungeon, which was flashing with a blinding light. Bringing everyone back to the Dungeon Alliance's safe hall, weary and exhausted, Callum urgently asked if anyone had suffered any critical injuries or been struck by any strange curses. Relieved to hear everyone confirm that they were all okay, Bernard the Lizard Man Knight stepped up to Callum, looking concerned as he asked about the next step. Since the team didn't have a resurrection scroll on them, he suggested heading back to the temple to get one and performing the resurrection after leaving the maze, but he was worried that the soul would shatter the moment they left the dungeon. Hearing this, Callum gave a confident smile and held up a special turquoise magic card. He had just obtained it, and he firmly stated that there was no better way than this. After a brief search, Callum led the group to a secret space hidden deep within the maze, the treasure room. This place often held ancient chests with an extremely high drop rate for the items adventurers craved most. Approaching the wooden chest, Callum muttered to himself that this had to be what he needed. Just as predicted, Callum excitingly pulled a magic scroll from the chest and shouted, "Found it! A resurrection scroll!" This perfect preparation left the Lizard Man Knight Bernard completely stunned. Beads of sweat broke out on his face as he realized that from the very beginning everything had been part of the young mage's plan. The Lizard Man couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, wondering just how vast Callum's knowledge of the maze really was to be able to calculate things so precisely. He smirked. "Now that everything is ready, let's get started." He immediately activated his magic and shouted, "Rise, corpse, and heal Amos." Callum's plan was first to turn him into an undead and then use the magic staff to completely cleanse the evil curse, and then decisively remove the undead control spell to restore his human body, completing the entire process with the resurrection scroll he had just found. Bathed in a warm glow, Amos blinked open his eyes, drenched in sweat, and sat up looking bewildered. What happened?" seeing their comrade truly come back to life in the flesh. The group of adventurers was overjoyed and relieved. Callum stepped forward, handed the golden amulet back to the brawny monk, and said gently, "This pendant, you should give this back to her yourself." This miracle completely convinced the lizard man knight Bernard. He stepped up to shake Callum's hand respectfully, sharing that he had learned a great deal from him on this trip. Bernard didn't forget to remind him that when they returned to the village, he should remember to stop by Nathaniel's temple to receive a worthy reward for successfully completing the rescue mission. Callum smiled and replied, "Yes, I understand." Immediately after, Uncle Austin excitedly rushed over, beaming with gratitude. "Callum, I owe you my life. This debt is one I will pay back even if it costs me everything. Thank you." His enthusiasm just made Callum scratch his head with an awkward smile. "Ha ha, it's nothing. No need to make such a big deal out of it." Bernard and his team waved goodbye. They jumped down into the dark passage to head back. "I'm heading out first. See you in the village." Watching their backs fade into the stone corridor, Callum sighed softly, thinking to himself that although they had made a mess of things and caused quite a bit of trouble, this result was for the best. Callum smiled as he looked at the purple gem he had just harvested. "I thought, well, they did come back to help me, and I even got some extra loot, so I'll be generous and let the past go." Seeing that everything was done, Aaron turned to Callum happily and asked, "Shall we head out too?" But Callum stopped in his tracks and replied, "No, I'm not done yet. I haven't looted the treasure chest." Aaron tilted her head, looking at him skeptically. "But earlier it looked like just a bunch of junk," passing by the elf girl, the monk. Amos laughed out loud and explained, "To a newbie's eyes, that's all it looks like. But in that pile of junk there are still things that can be used." Callum smirked, thinking to himself that while they were only usable items, rather than the treasures adventurers craved with a gamer's experience, I knew it was better to scour everything than to miss out. Just like that, Callum immediately rushed to the chest, rummaging through it and tossing aside useless items like frying pans and broken swords, letting them clatter to the ground. Suddenly, Callum's eyes locked onto an object. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" Picking it up, he realized with shock, "Oh, a blank scroll." The system immediately displayed the details. Blank scroll can be imbued with magic to create any scroll you desire. This was truly a great find for a mage like him. Continuing to search, Callum picked up an exquisite dagger and assessed it silently. The dagger looks pretty cool too. I'll have to get it appraised to know for sure. If it's good, I'll use it for sneak attacks. While clearing out the rest of the chest, his gaze suddenly froze on an odd object. What is this? Callum picked up an ancient gold coin engraved with a sharp eagle design. He thought to himself that finding an old coin in a pile of junk wasn't that strange, but the design on it gave him a very familiar feeling. Wait, I feel like I've seen this design somewhere. Callum's crimson eyes focused intensely, digging through his memories. And then he was shocked to realize an image of a colossal ruined fortress and a tattered flag bearing the golden eagle symbol on a blue background suddenly became clear in his mind. Callum stared in amazement, comparing the ancient coin to the flag in his memory, muttering that when he played the game, the symbol was too small, so he hadn't been able to recognize this extremely important detail. Callum examined the ancient coin while wondering if all the items here originated from the town between the floors. You decide to stash it away to show Professor Isilov later and see how he reacts. Once finished tidying up, Callum calls the group to continue their journey. He suddenly pulls out a red hair ribbon and hands it to Erin, telling her it's a gift. Erin blankly accepts the present. She confusedly asks if this is really a hair tie. Callum smiles faintly and teases that because he had bit her hair when he ambushed her earlier, it was really dirty and needed to be tied up. This remark makes Ambush, who is walking nearby, jump and yelp in surprise. Ambush immediately jumps up and protests vehemently, arguing that it's completely unreasonable to blame him for biting someone's dirty hair, a comment that touches a nerve, making Erin flare up and snap back, insisting her hair wasn't dirty at all and that his saliva was the filthy part instead. Ambush then offers a bizarre, impossible theory when you're eating and find a hair. People find it gross because of the hair, not the saliva. So the one who should be disgusted here is actually her. This nonsensical logic leaves Erin completely stunned. She innocently believes him, without a second thought, and anxiously asks if that's really how it works. Witnessing the elf girl's gullibility, Callum can only force a smile and tell her she really is too easy to trick. Erin turns away feeling dejected and tells herself that as long as Ambush doesn't do it again, it'll be fine. Ambush crosses his arms and threatens her not to go spreading this story around if she knows what's good for her. Observing their expressions, Calum thinks to himself, so Ambush's personality is actually that childish. Just like the rumors said, he was the youngest in his old party. As she uses the red ribbon to neatly tie up her hair, Eren curiously asks Ambush about his real name instead of the nickname people usually call him. Ambush pauses for a beat, his face suddenly becoming incredibly serious. He smirks, looking quite smug, brings his hand to his chin and loudly declares that his real name is Ambush. This unique and strange name makes it impossible for Eren to hold back her laughter. She quickly covers her mouth to stop the giggles from escaping. That attitude immediately angers Ambush. He turns red in the face and snaps that this is a name he chose for himself and that he has officially changed it. It's both cool and perfectly fits the style of a rogue. Eren is shaking with laughter while trying to nod along to soothe him. Still not satisfied, Ambush turns to Calum to seek validation, asking if his name is truly cool or not. But walking behind him in the dark hallway, Calum can only helplessly hold his head and beg him to stop asking, because even he himself is currently struggling with all his might to keep from laughing. Moving through the dark corridors of the maze, Ambush goes on ahead to lead the way and loudly reminds the team, "There are traps, so follow exactly where I step." Walking behind him are Amos, Eren, and Calum, who are carefully tracking every step. Witnessing the red-haired guy's professionalism, Calum is extremely satisfied and thinks to himself, having a rogue in this team is definitely much more convenient. Thanks to his special ability and keen eyes that can spot almost every trap, I don't need to strain my eyes scanning the ground anymore. However, the peace doesn't last long. Eren's pointed ears twitch sharply. The elf girl shouts in alarm to warn them, "Calum, wait!" Immediately, she fires 2 arrows, taking down the enemies in the shadows, after clearing the danger. Eren happily slings her bow over her shoulder and urges, "Let's go now." Her sudden boldness leaves Calum bewildered, wondering to himself, where did the trembling Eren go? As they walk, the elf girl suddenly stops sharp-eyed. "Calum, it seems the maze's structure is changing." She quickly runs ahead, excitedly calling out to her teammates, "I hear the click. The exit room has appeared. It's close. Come over here quickly." Watching his teammates now capable of handling everything excellently, Calum smiles wryly while running after them, thinking to himself, "Everyone can take care of themselves. It makes me feel like I'm unemployed." Just then, at the city of Sohen, the great cathedral bell rings loudly, signaling a major event is about to take place. The announcement echoes through every corner. The first-floor gate has opened. Hearing the news, a cloaked woman hurriedly runs through the stone corridors of the castle. Ahead in the grand hall, the adventurer group of Bernard, Remus, Austin, and the tribal warrior are excitedly walking out after an emotional adventure. Bernard, carrying a large shield on his back, says hurriedly to his teammates, "I have to get to the Temple of Nathaniel. Time to report the quest." The cloaked woman brushes past him to go inside. At that exact moment, the bell rings again urgently, along with an emergency announcement. The first-floor gate of the maze has opened again. The sudden news leaves the lizard knight Bernard completely astonished. He drops his jaw and asks, "What did you say?" "We just got out and it's already open again." The massive golden portal slowly creaks open. From within the stream of light, Calum's group, including Eren, Amos, and Ambush, walks out leisurely and safely. Seeing the familiar figures, Bernard cheers happily. "Calum, why so fast? But it's good that you returned safely." Calum smiles faintly and replies calmly, "I was lucky to find the exit gate right away." From a distance, the cloaked woman rushes over with a look of extreme anxiety. Calum nudges his teammate and smiles, telling him, "Amos, go on. They must be really worried." Seeing the burly monk still hesitating and tearing up Calum playfully reminds him, "You promised you'd give it to her yourself, remember?" Given courage, Amos decisively strides forward. The cloaked woman sobs uncontrollably, rushes over to hug him tight, and chokes out, "Thank goodness you've returned safely." She buries her face in her husband's chest, sobbing and lamenting, "I heard that pendant was a fake, so I was so worried. I'm sorry, I really didn't know, Emerson." He smiles happily, tenderly, hugging his wife tight, and comforts her gently. "No, it's okay. A miracle happened to me." In his hand, the golden pendant glitters, shining as a testament to their love. Seeing the sweet scene, Ambush intends to step in, but is stopped by his teammates. "I want to say hello to the sister-in-law, too." But before he can get close, he is tackled by Eren, who grabs his collar and drags him away to leave some private space for the couple. At the Adventurers Guild, Eren tears up. overjoyed to finally hold her free citizen certificate. Erin excitedly shouted to Callum that she was finally a free woman, but then Callum immediately extinguished her excitement with a devious smirk. Not so fast. You still owe me, remember. From the clothes on your back to the food you eat, I paid for it all. Upon hearing this, not only was Erin not angry, but she thought that if she had to be held by Callum, being a slave wasn't so bad after all. Her clingy attitude made Callum break into a cold sweat, suddenly feeling like a total jerk. Seeing this, Denrin immediately started mocking Erin. I taunted her for being a cheap slave, worth only 75 gold coins. That statement hit a nerve, and Erin turned beet red, yelling back that her value was actually 3,000 gold coins. Denrin laughed hysterically, jeering at what a great slave she was. Suddenly, Callum appeared behind Denrin, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent, and coldly questioned him. Do you think you're a free man? Denrin froze his face, turning pale when Callum explained that according to the system, he was still classified as a boss monster, and wasn't even counted as human. Even if you were reclassified, your status is still recorded as dead, and needs to be fixed urgently. Realizing he was in a bizarre, laughable situation, being neither truly alive nor dead, Denrin screamed in frustration, urging the group to hurry to City Hall to fix his death status. However, Erin, standing outside the door, reminded them that Callum had already scheduled a mission report to the Magic Academy first. As the group stepped onto the street, the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. The buzzing of the townspeople echoed everywhere, everyone shocked and whispering to each other. Rumors about someone who had actually returned from the dead were spreading. Watching the curious crowd pack the streets, Callum broke into a cold sweat, panic-stricken and wondering why the rumors in this region could spread at such a breakneck speed. Watching the mob running back and forth in a frenzy, Denrin was left stunned, wondering, what's happening? Right in front of them, the sword. Saint Hijikata was frantically asking everyone around, where is the soul sanctuary? Witnessing this, Callum smiled slightly, concluding that things were going exactly as he had predicted. The rumors about the mid-floor village had spread everywhere. Wherever he went, he could hear the adventurers gossiping about the strength of the 1.5 floor boss, making him realize that quite a few people were aware of this area's existence. The sword Saint Hijikata even shuddered as he shared that he had nearly lost his life when he accidentally wandered in there while still on the second floor. Luckily, he had made it back safely. Just then, from behind, the dwarf Zekan and the wolfkin Vatanen came rushing over. As soon as he saw Callum, Zekan shouted excitedly, Callum, I heard the news! The dwarf's eyes shone bright as he loudly recounted Callum's shocking exploits to the bewildered crowd. They say you were surrounded by hundreds of guards and the 1.5 floor boss, but you wiped them all out with lightning clouds. This shocking news made the onlookers drop their jaws in amazement, while Callum could only helplessly hold his head. He trudged along silently, begging Vatanen not to overdo it, to avoid drawing more attention, to report the mission results. Callum headed to Professor Isolop's office at the Magic Academy. As soon as he saw the staff Callum brought back, Professor Isolop was completely stunned. The mid-floor village boss's staff, Callum calmly confirmed it and added that it contained necromancy for reviving the dead. This information made the professor jump out of his sofa in shock. Reviving the dead. That's a Tier 3 necromancy spell. Seeing his teacher's shocked expression, Callum understood. Items with Tier 2 magic or higher were already extremely rare, so a staff that was a treasure like this was understandable. Professor Isolop slumped back into his chair, sighing in admiration. He admitted he had thought Callum would need several months to complete this B-rank difficulty mission. He never expected Callum to go all the way to floor 1.5 to defeat the boss, turning it into a true A-rank mission. He didn't spare any praise for his new student's incredible achievement. He affirmed that this staff would be extremely useful for future research. Finally, Professor Isolop smiled and told him to choose a reward worthy of his efforts. Looking at the staff in his hand, Callum smirked, responding confidently, Yes, I understand, sir. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Professor Downstream rushed in, his elf face showing extreme excitement after hearing the shocking news. The old man cheered, Callum, I ran here the moment I heard you really did it. Professor Downstream revealed he had just returned from the Nathaniel Temple after a talk with Bishop Azeo, and that the place was currently in an uproar. Callum was incredibly surprised, asking, Wait, Professor, what do you mean by that? Professor Downstream laughed loudly, explaining, When a student of the Academy pulls off such a great feat, how can the temple, our direct rival, stay silent? The old professor excitedly grabbed Callum's hands, urging him to recount every single detail of what happened in the dungeon without leaving out a single word. At the same time, inside the solemn Nathaniel temple at night, a critical conversation was taking place. Cardinal Sovan was holding a teacup, suddenly trembling in shock. "What did you just say?" Opposite him, Bishop. Ariel calmly sipped his tea, and then declared firmly once more. He recounted the entire insane process that Callum had carried out, from using Tier 3 necromancy to keep the soul of a dying priest at floor 1.5 to finding the resurrection scroll in the treasury to revive that person just as he had done with Denrin. Cardinal Sovan was completely shaken, cold sweat pouring down as he heard about the miracle of a first-year freshman. He admitted that if he had been in that desperate situation, he certainly never would have thought of such a creative and bold plan. He noted that using necromancy was a taboo and extremely difficult for the church's priests, but because Callum was a mage, he was able to be flexible. "Let's put this unique treatment method to work." Bishop Ariel sighed softly, revealing that the only reason the church has supported Isolop's research project all this time is because the main shrine is the core agency in charge of it. They handle soul preservation and the resurrection of adventurers, but now, with the appearance of a genius like Callum and that shocking resurrection method just now, Bishop Azel solemnly predicted that the church's future policies and methods will very likely have to face a massive change. When the bishop asked about Bernard's situation, Cardinal Sivan sighed uncomfortably and revealed that Bernard is currently completely broken. In his mission report, the Lizardman technician rated his own contribution as a big fat 0. Bernard bitterly admitted that without that young mage, his entire team would have perished in the dungeon long ago, and his fallen comrade would never have been revived, feeling completely incompetent. Bernard even transferred his entire reward to Callum's group, and he couldn't help but be curious about the identity of that young mage. "Oh, by the way, what was that mage's name again? I want to keep an eye on his future achievements." Meanwhile, late at night at the Magic Academy, Erin is pacing back and forth impatiently. As soon as she saw the familiar figure walking out, the elf girl hurriedly ran over and anxiously called out, "Callum." Callum walked sluggishly, his face tired, and complained, "That old man Malini kept me there for 2 hours, Erin." She asked him anxiously if he was okay, and Callum nodded slightly to reassure her. Just as the two of them were walking together, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from behind, "I've been waiting for you, Callum." The person who appeared was none other than young Master Clarence. He smiled and announced that his younger brother, Avison, had fully recovered and was safe, and his family would be throwing a huge party tonight. Clarence expressed his desire to treat the savior of his brother with true hospitality. Callum politely thanked Clarence, then glanced at the elf girl beside him and spoke up. "My teammate here is also one of Avison's saviors. Can she come along?" Clarence happily agreed, immediately affirming that the presence of both of them would be